Chapter 961. 6 Holy Lands, the Era of Holy Princes. Now, Lin Ling had a power of 50 million. In addition to the weight and righteousness of the tyrannical Song sword, Lin Ling could feel that his sword was stronger than the second level profound of fire. It had also reached the second level. This was an indescribable power, but it made Lin Ling feel even more confident. He never thought that helping someone once would bring him such an opportunity. Although Lin Ling didn't have an emperor physique, with his too profound, there were few who could match him in the early stages of the Saint Spirit realm. The next day, the sun shone brightly. Lin Ling pushed open the window, allowing the sunlight to casually sprinkle on his body. He felt relaxed and happy. His confidence in this trip to the old tomb had increased by a lot. "Lin Ling, let's go." Yang Gan's voice sounded, and the three continued on their way. Shui Zhueyue's brows furrowed slightly. She felt that Lin Ling's aura had changed, but she couldn't pinpoint the exact reason. The mountain demon sea was famous for its mountains and seas. Here, the mountains were black, and the sea was black. Demonic chi billowed, as if it was a land of demons. No one knew where the demonic chi came from. "They're here." When Lin Ling's group appeared in the sky, in the heart of the ancient mountain range, at the edge of the mountain demon sea, a large number of people's eyes flickered. These were the holy princes of the rainforest Holy Land, led by Old Mother Deer and Old Man Holding Sword. Lin Ling looked down from the sky. There were about 50 people there, and many of them were unfamiliar faces. It seemed like the Bodhi Saint Palace had nurtured many holy princes. "There are many experts there," Yang Gan said softly. Lin Ling nodded. He was strong in the martial hall, but not among the holy princes. After everyone landed, Old Man Holding Sword looked at Lin Ling and said, "This time, the Bodhi Saint Palace can only send 30 people to enter the old tomb. 10 of them have already been predetermined, and the remaining 20 will be up to you all to compete." All the holy princes' eyes flickered. Competition? There were about 50 holy princes on their side. 50 people competing for 20 spots? It's not a competition between the Bodhi Sacred Palace itself, but with the holy sons of other sacred grounds, said the old man indifferently, as if he knew what everyone was thinking. His words caused everyone's hearts to tremble. The other Holy Lands cultivators were also here? Rumble. At the same time, the clouds in the sky parted as an enormous white crane approached from afar. It was dazzling and resplendent, and there were a large number of figures standing on the white crane. Every single one of them was a holy child at the Saint Spirit realm, and there were even existences at the intermediate stage of the Saint Spirit realm amongst them. "The people from the Qingyun sacred ground are here," Old Mother Benlu said indifferently. "The 6 great sacred grounds have the 6 great forbidden grounds. The ancient tomb is the rainforest sacred grounds forbidden ground. Our sacred grounds have already reached an agreement that once the forbidden ground is opened, the 6 great sacred grounds can enter. This is the highest level secret of the 6 great sacred grounds, normal people don't know about it." Lin Ling's curiosity was piqued. 6 great forbidden lands, he wondered what the other holy lands' forbidden lands were. It seemed that in order to welcome the heavenly fall era, the highest level of the Holy Land had made many preparations. Crash! At this moment, the waves in the Black Sea behind him surged, and a black and white whale the size of an island rolled over. Sitting mountain whale. Many saints inhaled a breath of cold air. It was very impressive to ride on a sitting mountain whale. Which holy land was it from? Even Little Flame, who was on Lin Ling's shoulder, woke up and sensed the aura of a similar beast. "It's the people from the Wavering Light sacred ground," Old Man Holding Sword said indifferently. Rumble. At the same time, the earth shook and the mountains shook. The foot of the mountain ahead was dug open, and a huge black pangolin crawled out. A large number of people jumped down, and the huge pangolin rolled into a ball and was held by a middle-aged man. "That's the people from the Void Sacred Ground." Old man holding sword introduced, that's the void ding pangolin. It said that it has the ability to travel through the void. It's extremely rare. The saints inhaled a breath of cold air again. Soon after, the people from the 6 shamans' sacred ground arrived. Some of the men were topless and had green tattoos on their bodies. The women were also dressed in Daoist robes. Finally, the people from the water-moon sacred ground arrived as well. So beautiful. Many people looked up at the sky. There was a group of heroes shining brightly. Among them, 2 young girls were the most eye-catching. They were as if the heavens had blessed them. They were devastatingly beautiful and breathtaking. They're here too. Lin Ling was surprised. He naturally knew the 2 girls. They were An Yuer and Yu Mun Yun. He didn't expect their strength to increase so much and become saints. Of course, Lin Ling wasn't familiar with the situation at the water-moon sacred ground. He didn't know what the different requirements were for becoming a saint. It's a pity that Martial Uncle Xuanyi didn't come. Lin Ling felt a little regretful, but he was still very happy. After all, An Yuer and Yu Mun Yun's appearance here was proof of their strength. So many beauties, and everyone is very young. The holy sons of the 6 holy lands had gathered, and many people were excited. At their level, they rarely paid attention to geniuses who were weaker than themselves. Only the holy sons were worthy of their attention. And now, the gathering of the holy sons undoubtedly made their blood boil. Because all the saints represented the top of the younger generation of the sacred grounds. Only when they gathered together would they feel a sense of accomplishment. In the past, when the heavenly fall era came, the sacred palaces didn't want the saints to be too arrogant. Therefore, they didn't allow them to announce their identities. After all, they were still young and frivolous. They also enjoyed being admired by tens of thousands of people. Of course, when the heavenly fall era came, they would also emerge and shock the sacred grounds. Everyone is very punctual. The 6 Warlock Sacred Tower has a lot more saints. The number of people entering the tomb is limited. If too many people go, the void will become unstable. Therefore, there are only about 200 people. If you want to enter, it will depend on your strength. Some of the leaders of the sacred grounds were polite, while others were domineering. For example, the 6 Warlock Sacred Ground cultivated ancient sorcery. Therefore, their words were very domineering. Don't embarrass yourselves. Out of the 20 spots, we must get 15. Old sword-bearing elder said to those behind him. The saints nodded. They represented the Bodhi sacred palace and naturally had to fight for glory. It's about time. Let's eliminate them. The leader of the Wavering Light Sacred Ground said indifferently. Everyone nodded. The elimination is very simple. The saints will be selected by drawing lots. If they lose, they won't be qualified. If they win both rounds, they will be qualified to enter the tomb. The Void Sacred Grounds expert said. This seemed to be the rule, so everyone understood. Lin Ling, that's the 6 Warlock Sacred Grounds young barbarian King Fujitor. He's very strong. Our saints have sparred before and most of them lost to him. And that's the Lightning Ice Twin Pearls. They're twins and also 2 peerless beauties. They have great prestige among the saints. Many people secretly like them. And that great development eye. He's very strong. Anyone who looks him in the eye is instantly killed. Yang Gan kept introducing the saints to Lin Ling. Lin Ling hadn't been a saint for long, so he didn't know how strong the sacred grounds were. Chapter 962. I am your senior apprentice brother. In the distance, a black-haired youth stood there with a cold expression. He was like a proud and aloof peak, overlooking the surrounding mountains. His mortal body was formidable. On the other side, a youth in a blue robe was talking and laughing with others. He was extremely elegant, but his every movement carried with it the flavor of the heavens and earth, as if he represented the heavenly Tao. In particular, there was a line on his forehead, that was a closed eye. In addition, there were two devastatingly beautiful twins standing there with their eyes closed. One of them bloomed with the power of thunder, and the other was ice. These saints' sons came from other holy lands, but none of them were weak. They either had a powerful king body talent, or their understandings of profound meanings were extremely deep. This was the circle of the top geniuses of the 6 great holy lands. Lin Ling secretly sighed. Compared to them, the geniuses of the 7 profound martial house were like fireflies. But Lin Ling's blood was boiling. To be able to gather together with the strongest saints' sons of this era, and even compete with them, undoubtedly made one want to give it a try. Of course, the pressure was not small. Then, the small elimination round began. There were 10 battlefields, and they had to be resolved quickly. There were simply too many people. How terrifying. That is Lai Qing. She defeated a middle saint spirit realm saint's son with a single sword strike. Her king body talent is the origin sword, and she has also comprehended the 3rd level of the origin profound. Just as the first battle began, the first battle ended. A black-clothed woman grasped a long sword. With a slash of her sword, she cut down the saint's son and easily won. 3rd level of the origin profound. Lin Ling sucked in a breath of cold air. She was truly fierce. The dual thunder and lightning pearls have appeared. It is the thunder pearls. On the 5th battlefield, her thunder has formed a small world. It can break through a martial artist's profound meaning and paralyze their entire body. On the other side, another battle had ended. This time, it was a famous saint's son. Lin Ling used the Eye of Time. Then, he realized that the beautiful and cold woman seemed to be made of lightning. It made people wonder if she was born of lightning. Her ultimacy had probably reached the 2nd level, but she had hidden it. Lin Ling then looked at Yuer and the others. He suddenly realized that they didn't need to appear. Obviously, they were the chosen holy sons. This made him a little depressed. He realized that his women were all treated better than him. Yu was like this, and so were Yuer and the others. Lin Ling, it's Lin Ling. Yuer and the others had been searching for Lin Ling all this time. Their intuition told them that Lin Ling would come when the strongest saint children of the rainforest Holy Land gathered. And sure enough, Lin Ling came. Both of them waved at Lin Ling, which made many saints frown. Yuer and the others were newly risen saints, but their strength was terrifying. Many saints yearned for them. But now, they were actually greeting a nameless young man? Who was that person? Many saints looked at Lin Ling, their gazes filled with evil intentions. Lin Ling, you seem to have become the center of attention in an instant. Yang Gan's eyes twitched. Even he didn't have the right to speak at the Saint Children's gathering. But Lin Ling had instantly shocked everyone. I don't want to, either. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Shi Xueyue also looked at Lin Ling in surprise. According to Lin Ling's time as a saint, Lin Ling shouldn't be famous in the Saint Children's circle. But now, he was. It was very strange. Lin Ling against Ice Pearl. At this moment, a voice sounded. Lin Ling had come out to battle. It's that brat. Poor thing, he encountered the Thunderbolt Ice Pearl. The crowd sneered. They were at the highest level of the Saint Lands and had actually come into contact with each other. Especially the powerful saints, it was hard to forget. The Thunderbolt Ice Pearl was one of them. Most importantly, both of them were top-notch beauties. Lin Ling, don't lose. Yang Gan said worriedly. Although Shi Xueyue didn't say anything, he nodded at Lin Ling, I'll do my best. Lin Ling smiled gently. He took a step forward and shot into the mountain range. His long hair fluttered behind him. It was indescribably elegant. So arrogant. Looking at that free and easy figure, many saints' eyes turned cold. In the mountain range, in a valley, a girl in blue was already waiting there. She was like a lotus flower in the snow. Her body was emitting icy mist. When Lin Ling stepped in, it was as if he had entered a world of ice and snow. You don't know. Admit defeat yourself. Ice Pearl was like a lotus flower. Her voice was crisp and pleasant. Her voice attracted the attention of even more saints. That kid's luck with women is not bad. He can fight with Ice Pearl. Unfortunately, he seems to have a king body. There's no hope of winning. I bet that he will lose in 10 moves. Ice Pearl has the first layer of the Pearl Lotus Profound. She can freeze a country. In addition, she has a king body. I bet that unlucky guy will lose in 3 moves. Among the 6 saint lands, Bodhi Saint Palace doesn't have any powerful saints. Many people were talking. Their voices weren't soft. Over at Bodhi Saint Palace, Old Mother Deer's face turned ugly. She then stared at Lin Ling and secretly said, "Don't embarrass yourself. He won't lose." Old Man Sword said indifferently, making Old Mother Deer's heart tremble. He won't lose. His words were simple, but they were filled with confidence. If Lin Ling had been a saint for a long time, Old Mother Deer might have believed him a little. But Lin Ling was the saint's son of Bodhi Saint Palace who had cultivated for the shortest time. Rumble. At the same time, Lin Ling's battle had already begun. The two figures were like thunder and lightning, illusory and ever-changing. In the blink of an eye, they had already exchanged 10 moves. As for those saint sons that were laughing, their laughter instantly stopped, their faces frozen. As for Old Mother Deer, she felt as if she had eaten honey. She had underestimated Lin Ling. Since the last time they met, this little fellow's strength had increased by a great deal. Ka ka ka. In the mountain valley, ice and frost covered the land. If it were a top proud son of heaven from the 7 profound martial house here, they would have already been frozen solid. However, in this world of ice and snow, Lin Ling's body was still as swift and fierce as a tiger. His great sword seemed to cut through rivers. The more Ice Pearl fought, the more horrified she became. This youth only had a king body. Generally speaking, with her eruption of the profound ice and her king body, she should have been able to easily crush her opponent with a king body. But now, something strange was happening. The youth was becoming more and more courageous. Who are you? Finally, Ice Pearl asked in a dignified voice. Who am I? Lin Ling was startled. Before the battle, someone had already announced his name. But now this woman was asking him who he was. It was obvious that she regarded him as an ant-like existence. I am your senior apprentice brother. Lin Ling gently smiled. His aura was wild and tyrannical, like fire and thunder, shocking the heavens. If this other party thought he was an ant, then why should he give them any face? Bastard! Outside the mountain valley, many saint sons roared. This strange saint's son was too arrogant. You're crazy enough. Ice Pearl's beautiful face was filled with anger. Once upon a time, she had never been looked down upon like this. It had to be known that even the peak saint's son of the 6th shaman Holy Land, Little Barbarian King, had chased after her, but she had disdained him. But now, she had only asked for his name, and this other party had actually arrogantly said he was her senior apprentice brother. It's time to end this. Myriad World Ice Lotus. Ice Pearl's body floated up. She stretched out her jade-like hand and a dazzling ice lotus appeared. It constantly circled around, blooming with a dazzling light. Little sister, this boy is too rude. Teach him a lesson. Chapter 963. I didn't do it on purpose. What a terrifying power of ice. Many saints wore solemn expressions. Each of them had their own trump cards since they were able to become holy princes. They either had a powerful emperor physique, a profound comprehension of profoundness, or a fast cultivation speed. The holy princes who could control profoundness were obviously the best among all the holy princes. They could easily defeat ordinary Holy Spirit realm experts. That's right. It's time to end this. Looking at the ice pearls in the sky, Lin Ling's eyes were calm. His clothes fluttered, and the aura on his body was majestic and domineering, like a hidden dragon emerging from the sea. In his left hand, a flame lotus bloomed. What? Up in the sky, the ice pearl sensed a destructive flame aura shooting up into the sky, almost melting her ice. That was the second level of the profound of fire. Let's see how powerful your ice is. Lin Ling gently waved his left hand. It was as smooth as flowing water. It was as if the fire god was sprinkling fire seeds. In the sky, the ice lotus bloomed in Bing Zhuzi's hand. The two lotuses collided in front of countless shocked gazes. However, in the next moment, flames erupted. It was as if the fire of the beginning of the world was burning everything. All the ice was melted. Lin Ling had the upper hand in the collision of ultimacy. Puff! Bing Zhuzi spat out a mouthful of blood. The ice mist around her melted. The flames wrapped around her and burned half of her clothes, revealing half of her shoulder. The most terrifying thing was that the flames couldn't be extinguished. Bing Zhuzi has lost. She's disqualified. Looking at the scene, an expert announced the result. The crowd's faces stiffened. The ice-like Bing Zhuzi had lost? They felt like they were in a dream. Losing to a famous saint wasn't a big deal, but losing to a saint from a silent department was unreal. However, when many people's gazes fell on the battered and exhausted Bing Zhuzi, they were stunned once again. At the beginning, Bing Zhuzi was like an ice maiden. She was devastatingly beautiful, but now? Even her clothes were burned. Bastard, this guy is really ruthless. How could he do that? Damn it. He better not let me see him. Otherwise, I'll teach him a lesson. Facing such a beautiful woman, he doesn't even know how to have tender feelings for the fairer sex. I'm afraid he's one of those vicious and merciless holy sons. Many people roared angrily. Even the cultivators from the various holy lands narrowed their eyes and looked at Lin Ling angrily. After all, it was extremely rare for someone to attack such a beautiful woman. You're going too far. Bing Zhuzi gritted her teeth. At this moment, her shoulders were still exposed, and her hands were covering the important parts. Sorry, I really didn't do it on purpose. Lin Ling's face was calm. He patted his blue and white robe and calmly left. Sorry, I didn't control my power well. Lin Ling's domineering behavior was completely brushed aside with a single sentence. Moreover, everyone could tell that Lin Ling didn't care at all. His words were simple, but he didn't look embarrassed at all. Thus, all the holy sons were even more enraged. Some of the holy sons who wanted to protect the flower wanted nothing more than to teach Lin Ling a lesson. He, Lin Ling is so naughty. He's ruining her innocence in front of everyone. And Yuer and Yuman Yun laughed beautifully. If they didn't know Lin Ling, they would also think that Lin Ling was very naughty. Brat, this is the first time I feel that you're different from the rest. When Lin Ling returned to the Bodhi Sacred Palace, the elder sword-wielding elder looked deeply at Lin Ling and finally spat out a sentence. The other holy sons had strange expressions. Although Lin Ling had won a round and obtained glory for the Bodhi Sacred Palace, he still felt that it was strange to push the flower so ruthlessly. Lin Ling, you burned my clothes. Xieyue also said in a strange tone. I didn't do it on purpose. Lin Ling said calmly. He felt that it was already very good that he didn't seriously injure Bing Zhuzi. It was this sentence again. When the other holy sons heard Lin Ling's words, their eyes were spitting fire. They felt that Lin Ling did it on purpose. Junior sister Bing, the Bodhi Sacred Palace's holy son, is too much. He's overbearing, willful, and ruthless. I will avenge you. On the side of the azure cloud sacred ground, a young man dressed like a scholar said to Bing Zhu Zi. This person was known as the Book Immortal in the azure cloud sacred ground. His name was Han Yizi. He was a powerful holy son with a solid foundation and a terrifying emperor physique. It was said that he possessed two great ultimacies. In the circle of holy sons of the six sacred grounds, many people knew him. He was also admired by some young girls because of his protective nature. Thank you. Bing Zhu Zi didn't reject. She looked coldly at Lin Ling in the distance. When she realized that Lin Ling was joking with someone, she was even more furious. That guy didn't feel guilty at all. He was indeed a villain. Han Yizi spoke. His status isn't low. I'm afraid he has a way to fight with that kid. That kid is in trouble. Many holy sons also looked at Lin Ling based on their understanding of Han Yizi. That kid was definitely not a match for the Book Immortal. He would be beaten up badly. If it weren't for the experts from the various sacred grounds, he might have even killed that kid. Lin Ling, you seem to have become a thorn in their side. Even I and the Bodhi Sacred Palace have become enemies. Yang Gan said helplessly. It seemed that many people thought that the Bodhi Sacred Palace was a ruthless bunch. They were all influenced by Lin Ling. I didn't expect the lightning ice pearls to have so many supporters. Mother Benla smiled helplessly. Because of Lin Ling, the Bodhi Sacred Palace seemed to have gained a bad reputation. I didn't do it on purpose. Lin Ling's expression was still calm. Only his long hair was fluttering. This sentence again? All the holy sons of the Bodhi Sacred Palace looked at Lin Ling with strange expressions. Rumble. Victory and defeat were decided one after another. Not long after, Han Yizi from the azure cloud sacred ground appeared. His opponent came from the six shaman sacred ground. He had a king physique and one level of profound. He was extremely powerful. Becoming a holy son is your limit. But if you want to go to the old tomb, you still lack the strength. Han Yizi said indifferently. He held a set of bamboo slips in his hand. From start to finish, he didn't even look at his opponent. Don't underestimate the power of sorcery. His opponent shouted coldly. A powerful aura erupted as he transformed into a three-headed, six-armed ape. However, he had the head of a human and the body of an ape. He plucked his hair and used sorcery. Countless giant apes appeared around him, making him look like the king of beasts. His king physique was very special. It seemed to be able to turn beings into soldiers. Moreover, his first move was the strongest. Heavenly Book World. Han Yizi still didn't look at his opponent. He waved his left hand and countless bamboo slips flew out. They were like martial arts and soul force. They turned into cloth and wrapped around the giant apes. I admit defeat. His opponent's eyes narrowed and he finally admitted defeat helplessly. Facing Han Yizi was like facing a vast ocean. He couldn't see through Han Yizi's limits. Rascal, it's your turn next. Han Yizi was still looking at the bamboo slips, but he spoke plainly. Everyone knew that he was talking to Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. His long hair and blue robe fluttered in the wind. He was still as frivolous and arrogant as before. Next, Lin Ling against Han Yizi. Chapter 964. Battling Han Yizi, didn't you say it's a draw? Is this considered a draw? Lin Ling was stunned for a moment. His lips curled into an evil smile. The blue and white robe didn't look like the white clouds in the sky. Instead, it looked like a sinister dark cloud. He knew that the experts from the sacred grounds had done something to make Han Yizi fight him. This also meant that Han Yizi's status wasn't low. Doing this was obviously to teach him a lesson and eliminate him. Good will be rewarded with good, evil will be punished with evil. Villain, your good luck has come to an end. Han Yitzi took a step forward and appeared on the mountain peak with a bamboo scroll in his hand. His clothes fluttered in the wind. The bamboo scroll and his temperament made the name, Book Immortal of Humans, even more real. Han Yitzi, a member of the Azure Cloud Sacred Grounds Book Saint lineage. No wonder he can change the rules and eliminate whoever he wants. An ancient expert from the Sacred Grounds said lightly. However, no one cared about this point. All the saints couldn't wait for Lin Ling, the villain, to be taught a lesson. As for the Book Immortal of Humans, Han Yitzi, not only was he handsome, but he was also amiable. He had a good reputation among the saints of the Sacred Grounds. Even the saint of the Bodhi Saint Palace was on Han Yitzi's side. He just didn't dare to say it out loud. As for Lin Ling, he was like an ant on the ground compared to Han Yitzi because of his previous ruthless actions. Although they are both saints, Lin Ling can't compare to Han Yitzi. Old Mother Deer's figure on the mountain peak said this from a fair point of view. Lin Ling is the saint of the Bodhi Saint Palace. Old Man Holding Sword reminded her unhappily. Mother Benla smiled awkwardly. She was cheering for an outsider. Old Man Holding Sword looked at Lin Ling. He knew that Lin Ling's luck wasn't good. With Lin Ling's current strength, it would be difficult for him to win against the Book Immortal of Humans. Cheers sounded one after another. The battle between Lin Ling and Han Yitzi had undoubtedly attracted a lot of attention. As for the reasons, 1. The Book Immortal of Humans wasn't weak. Many people wanted to know where his limit was. 2. The villain Lin Ling's reputation is so bad that everyone wants to denounce him. Sister, Han Yitzi will definitely avenge you. Over at the Lightning Ice Twin Pearl side, a smile appeared on Lei Zhuzi's beautiful face. Yes. Bing Zhuzi nodded. She also wanted Lin Ling to be taught a lesson because Lin Ling made her lose her qualifications to enter the tomb. However, under the gazes of the crowd, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. He was neither haughty nor servile as he strode towards the top of the mountain. This was the new battlefield. As long as he won, he would have the qualifications to enter the ancient tomb. That guy doesn't look guilty at all. When the crowd saw that Lin Ling had turned a blind eye to the situation, they became even angrier. This Lin Ling had angered the crowd and he actually didn't reflect on himself? You are arrogant, vicious, and ignorant. Although you are a chosen of a sacred ground, you cannot lead by example. You are a disgrace to us chosen. Today, I will discipline you on behalf of Bodhi Sacred Palace. On the top of the mountain, Han Yitzi was still reading the bamboo scroll, but his voice was righteous. As soon as he finished speaking, even more holy sons echoed his words. It was as if Lin Ling was a villain who committed all kinds of crimes, and Han Yitzi was a righteous hero who was enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. Especially the chosen of the Green Cloud Sacred Ground, they were even more furious. If it wasn't for the fact that there were so many experts in the Sacred Ground, they would have already taught Lin Ling a lesson or even killed him. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. The battle between him and Bing Zhuzi was related to the ancient tomb. Naturally, he would give it his all. Moreover, he didn't hurt Bing Zhuzi. This was already good enough. The only damage was her clothes. Was there a need for these chosen to put on an act? Looking at it from another angle, if he lost, would they denounce him on his behalf? Of course, today is the gathering of the chosen. I, the Immortal of Books, am not unreasonable. As long as you obediently apologize to Bing Zhuzi and turn over a new leaf, I, Han Yitzi, can also be friends with you. Han Yitzi continued reading, but his words made more people nod their heads. As expected of the successor of the Immortal of Books, he was magnanimous and righteous. Everyone looked at Lin Ling. Han Yitzi gave Lin Ling a chance. Would Lin Ling admit his mistake? Lin Ling sighed helplessly. This Han Yitzi was really something. With just a few words, he had tarnished Lin Ling's reputation. It was as if Lin Ling had become a villain, while Han Yitzi was the embodiment of righteousness. You can admit your mistake, Lin Ling said indifferently. Everyone's eyes lit up. A villain admitting his mistake? But, I will only admit my mistake when you have the qualifications to make me admit my mistake. In the next moment, Lin Ling's voice drifted out. His expression was casual and even a little lazy. Obviously, he didn't mean what he said. Boom! Everyone was enraged again. That guy was really stubborn. It was fine if he didn't admit his mistake, but he actually mocked the Immortal of books. This villain from the Bodhi Saint Palace was really arrogant. Then don't blame me. Han Yitzi finally raised his eyes. There was anger in the depths of his eyes. Heavenly Book World. The bamboo scroll in his hand made a rustling sound. It swam out like a waterfall, majestically binding Lin Ling. Heavenly Book Emperor Physique. An ancient expert frowned. Once an Emperor Physique was used, it had 50% of the power to suppress an Emperor Physique. This was a well-known fact. However, the battle with Bing Zhuzi was a little strange. That villain from the Bodhi Saint Palace only had an Emperor Physique, but it didn't seem to be suppressed by the Emperor Physique. There were two reasons for this. First, his physical body was strong. Second, he was hiding his talent. But that was just a guess. Now, everything was clear. Pop pop pop. In Lin Ling's eyes, the whole world was a bamboo scroll. It seemed weak, but it emitted an irresistible majesty. Moreover, it came to bind him. But in the next moment, Lin Ling didn't move, allowing himself to be bound. The other party wanted to use the Emperor Physique to eliminate him. He was underestimating him too much. He's been bound. Many people were pleasantly surprised. It was too easy to win. Bing Zhuzi also revealed a devastatingly beautiful smile. She finally vented half of her anger. Her smile was seen by Han Yitzi, and he was instantly delighted. Stubborn. Today, I'll let you broaden your horizons. Han Yitzi said indifferently, with an indescribable majesty. The bamboo scroll that bound Lin Ling began to search frantically. Golden light shone like a rope. This martial art will make it difficult for you to breathe, and your spiritual energy will be blocked from heaven and earth. In the end, your bones and flesh will be shattered. If you don't want to die, admit your mistake and I'll let you go. A majestic voice floated out from Han Yitzi's mouth. Serves you right. Cheers. Many people cheered. They wanted to see the villain admit his mistake and beg for mercy. However, under countless gazes, Lin Ling still stood like a pine tree, allowing the bamboo scroll to bind him. 1 breath passed. 2 breaths passed. 3 breaths passed. The cheers of the crowd stopped abruptly. Many people even maintained their mouths wide open. That villain was fine. Ha. Ha. What was even more hateful was that Lin Ling was not only fine, but he was also smiling calmly. At this moment, many people couldn't get rid of their anger. The pupils of the elder sword-bearing elder also widened. He knew that Lin Ling's physical body was strong, but he didn't expect it to be so strong. Could it be that his strength had reached 40 million? What? Ha. Chapter 965. Awe-inspiring righteousness. If you want me to apologize, please, be more serious. Lin Ling smiled calmly. He had a power of 50 million, and his cultivation realm was similar to Han Yitzi's. If Han Yitzi wanted to rely on his Emperor Physique to crush him, then he was underestimating him. Boom! The 50,000 small worlds in his body went into a frenzy. Then, Lin Ling opened his hands, and the bamboo slips that were wrapped around his body exploded. Spiritual chi splattered everywhere. This power. At this moment, all the saints' pupils constricted. Previously, they had also seen that once the bamboo scroll was used, even the saint who cultivated the shaman body could not block it. However, this villain was able to break free. This kind of physical strength was most likely the body cultivation method of the Water Moon Holy Land. The difference between the wizard body cultivation method and the Water Moon Holy Land's body cultivation method was that the wizard body cultivation method was both the body and soul power, while the Water Moon Holy Land's method was purely the body cultivation method. Interesting, at least 50 million power. I wonder who's stronger, compared to me, the young barbarian king. In the distance, the black-clothed youth revealed a bloodthirsty smile. This person was a super saint of the 6 Shaman Holy Land. He was also a saint of the Holy Land Star and a saint who did not need to undergo elimination. At this moment, the mountain peak was silent. Han Yitzi was looking at Lin Ling gloomily. As for Lin Ling, his long hair was fluttering in the wind, he was still smiling confidently. It was an extremely strange scene. Before, Han Yitzi seemed to have transformed into a saint as he criticized the villain Lin Ling from high above. However, when everyone thought that the villain Lin Ling was about to be brought to justice, the villain Lin Ling actually broke free from the ropes. He faintly smiled at Han Yitzi and told him to be more serious. This scene was too ironic. He had seen ferocious people before, but he had never seen such a ferocious person. Damn it! Han Yitzi snorted coldly. Where was his previous elegant demeanor? He had lost a lot of face this time. You're not reading anymore. However, Lin Ling's voice made him even angrier. Lin Ling was clearly mocking him for putting on an act. My opinion of him has changed once again. This kid is truly infuriating. The old sword-bearing elder was startled for a moment before he shook his head and said. The name of the villain seemed to be getting more and more vicious. Don't be too arrogant. Han Yitzi could no longer restrain the anger in his heart. He raised both of his hands, and an incomparably terrifying profound world appeared. Previously, he had wanted to use his innate emperor physique to crush Lin Ling, but he had failed. Now, he had to use his own ultimacy. 10,000 scrolls of ultimacy. A dazzling light blossomed from behind Han Yitzi, and an ancient golden book appeared. It exuded a dignified and divine aura, causing the clouds in the sky to churn. Read more than 10,000 scrolls. It was as if all the books in the world had flown out, carrying the righteous aura of a scholar as they majestically swept toward Lin Ling. Chi! Chi! Under the sky, the wind and clouds changed drastically. Ancient books were everywhere. People suspected that even a saint at the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm wouldn't be able to block that move. It's the sage aura of the sage of calligraphy. The elder sword-bearing elder frowned. The sage of calligraphy's lineage was an extremely famous lineage in the Qingyun sacred ground. People of this lineage had been fighting with heavenly books since they were young. They were like gentlemen, upright and unyielding. They could borrow the righteous aura of heaven and earth to strengthen themselves. They were extremely difficult to deal with. Rumble. Countless books flew across the mountain range. It was as if heaven and earth were shaking. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. It was a very domineering attack. It looked like a book, but it was also a kind of energy of heaven and earth. It was righteous aura. Righteous aura was upright and inviolable. Even if it was a leaf, as long as it was wrapped around by righteous aura, it could still kill someone from 1,000 miles away. It was extremely powerful. However, righteous aura? Lin Ling's lips curled up slightly. He pulled out the tyrannical song sword from his back, took a step forward, and shot toward Han Yitzi. This kid is crazy. Many people noticed Lin Ling's intention. Lin Ling seemed to want to engage in close combat. However, he couldn't get close enough. Book immortal among men? What was an immortal? It was beyond the imagination of humans. This was an immortal. What was a book immortal? That was an immortal who could control the books of heaven and earth. Lin Ling couldn't get close to Han Yitzi at all. You overestimate yourself. Han Yizi smiled disdainfully. Around him, above, below, left, and right, books were dancing in the air. It was impossible for anyone to get close to him. The word, Immortal, was displayed by him without reservation. Villain, you're going to suffer. Many people stared at Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was getting closer to Han Yizi. However, more and more books were shot out, blocking Lin Ling's escape route. In other words, Lin Ling was going to be drowned by the sea of books. There were more than 10,000 books. The books contained heaven and earth, and the vicissitudes of the sea. The 10,000 books represented the endless mountains and sea drowning Lin Ling. Pop, pop, pop. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling was drowned. The 10,000 books emitted light and closed, turning into an ancient golden book. It was like a book that sealed demons. Lin Ling was sealed in the book. If you don't admit your mistake, you're dead. Han Yizi smiled disdainfully. He had taught the villain Lin Ling a lesson on behalf of Bingzhuzi. Many saints were also cheering in high spirits. Only An Yuer and Yuman Yun were frowning. Their faces were full of worry. Sword piercing the clouds. However, at this moment, a ray of light that was even more dazzling than the golden book bloomed. A sword stretched out from the book and slashed fiercely. Swoosh! The book seemed to be cut by scissors and split into two. Morality has been severed. The experts from the various holy lands sucked in a breath of cold air. One had to know that morality was the most upright of all. In ancient times, there were scholars who had no martial strength, but they could rely on their morality to speak eloquently. They relied on their mouths to defeat countless powerful enemies. But now, the most upright morality had been severed. How was this possible? Unless the evil surpassed the righteous, or that sword was more upright than Han Yizi's morality. But this was even more impossible. A villain more upright than the book Immortal? This must be a joke. Swoosh! At the same time, the golden sword slashed again, cutting the golden book into pieces. Then, a slender figure seemed to walk out of the void. This person's long hair fluttered in the wind, and his body was covered in a dazzling golden glow of righteousness. It was like a protective aura. The sword in his hand was even more upright, as if a human emperor had descended. Level 2 Profound Meaning of Morality. The old sword-wielding elder narrowed his eyes, and his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Book Immortal of Men Han Yizi, this person had comprehended the profound meaning of 10,000 scrolls. He had borrowed the righteous chi from the scrolls, allowing the righteous chi to surround his body, making him impervious to all evil. However, their Bodhi Saint Palace's villain Lin Ling also had righteous chi surrounding his body, but the difference was that Lin Ling's righteous chi was overwhelming. Ironic, incomparably ironic. If other people had overwhelming morality, this would make sense, but the villain Lin Ling actually had overwhelming morality? This scene was like a slap to everyone's face. Han Yizi still had a mocking smile on his face, but it seemed to have been frozen in time. Book Immortal? In the distance, Lin Ling walked over step by step, and the smile on his face deepened. Go to hell, 10,000 scrolls crush. Go! Han Yizi was furious. This humiliation was not light for him. The 10,000 scrolls' profound meaning had reached level 2, and he wanted to clash with Lin Ling's morality. Rumble. The sky changed color, and it was as if the world's path of righteousness and benevolence was about to crush Lin Ling. Chapter 966. I did. I can't be the first to worry about the worries of the world, and the last to enjoy the pleasures of the world. But I can maintain my original heart, and not be invaded by external things. Even if the heavens fall and the earth rends, I will not change until death. Lin Ling raised his sword. Overwhelming righteous energy rolled out, holy and majestic, as if he wanted to kill all demons and devils in the world. There was only one thing in his nature energy, and that was to persevere in himself. One sword to break all spells. An incomparably resplendent sword slashed out. The clash of two profound meanings was also a clash of the hearts of martial arts. Crack. Tens of thousands of books were cut in half by the sword. The morality in the books could not compare to the awe-inspiring morality. After all, the morality in the books came from the books, while the awe-inspiring morality came from Lin Ling's heart. Whoosh! The sword sliced through tens of thousands of books and then flew towards Han Yitzi, causing his expression to change drastically. He instinctively dodged, but he was still too slow. The scholar's jade crown on his head was also sliced off, causing his hair to be disheveled. He looked indescribably pathetic. Amazing! The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Their faces were filled with shock, disbelief, and even stupefaction. Book immortal among humans? Amidst the shock, Lin Ling's mocking voice sounded out once more. There was still a smile on his face, and he appeared to be both righteous and evil, talking and laughing as if nothing had happened. Villain? Overwhelming righteousness? Compared to Lin Ling, Han Yitzi was more like a villain. Han Yitzi was more like a toad. He wanted to protect the flower, but he had found the wrong opponent. Bastard! Profound arts of the saints. Kneel. Han Yitzi's hair was disheveled, but he seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. Blue veins appeared on his forehead, and an ancient aura bloomed. Obviously, he had used his strongest trump card, the profound meaning of the saints from the lineage of the master of calligraphy. Rumble. The profoundness that carried boundless majesty erupted, causing the entire mountain peak to shake. Even the void started to shake. Below the mountain peak, many saints broke out in cold sweat. At this moment, they felt their breathing quicken and their mouths dry. The profoundness of a saint was even more terrifying than the profoundness of 10,000 scrolls. What a pure soul force! Among the countless saints, an eye opened between the eyebrows of a young man. It was as if he was looking down on the world, looking towards the mountain peak. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly. He knew that this was a pure soul force attack. It could kill without leaving a trace, and it could intimidate all living beings in the world. As a matter of fact, the ultimate cultivation of the branch of the Sage of Calligraphy was the soul force. All the ultimacies and the royal physique were the foundation for the cultivation of the soul force. Angry from embarrassment? Lin Ling faintly smiled. An endless amount of soul force came crashing down. At first, he was a bit worried, but after coming into contact with it, he realized that this soul force was far too weak. Ever since his mother had helped him awaken his eyes, he didn't even know what limit his soul force had reached. But now, he was vaguely familiar with it. Kneel. When the sage's aura enveloped him, Lin Ling roared. His voice was like thunder, causing the void to explode. It was as if a pair of all-powerful eyes were looking at Han Yitzi. What? His soul caused the void to riot. The hearts of the experts from the various holy lands trembled fiercely. As everyone knew, soul force was a formless and colorless attack. It rarely caused spiritual energy to fluctuate. But that didn't mean it was impossible. Those with powerful soul force could use their souls to control spiritual energy, causing the sky to collapse and the earth to crack. However, those with such powerful soul force were very, very few. And now, they could see that the villain Lin Ling's soul force was very frightening. It was just that he hadn't cultivated it enough, causing his control to be somewhat rough. But even so, with that suppressive soul force, it was enough to sweep away the sage's aura. Pooh! Pooh! Han Yitzi spat out a mouthful of blood. His final trump card had been broken, causing his body to tremble. In the end, he couldn't help but kneel down. This scene shocked everyone present. Human book immortal, Han Yitzi. Although he was not one of the 6 great holy lands' holy sons, he still had an illustrious reputation. His ranking among the holy sons was not low. However, today, he was completely suppressed by a nameless holy sun. His righteousness was suppressed, and even his soul force was suppressed. What kind of freak was that villain Lin Ling? All was silent. Everyone was so shocked that they were speechless. I've seen many people who put on an act, but after putting on an act, there's still someone who calls himself the book immortal among humans. You're the first. But since you like to put on an act, I'll fulfill your wish. You're the handsome book immortal, and I'm the villain. Lin Ling walked step by step towards Han Yitzi. Han Yitzi struggled to stand up several times, but he couldn't resist the might of Lin Ling's soul force. He could only kneel on the ground, trembling. That feeling was as if he was being crushed into an abyss. If you want me to admit my mistake, I'll make you admit your mistake. Lin Ling smiled. The sword in his hand lightly chopped down. Han Yitzi's beautiful robe was cut into pieces, leaving him half naked on the ground. Then Lin Ling laughed loudly, turned around, and left. I didn't do it on purpose. It was still the same sentence from before. But this time, everyone could see that Lin Ling did it on purpose. Lin Ling, victory. The experts of the Holy Lands finally announced the results, causing the hearts of the saint children to be extremely complicated. They looked at the carefree youth with his long hair fluttering in the wind, and the word villain in their hearts became even stronger. But that kind of devilish charm, that kind of tyrannical ferocity, that kind of unfathomable strength, penetrated deep into their hearts. In that instant, Lin Ling became one of the most difficult to see through among the saint children, and also one of the dark horses of the 6 holy lands. Lin Ling, awesome. After Lin Ling returned to Bodhi Saint Palace, Old Man Sword looked at Lin Ling with a complicated expression. Lin Ling could be considered the first person from Bodhi Saint Palace to seize a spot, and he had brought great honor to Bodhi Saint Palace. But this way of bringing honor was too shocking. Right now, the name of villain had been deeply rooted. I was lucky. Lin Ling lightly laughed. Beside him, Yonggan said with difficulty, Lin Ling, Han Yitzi wanted to be the hero saving the beauty, but in the end, his robe was destroyed by you. He really lost face. I didn't do it on purpose. Sorry. Lin Ling lightly shrugged. Immediately, many saint children in the distance revealed anger. The elimination process continued. Other than the predetermined saint children, the other saint children had to fight. Yonggan also fought, and luckily passed. His strength was slightly stronger, and he easily won 2 rounds. Of course, their opponents could not be compared to Lin Ling. Lin Ling had defeated famous saint children, so the value of his victory was even greater. Old Man Sword looked cold on the surface, but in reality, he was laughing in his heart. Although Lin Ling's reputation was not good, he was still a dark horse of Bodhi Saint Palace. However, other than Lin Ling, the other holy lands also had dark horses, such as Lai Qing. This cold girl was very young, but her sword had cut off all hope of becoming a saint child. She was a dark horse even more powerful than Lin Ling. However, her attacks were somewhat pure, relying on the sword. She was a true swordsman. Soul power attacks, cut off with one sword. Profound martial arts, cut off with one sword. She was so domineering, and some people thought that she had already reached the strength of a predetermined saint child. This girl was so dazzling that even Lin Ling was shocked. The 6 holy lands had indeed produced geniuses. Your soul power is not bad. Good. Chapter 967. The old tomb opens again, thank you. Lin Ling said indifferently. He felt as if his entire body had been seen through. However, when the eye of time silently appeared in his eyes, it immediately blocked the young man's third eye. Interesting. The young man smiled faintly and no longer looked at Lin Ling. Tsk, Lin Ling, that's the saint child's stellar eyes. Anyone who meets his gaze will be instantly killed. He actually didn't make a move against you. Yang Gan exclaimed. Lin Ling smiled lightly. He guessed that the other party had already used his eyes to suppress him. It was just that he hadn't gotten the upper hand. Of course, the other party clearly hadn't used his full strength. It was just a small test. What is the Star of Saint? Lin Ling asked curiously. The predetermined saint's sons are the Star of Saint's sons. They have mysterious innate talents or unique profoundness, so they are nurtured and their status is higher than the ordinary saint's sons. Yang Gan explained. Shui Zhueyue also spoke up. Our Bodhi sacred palace also has the Holy Sun Star. Just look at those people. However, Lin Ling, you also have the initial potential to become a Holy Sun Star. Her heart trembled. Lin Ling, this junior, seemed very ordinary at the start, but the speed of his growth was unexpected. Not only that, she sensed that this ordinary junior seemed to be hiding some unknown secret. Because when Lin Ling did things, he was extremely confident, as if he had something to rely on. I still have a long way to go. Lin Ling smiled modestly. As he looked at the Saint Star, his eyes lit up. Those 10 people were all unfathomable, and some of them had already reached the middle stage of the Saint Spirit realm. They stood there quietly, and although they looked ordinary, one would feel that they couldn't be underestimated after looking at them. One of them noticed Lin Ling's gaze and immediately looked at Lin Ling with a smile. Lin Ling also nodded. Soul Force. My current methods are very crude. If it weren't for Han Yizi, I wouldn't have known that my soul force was so powerful. It seems that if I have the chance, I'll have to find some divine abilities that use soul force. Lin Ling muttered to himself. At the same time, the elimination was over. Many people from the 6 great holy lands looked gloomy, while some were in high spirits. One had to know that not every holy son had the chance to come here. For example, there were many holy sons from Bodhi Sacred Palace who didn't have the chance to come to the Mountain Demon Sea. A total of 18 people from the Bodhi Sacred Palace received the opportunity. Including the 10 that were already decided, there were a total of 28 people. It was a quiet night, but the opening of the tomb was getting closer and closer. From here, you will be able to reach the core of the tomb. There will be many treasures along the way, but there will also be dangers everywhere. It will depend on your luck. Remember, it is best not to fight alone. If you can work together, then work together. Beside a bonfire, old Mother Benla looked at the saints and said. Of course, you have to have someone you can absolutely trust. Be careful of the saints from the other holy lands. They won't have any scruples in front of treasures. After all, there are no seniors inside, and they will be even more unscrupulous. The old sword-bearing elder reminded. It wasn't the first time that the holy sons went out to train, so they understood. Not to mention the holy sons from the other holy lands, they didn't even trust the holy sons from the Bodhi Sacred Palace. Treasures moved people's hearts. In front of benefits, anyone would give up everything, unless their relationship was really good. At the same time, on the side of the Qingyun sacred ground, Han Yizi's face was extremely gloomy. Previously, he lost the qualification. That was fine, but he was even more humiliated. The book Immortal of Human had his clothes torn in a battle. He was in such a sorry state that he had become the laughing stock of the 6 great holy lands. The funniest thing was that he stood on the moral high ground to criticize the villain, but in the end, he was humiliated. The villain was nobler and more moral than him. This made him feel ashamed. Yizi, the sage of calligraphy, has told me that you must be reborn in this trip to the ancient tomb. Although you have been disqualified, the Green Cloud holy ground will still give you a chance to enter the ancient tomb again. An old man appeared beside Han Yizi, causing Han Yizi's heart to skip a beat. The trip to the tomb will also be your chance. When you come out, wash away your shame. The old man said again and left slowly. Han Yizi's eyes flashed coldly. Lin Ling, I will definitely take revenge for this. On the other hand, Bing Zhuzi was not so lucky. She had lost her chance, but her sister could enter. "Sister, if I see her, I will take revenge for you." Lei Zhuzi's face was incomparably cold. Lightning flashed in her eyes. Lin Ling could eliminate anyone, but he could not eliminate her sister. Time passed quietly. When dawn broke on the second day, everyone stood up. In the sky, a black dot appeared. If one did not look carefully, they would not notice it at all. Great World Hand. In the sixth shaman sacred ground, an expert slammed his hand and forcefully tore open the void. The experts from the other sacred grounds also made their moves. The entrance was a very small void. Only Almighties could open the void and connect it to the tomb. Moreover, the void had a time limit. It would only appear once a year. If one missed it, it would not appear again. Rumble. The void grew bigger and bigger. Many saints were excited. Was that the place where they would become stronger? Lin Ling was also excited. Currently, his strength in the rainforest sacred ground was not bad, but he still lacked the strength to control everything. In this trip to the tomb, he would greatly increase his strength. Go in, quick. There's only an incense stick's worth of time. If you miss it, there won't be another chance. Finally, an old man shouted anxiously. Swoosh! 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 All the saints shot up into the sky. There were more than 180 of them, and Lin Ling was among them. He had entered the old tomb once again, and this time, he wondered if he would encounter the mysterious expert from before. Not good. When Lin Ling followed the crowd into the sky, the void in the sky began to shrink. The passage was about to close. Everyone's expression changed, and they all increased their speed. Die, villain! At this moment, a cold shout came from behind Lin Ling. A destructive palm fiercely slapped toward him. It seemed slow, but it seemed to have a mysterious charm. In an instant, it closed the distance and appeared 5 meters behind Lin Ling. The person who came was very sinister. It was impossible to guard against this attack. After all, if Lin Ling could not block it in time or was injured, he might miss the tomb. Bastard! On the ground below, the old man holding the sword roared. The experts from the sacred grounds were present, but the saint dared to make a move. Was he trying to break the balance between the sacred grounds? He wanted to help Lin Ling, but the distance was too far, and the time was too short. 10 directions World Lotus. Lin Ling's expression became serious. He stepped into the air and quickly reached out his left hand. Flames appeared in his palm like a whirlpool, and a sacred lotus bloomed. Moreover, he saw who attacked him. It was a young man with a head of white hair. This person's face was cold, and his eyes were small, filled with ruthlessness and indifference. However, Lin Ling did not know this person, so there should not be any conflict between them. Villain, you can die now. Die. At this moment, on the other side, lightning bloomed as if Lei Gong was angry. It turned into a finger and shot toward Lin Ling. Chapter 968. Labyrinth Corridor, Lei Zhuzi. Lei Zhuzi. The saints on the side narrowed their eyes and chose to watch from the sidelines. Their bodies shot towards the void even faster. They could see that Lin Ling was about to be eliminated from the ancient tomb. After all, even if Lin Ling was a dark horse, he wasn't the strongest among the saints. Moreover, with the two of them attacking, even if Lin Ling didn't die, he would be severely injured. Lei Zhuzi and Bing Zhuzi were his elder sisters. Lin Ling naturally saw it too. It was a beautiful woman who looked exactly the same as Bing Zhuzi. This made his heart burn with rage. The battle between him and Bing Zhuzi was a fair one. Bing Zhuzi wouldn't give up the chance to enter the ancient tomb, and neither would Lin Ling. In that case, no one could blame the other for losing. However, after Bing Zhuzi lost, all the saint princes treated Lin Ling as a villain, and Bing Zhuzi didn't come out to clarify the matter. Lin Ling didn't care about this. What he didn't expect was that Bing Zhuzi's sister would join forces with others to attack him at such a critical moment. Extreme boundary. At this moment, a cold voice rang in Lin Ling's ears. An incomparably terrifying red lightning shot out. Rumble. In front of him, the giant palm seemed to have been shattered by something, turning into glass-like fragments. That's the Three Realms' dazzling palm. It has a small portion of the power to freeze time. It was actually broken. The crowd was shocked. Who exactly helped Lin Ling? Under countless gazes, a snow-white figure appeared beside Lin Ling. It was an Yuer. At the same time, with an Yuer's help, Lin Ling didn't have to face the two saints' sinister attacks. He fiercely slapped out with his left hand. The 10-directional world lotus with rolling flames collided with the lightning finger on the other side. Rumble. Lightning and fire collided. A blinding light exploded in the sky. The clouds were torn apart, but the lightning and fire melted each other. If it weren't for the powerful saints in the sky, the explosion of power would have been enough to affect them. At this moment, the saint's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was so lucky. It seemed that he had passed this tribulation. Then, they all madly shot towards the void passage. If they didn't leave now, it would be too late. Boundless demon eye. Lin Ling looked at the white-haired young man who was laughing coldly in the distance. His terrifying soul power was released. It was as if time had frozen. The smile on the white-haired young man's face instantly froze. He spat out a mouthful of blood. He had forgotten about Lin Ling's soul power. Let's go. Lin Ling didn't have time to say more. He grabbed an Yuer's hand and shot madly toward the void passage. Right now, entering the tomb was the most important thing. The revenge of the lightning bead had to be put aside for the time being. Bastard. Lei Zhuzi eyes. NSS to die, Zhuzi, Zhuzi's, Zhuzi's. As for the other white-haired youth, he wasn't so lucky. By the time he reacted, the void tunnel was getting smaller and smaller. The path to becoming stronger was getting closer and closer to him. This caused his eyes to widen. Previously, Lei Zhuzi had invited him to help. In order to win the heart of the beauty, he had immediately agreed. After all, although Lin Ling was powerful, he still didn't put him in his eyes. Who would have thought that at the most critical moment, Lin Ling would counterattack? Although he didn't defeat him, he made him lose his chance to enter the ancient tomb. No! The white-haired youth roared and anxiously chased after Lin Ling. Unfortunately, it was too late. The opportunity had disappeared in an instant. Pitiful Wu Yu, he shot himself in the foot. He missed such a good opportunity. Many people below sneered. At the same time, old man holding sword rose from the ground. A sword seemed to come from the void, ruthlessly slashing towards the white-haired youth. Stop, old man holding sword. You dare to kill a saint of my wavering light holy land? Below, a middle-aged man angrily shouted. Don't forget the rules of the Six Saints Alliance. Before the Heavenly Fall era, all saints are precious and cannot attack each other. He has violated the rules of the Alliance. Old man holding sword's cold voice came from the sky. With a slash of his sword, the white-haired youth turned into nothingness. In fact, if he had arrived at the ancient tomb, everything would have been fine. After entering, old man holding sword wouldn't be able to kill him. When he came out, his strength would be greatly improved, and the wavering light holy land would protect him. Unfortunately, he had made a mistake and lost the whole situation. On the ground, the middle-aged man from the wavering light holy land looked extremely ugly. However, when he thought of the agreement of the Six Saints Alliance, he snorted and remembered this hatred. Rumble. At the same time, in the ancient tomb, the saints were distributed in various corridors. Those were the void corridors. Just like the ancient tomb that Lin Ling had entered before, they couldn't use spiritual qi. Otherwise, the corridors would collapse and everyone would die. Lin Ling's body appeared. He looked around and didn't see many saints. He then looked ahead. It was ancient and mysterious, as if he had come to a corridor in the city wall. It was dim and he couldn't see the end. Thank you for before. Lin Ling retracted his gaze and looked at the peerless beauty beside him. He was holding an Yuer's hand before, so they were together after entering. It's my honor to be able to help you once. It's a pity that I was in a hurry and was separated from Sister Mengyun. And Yuer smiled gently. She wasn't good at expressing her feelings. She gave people the impression that she was a fairy under the moonlight. Therefore, the fact that she could say this meant that she was happy in her heart. Lin Ling also smiled. He held an Yuer's hand even tighter. An Yuer and he hadn't seen each other for a long time. An Yuer naturally noticed this small action, which made her heart beat wildly. This is the Void Corridor. It seems that I can't use spiritual qi casually. I have to find the next exit. Lin Ling knew that he had to be careful in this mysterious place. Therefore, he looked at the ancient corridor and said indifferently, "Let's go forward." After that, Lin Ling led an Yuer forward slowly. The corridor wasn't dark. There was ancient dust on the ground, and some ancient bones could be vaguely seen. Obviously, this was left behind by the predecessors. There was a bronze door at the side of the corridor every now and then. However, Lin Ling was cautious and didn't open it casually. The two of them walked forward for a full 2 hours, but there was still no end to the corridor. This corridor is really long. An Yuer said softly. However, she didn't feel bored. Perhaps she was satisfied even if she had to spend every day like this with Lin Ling. Lin Ling smiled gently. He thought of the time when he met an Yuer in the Gu Yen sect. An Yuer was the first girl he met. Among all the girls, an Yuer's temperament was the most elegant. She was like a fairy who wouldn't be shocked even if the sky collapsed. However, Lin Ling's expression became serious after he smiled. It's not that the corridor is long. It's that there's no end here. What? An Yuer's beautiful eyes narrowed. At the same time, the bronze door at the side opened. 3 figures slowly walked into the corridor. When the 3 of them saw Lin Ling, they were obviously surprised. It's still a corridor. One of them frowned and said. Lin Ling had a terrifying thought. A labyrinth corridor. Chapter 969. Humiliating. An Yuer, why are you here? At this time, one of them looked at an Yuer and asked. This man was about 20 years old. His long hair was tied behind his head. He wasn't tall, but he was full of masculine aura. He was extremely wise and mighty. The other 2 also looked at an Yuer and laughed. They all knew an Yuer, but ignored Lin Ling, young barbarian King Jianghu. An Yuer said indifferently. She seemed to know these 3 holy sons. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Young barbarian King Jianghu was the star holy son of the 6 shaman holy land. He had a powerful shaman body and could transform into a shaman god. He had heard of this person from Yang Qian. We cooperated with the holy sons before, so we know them. An Yuer didn't pay attention to young barbarian King Fujitor. She explained to Lin Ling. She was afraid that Lin Ling would misunderstand. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. An Yuer was the holy son. It seemed that her strength should be very powerful. However, Lin Ling wasn't surprised. Everyone had their own path of martial arts. If even Lin Ling could become powerful, then an Yuer and the others would naturally have the same possibility. Young barbarian King Fujitor's eyes flickered. He greeted an Yuer, but she didn't pay attention to him. Instead, she talked to an unfamiliar youth. This made him feel extremely uncomfortable. The other two were also the same. After all, young barbarian King Fujitor was the descendant of the 6 Shaman Holy Lands barbarian king. He was also the star Holy Sun. Compared to young barbarian king, that youth was like a loach at the bottom of the water. Oh, I was wondering who it was. It turned out to be the villain Lin Ling. You luckily escaped a calamity. Your luck is really good. One of them recognized Lin Ling. Lin Ling was startled for a moment. His eyes became ice cold. He was still boiling with anger when he talked about the sneak attack. These holy sons regarded him as a villain. Each of them wanted to teach him a lesson under the banner of morality. Frankly speaking, they just wanted to win the favor of the beauty. Where did these 3 dogs come from? However, Lin Ling quickly chuckled softly, and this caused the pupils of young barbarian king, Fujitor, and the other 2 people to constrict. This villain dared to call them dogs? Your breath stinks. Take back what you said before. Also, swallow your saliva. One of the 3 spat on the ground and shouted coldly. They came from the 6 Shaman Holy Land, and they had noble statuses. They were the holy sons of the Bodhi Saint Palace, and there were only a few people that they could be afraid of. Moreover, the young barbarian king was here as well. So, when had it been this villain's turn to be arrogant? Bah! Lin Ling's eyes turned cold as he spat at that person. Since that person was shameless, he didn't need to give him any face. The saliva pierced through the air at an extremely fast speed. The 3 of them did not expect Lin Ling to be so bold. They wanted Lin Ling to swallow the saliva on the ground, but Lin Ling immediately retaliated by spraying saliva at them. This made them furious. One of them still had Lin Ling's saliva on his face. His face stiffened. You want to die? The young barbarian king, Fujitor, also had a cold gaze. His hands were behind his back, but a murderous aura pervaded the air. The 6 Shaman Holy Land was the most domineering, not to mention that he was the son of the barbarian king. I want to die. However, Lin Ling still had a smile on his face. He was calm and composed, and he didn't even look at the 3 of them as he continued to walk forward with an air. This kind of disregard clearly infuriated the 3 of them. This villain Lin Ling was so arrogant. Especially the holy son whose face still had Lin Ling's saliva. He was so angry that his whole body trembled. Kill! Domineering King Fist. The young barbarian king, Fujitor, took a large step forward, and his fist broke through the air. It was incomparably domineering, and it actually caused the corridor to shake. The power of the barbarian king. Among all the stars of saints, his physical strength was ranked first. However, Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, turned around, and said calmly, "Do you want to die together? Idiot, don't forget where you are." His voice was like a great bell, and it made the young barbarian king, Fujitor's body tremble, and he abruptly stopped his domineering king fist. Yes, he almost forgot that this was the void passage. If the spirit energy exploded, it would cause the void passage to collapse, and everyone would die. Lin Ling was only a villain of the younger generation, but he had the noble barbarian king bloodline. It wasn't worth it to die with Lin Ling. The fist stopped in front of Lin Ling's face. The strong wind blew Lin Ling's long hair, and it made him look even more arrogant and unruly. Lin Ling stretched out his right hand, and lightly waved it. Slap! A crisp slap fell on the young barbarian king's face. Get lost! In addition to the slap, there was also Lin Ling's mocking voice. These people thought he was a villain, and they could bully him however they wanted. Moreover, they still stood on the moral high ground when they bullied him. This made Lin Ling feel very disgusted. Therefore, no matter if it was the Holy Sun Star or something else, he would still slap them. What? The pupils of the 2 people in the distance condensed. Lin Ling was crazy. He could have slapped anyone's face, but he chose to slap the young barbarian king's face. Did he want to incur the barbarian king's wrath? You slapped me. Young barbarian King Fugitor's pupils opened wide. No one had dared to slap his face since he was a child. He was a proud son of heaven in the 6 shaman holy land. Not to mention slapping his face, even cursing him would make the barbarian race move out, and annihilate the other party's entire clan. Lin Ling nodded. He slowly stretched out his hand, and slapped again. Is the sound of the slap not clear enough? Slap. Slap. It was another slap. It seemed as if he wanted to tell young barbarian King Fugitor that this was a slap. You will die without a doubt. Young barbarian King Fugitor shouted angrily in a deep voice. Hee, these words are useless. Lin Ling gently smiled. He was completely unscrupulous. Soon after, he took an Yuer with him, and moved forward again. Young barbarian King Fugitor's entire body trembled as he stood in the same place. He couldn't say anything. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he was somewhat afraid. This boy is crazy. If we leave this place, I will kill him first. The other 2 people were also gnashing their teeth in anger. However, Lin Ling had already left with an Yuer. On the way, Lin Ling drew a mark on the wall. Then, he continued to move forward. After an hour, another mark appeared on the wall. This meant that this void corridor was connected, and the only exit seemed to be the bronze doors on both sides of the corridor. During this process, young barbarian king and the other 2 people were also looking for the exit. They kept going in and out of the bronze doors. However, the result was that there was a connecting corridor behind the doors, and it led them back to the starting point. In the end, they met Lin Ling once again. Are you stupid? If you can find the exit just by entering the bronze doors, then why is this place called a labyrinth corridor? Lin Ling looked at the 3 people, and sneered in ridicule. Villain, don't be too arrogant. One of them shouted angrily. If they were outside, then even 10 Lin Ling wouldn't be a match for them. However, they could only look at Lin Ling complacently in this place. What can you do to me? Lin Ling looked at the 3 people with disdain. These 3 people were complacent and arrogant, but they didn't allow others to fight back. They said that others were arrogant as soon as they fought back. They simply couldn't see themselves clearly. Soon after, Lin Ling didn't pay attention to the 3 people. The Eye of Time quietly appeared. He could only rely on the Eye of Time now. Lin Ling, some of the other Holy Land's holy sons know how to leave this corridor. However, those holy sons seem to have great origins. They have seniors to guide them. An Yuer said from the side. This meant that the holy sons who didn't know the exit would either die of old age here, or try their luck to find the exit. Not everyone with great origins knows the exit. For example, these 3 barbarians have great origins, but they don't know the exit. Chapter 970. A Treasure House. 3 barbarians? Young barbarian King Fugitor and the others were also looking for the exit in the corridor. Their hair stood on end, and their bodies trembled as they heard Lin Ling's words. Okay, let's go this way. Lin Ling's gaze finally fell on a bronze door. He had used the Eye of Time to accelerate the flow of time, but he had discovered that people had walked through all the bronze doors in the endless years, but this one hadn't. Nonsense. An Yuer, I think we should go this way. Young barbarian King Fugitor frowned, and said as he pointed at another bronze door. He had seen an Yuer walking close to the villain Lin Ling, and his heart was burning with fear. An Yuer glanced at young barbarian King, and her beautiful face was cold. She didn't say a word, and followed Lin Ling forward. That villain. Young barbarian King Fugitor clenched his teeth. He couldn't understand why one of the top beauties of the Water Moon Holy Land would take a fancy to the villain Lin Ling. After all, he was several times more powerful than Lin Ling in terms of origin, strength, and innate talent. That ant is abominable. The other 2 also felt humiliated. However, the three of them looked at each other, and then followed Lin Ling. They didn't have any clue about the exit at present, so they wanted to try their luck. Their previous words were just to make an Yuer follow them, and leave Lin Ling alone. Don't follow me if you have the ability. Lin Ling detected that the three of them were following him, and said with a faint smile. However, young barbarian King Fujitor and the other two remained silent. It was obvious that they were extremely thick-skinned. Lin Ling didn't stop them. Firstly, he couldn't stop them. Secondly, he didn't know what was behind the bronze door. So, he would have more scapegoats if more people entered. The bronze door was opened, and dust spread everywhere. The light inside was dim. It was a sealed secret room, and there was only a window in the corner. There was a bed, a table, and a chair in the secret room. Several kinds of spirit mushrooms and snow lotuses were placed on the table, and they were bright and resplendent. It was obvious that they were extraordinary things. 9 flowers human lotus. The young barbarian king was very knowledgeable. So, he stared at the snow lotus and said in shock. It was said that as long as the 9-melody lotus grew for 90,000 years, it would be able to transform into a human. It possessed the essence of the wood of heaven and earth and could provide a massive amount of life force to martial artists. And that 9-melody mortal lotus had at least 8,000 years of history. Other than the 9-melody lotus, there was also the illusory rainbow Ganoderma. This type of Ganoderma was able to swallow the clouds and drive the mist, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, and constantly changing its color. It was also a supreme treasure. Look at that broadsword. Everyone looked at the side of the bed. There was a purple broadsword placed beside the bed. It looked majestic. Besides that, there was also a red spear. It looked extremely extraordinary. It was at least at the level of a spiritual weapon. This was a treasure vault. Everyone's heart was filled with excitement. Go! Young barbarian King Fujitor waved his hand, and his eyes were filled with greed. Wait, this place was brought in by Lin Ling. Although everyone has a share, we should split it equally. An Yuer immediately shouted. Sorry, the treasures belong to those who are capable. However, young barbarian king sneered coldly. He didn't care about morality or justice. This made an Yuer crease her eyebrows. These people were too excessive. Don't pay attention to them. An Yuer, do you see the mirror beside the bed? Get it immediately. Lin Ling wasn't surprised by their greed. However, every minute and every second was extremely crucial at this moment. Therefore, he immediately reminded them. Soon after, he took a large stride, and shot forward. The treasures belong to me. Young barbarian King Fujitor and the other two sensed that Lin Ling had also made a move. So, their speed became a little faster. However, Lin Ling didn't fight with them for the heavenly treasures on the table, nor did he fight for the divine weapons beside the bed. Instead, he pounced in the direction of the bed. He saw a black cloak there. It seemed that its original owner had casually used it to protect himself from the cold when the weather was cold. However, it must be somewhat extraordinary if it could appear here. Moreover, his eye of time could also see that the treasures on the table had already been eliminated by time. Lin Ling quickly held the cloak in his hand. Then, he looked around. The young barbarian king and the others had already obtained the treasures. Lin Ling looked at the side of the bed again. He discovered that there was a bronze lamp beside the bed. The candle in the wick of the lamp was still burning. It looked very ordinary on the surface. However, this secret room had existed for an unknown period of time. However, the bronze lamp was still burning. This meant that this lamp was somewhat extraordinary. Lin Ling also put away this bronze lamp. Rumble. Meanwhile, it seemed as if someone had touched something in the secret room. It seemed as if some taboo had been touched. The wall on the other side of the room began to collapse. It revealed the void, and crushed everything. That pearl. A white pearl was revealed after the wall collapsed. It had an extremely mysterious appearance. Someone on the young barbarian king's side cried out in alarm. Unfortunately, they missed it because the wall had begun to be crushed by the void. They couldn't approach it. Not good, we must leave this place. Everyone's heart trembled. They would be crushed by the void if they stayed in the room. However, the other side of the bronze door had been crushed by the void at this moment. This meant that they had no way to leave. Window. Lin Ling shouted in a low voice at the crucial moment. It was a critical moment now. If they were a step slower, they would die here. Extreme realm. And Yuer understood his intention. Her pupils became very red. A red lightning struck out and shattered the window. This was a soul power attack. Everyone didn't dare to stay here. They shot out of the window. Rumble. They had just left when the room turned into the void. This made everyone's heart tremble. They had narrowly escaped death. Although we almost died, our luck is pretty good. We all obtained precious treasures. The young barbarian king, Fujitor, and the other two laughed excitedly. They were sure to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. And Yuer was holding a mirror in her hand. The mirror was simple and mysterious. It made her smile faintly. She had obviously sensed the extraordinariness of this mirror. Moreover, she wouldn't have known that this mirror was so powerful if it wasn't for Lin Ling's reminder. As for Lin Ling, he was even more excited. He had obtained two precious treasures. One was a cloak. He had investigated it before. This was a cloak that could conceal one's body. It was called the Three Realms Cloak. It was a rare heavenly weapon. Wearing the cloak would make one disappear from the three realms. Their aura would disappear, and no one would be able to detect them. As for the bronze lamp, Lin Ling hadn't sensed anything mysterious about it. However, he immediately sensed an incomparably terrifying ancient aura when his soul power poured into the lamp. You guys are so stupid. You actually took some trashed treasures. The young barbarian king, Fujitor, looked at Lin Ling proudly. He was the barbarian king's son. He was very knowledgeable. His knowledge naturally surpassed Lin Ling's. Therefore, when he entered the treasury, he immediately seized the precious treasures. However, Lin Ling was only an idiot. He actually took some worthless things. This was equivalent to going to the treasury for nothing. The other two also took joy in their misfortune. After all, it was Lin Ling who had led them into the treasury. However, the precious treasures were seized by them. How could they not be happy? Although the 9-melody lotus is very precious, it can only be planted with earth of the 5 elements. Once it loses the earth of the 5 elements, the lotus will wither. Therefore, you guys are sure that you really got the treasure. Chapter 971. Mysterious expert arrives. What? Young barbarian King Fugitor's pupils constricted. He hastily took out the lotus he had collected. The lotus began to wither, and turned into ashes. It felt as if it had been taken out of time. Once a lotus was taken out of the treasury, it couldn't escape the elimination of time. How can this be? The heavenly treasures that the others had obtained also withered, and their spirit energy dissipated. We are so stupid, and you are so smart. Look at the spirit tools in your hands. Lin Ling faintly smiled, and said again. They looked at the spirit tools they had obtained, and discovered that they had dimmed. The rich spirit energy had also disappeared, and they had turned into ordinary spirit tools. They were stunned on the spot, as if they had been struck by lightning. That secret room had the ability to lock time. But, everything returned to normal after leaving. So, I don't know whether we are stupid, or you are stupid. Lin Ling's voice filled with schadenfreude floated out. The pupils of young barbarian King Fugitor's group constricted. So, they hadn't obtained anything. Lin Ling had obtained a treasure. They couldn't see its effect, but Lin Ling was so confident that the treasure wouldn't be weak. Hand it over. Young barbarian King Fugitor's complexion was ice cold. He felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. They had been complacent about obtaining a treasure. But, who would have thought that they would be fishing for the moon in the water? He felt that the three of them were very stupid. The brighter the treasure, the more useless it is sometimes. And, the dimmer the treasure, on the contrary, is the real treasure. Lin Ling was as calm as before, but there was a hint of worry in the depths of his eyes. This worry didn't come from young barbarian King Fugitor, but from the ancient flame devil in his body. He had sensed that the ancient flame devil's soul had awakened. It was somewhat weak, but it was constantly reminding Lin Ling that a powerful enemy had arrived. This powerful enemy could make the ancient flame devil's soul afraid. It was undoubtedly that mysterious expert from the old tomb. The ancient flame devil's soul had made Lin Ling leave at once. That expert had sensed the ancient flame devil's aura, and was frantically rushing over. I told you to hand it over, didn't you hear me? The young barbarian King Fugitor also sensed that this place didn't seem to be the void corridor. Instead, it was inside a garden. The spirit energy in the surroundings was rich, and an ancient aura was pervading the air. This meant that he could attack now. Hee, you want to get the treasure? Sure, but that person has to agree. Lin Ling laughed carelessly. Suddenly, he pointed to the front. A black figure had unknowingly appeared there. It was burly and majestic, standing on top of a rock like a statue. His eyes coldly stared at everyone, but in reality, most of them were focused on Lin Ling. He dares to help you? Courting death. Young barbarian King Fugitor's gaze swept over, and his pupils became even colder. Previously, he had been suppressing himself painstakingly. He wanted to kill Lin Ling, but he didn't dare to do so. Now that he had been released, what else could he be afraid of? I thought I would never see you again in this life. Who would have thought that you would dare to come to the old tomb? A low voice floated out from the mouth of the black figure, as if it was the king of hell that had awakened from the depths of the nine nether abyss. Shut up. Who told you to talk? However, young barbarian King Fugitor coldly shouted as soon as his voice fell, and the corners of Lin Ling's mouth curled up into a smile. This barbarian king's son was quite overbearing. Did he think that this was still the Holy Land? Courting death. That black figure's entire body emitted surging devil energy, and his figure gradually became clear. His skin was gray, and there were many green tattoos on the surface of his skin. His white hair fluttered in the wind, and he looked like a sorcerer god, but also like an ancient devil. That dreadful aura finally made young barbarian King Fugitor's pupils condense. Who was this person? What a dreadful strength! Yiksha's arm. A voice floated out from that man's mouth, and the devil energy rippled out. It was as if a Yiksha had descended, and caused the earth to shake. Soon after, a huge black Yiksha's arm appeared from the earth, and ferociously grabbed towards young barbarian King Fugitor. This grab was incomparably sharp, and it seemed as if a Yiksha from hell had reached out to the human world. Lin Ling's pupils condensed even more. This time, he had finally witnessed the strength of that mysterious powerhouse. You, leave immediately, and don't worry about me. Lin Ling anxiously said, and this made Yuer's beautiful eyes condense. She didn't say anything more, and her body shot into the distance. Fortunately, that man's current target was Lin Ling and young barbarian King Fugitor. He must capture Lin Ling, and as for young barbarian King Fugitor, he thought that he was Lin Ling's friend or bodyguard. After all, young barbarian King Fugitor was too arrogant before. Bang! That dreadful Yiksha's arm grabbed them, and its claws flickered with cold light. It immediately clawed the two holy sons into pieces, and they were unstoppable. Tyrannical Barbarian King Fist. Bang! Young Barbarian King Fugitor's complexion changed dramatically. His right arm enlarged, and he blasted out a punch. Rumble. However, how could he block that man's Yiksha's arm with his strength? Therefore, young Barbarian King Fugitor's right arm was clawed until it exploded. Blood splattered everywhere, and his complexion turned pale as he frantically retreated. He knew that this was a powerhouse from the old tomb, and he wasn't someone he could fight against. However, after he fled far away, he discovered that the man didn't pay any attention to him. On the contrary, he was looking at Lin Ling with malice. This meant that he had helped Lin Ling block a calamity before. Bastard! Young Barbarian King Fujitor roared. He was a dignified holy son, and killing Lin Ling was as easy as flipping his hand. However, he had suffered several losses at the hands of Lin Ling today. "Thank you, I'll treat you to a drink next time." Lin Ling's voice transmitted from afar, and it made young Barbarian King Fujitor even more furious. Soon after, a black cloak appeared behind Lin Ling, and Lin Ling's feet started to become transparent. Moreover, it spread all the way to his waist, neck, and head, and gradually disappeared from his original place. In the distance, young Barbarian King Fugitor's pupils constricted. Lin Ling had disappeared, and he must have obtained a treasure from the treasury. Lin Ling was so lucky. "Three Realms Cloak, I didn't expect you to find this heavenly soldier." As for the mysterious man, he let out a surprised voice. Obviously, he recognized that treasure, and he had been looking for it all along. Unfortunately, the old tomb was too big, and even he didn't have the ability to search every corner. Therefore, he had failed in the end. But now, that damn junior had seized that treasure. He was really lucky. He was very clear about the might of the Three Realms Cloak. It could make one's aura disappear within the three realms of man, devil, and demon. Unless it was a top-notch almighty expert, no one could find it. Of course, this cloak also had a flaw, and that was that one couldn't use martial arts while using it. Otherwise, one's figure would be revealed. Where the hell did he go? The mysterious man let out a sky-shaking roar. He had finally found that junior, but that junior was too cunning, and he had disappeared from his sight once again. Therefore, his gaze quickly fell on young Barbarian King Fujitor. Young Barbarian King Fugitor's body trembled, and he immediately turned around and ran. He had been implicated by Lin Ling. Quafu chasing sun. His speed was incomparably fast, and the earth quaked and the mountains swayed with every step he took. Die. However, a huge arm came sweeping from behind, and heavily patted young Barbarian King Fugitor's back. It made him spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body was unexpectedly corroded by the devil energy. He would have died long ago if his wizard body wasn't so powerful. Chapter 972. Death's Garden. At this moment, Lin Ling did not move. He stood quietly on the spot. If he had not luckily obtained the three-realm cloak, he would have died here today. "Kid, your luck is not bad, and so is your courage." The ancient flame devil's soul had awakened. It clicked its tongue at Lin Ling. It had thought that Lin Ling was doomed, but who knew that Lin Ling still had such a treasure? "I say, don't gloat. That guy is watching me. How do I get out of here?" "Okay." Lin Ling smiled helplessly. "Wait." "Okay." The ancient flame devil said calmly. The mysterious man still stood there, looking around. He looked at where Lin Ling was a few times, not letting go of a single speck of dust. Lin Ling's forehead was covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, the search disappeared. However, the mysterious man was very patient. He did not leave and continued to wander around. Seeing this, Lin Ling could only continue to waste time with him. After a long time, the mysterious man finally disappeared. It was as if the demonic aura had never appeared. "Okay, Yen is finally gone." "Okay." The ancient flame devil said softly. It seemed to have relaxed. Then it said, "Let's go." "Okay." "Wait." "Okay." Lin Ling said cautiously. As soon as he said that, the demonic aura appeared again and formed the outline of the mysterious man. That was close. If Lin Ling had been careless, he would have been caught by the mysterious man. Then, even the Three Realms cloak would have been useless. However, although the mysterious man appeared quickly this time, he also disappeared quickly. It seemed that he was sure that Lin Ling was no longer there. "You are amazing." "Okay." The ancient flame devil was speechless for a long time. Finally, it sighed. "Just luck." "Okay." Lin Ling smiled softly, but there was fear in his smile. Then, he looked into the distance and his heart grew heavy. Right now, he was still too weak. He had to become stronger. Yen is going to the southeast. Remember, don't go near that direction. You can go anywhere else. Okay. The ancient flame devil's soul checked and then pointed out to Lin Ling, southeast. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. Suddenly he made a bold decision. "Let's go southeast." "Are you crazy?" The soul of the ancient flame devil exclaimed. "The most dangerous place is also the safest place." Lin Ling chuckled, causing the ancient flame devil's soul to shake its head continuously, unable to accept Lin Ling's terrifying thoughts. This brat was simply a madman. After that, Lin Ling rushed towards the southeast. Now that he had the Three-Realm cloak, as long as he didn't use any martial arts, no one would be able to find him easily. Therefore, he wanted to see what exactly was in the southeast where the mysterious man had gone. "Crazy, crazy." The soul of the ancient flame devil continued to speak, shocking Lin Ling's courage. Along the way, Lin Ling was able to see the world inside the old tomb. The sky was gray and the ground was also gray. It was as if this was a land of devils. Along the way, he didn't see anyone. Occasionally, he would see soaring spiritual energy in the distance, as if a great battle was taking place. It seemed that other than the saint, there were other people here. However, the closer he got to the southeast, the quieter it became, as if it was a forbidden area. In front of him, there were piles of white bones. An ancient stone tablet sat there, with the words, "Corpse Plane," engraved on it. The plane was also dead silent. Lin Ling stepped in carefully. At the same time, Little Flame woke up. It scratched the back of its head and then pointed the way for Lin Ling. The plane seemed to be hiding a terrifying danger, but Lin Ling had the Three-Realm cloak, so he stepped through it safely. Soon, a vast garden appeared in front of him, as if it was a pure land in the human world. Dense spiritual energy rolled out, and there was a stone tablet in front of the garden, with the words, "Death God's Garden," carved on it. It was a terrifying name, and it was filled with a strange feeling when it appeared in the spiritual herb garden. Chirp chirp. Little Flame shouted excitedly, as if it had sensed the spiritual herbs in the garden. "Lin Ling, this place is a little strange. Be careful." The soul of the ancient flame devil reminded him. "Since I'm here, let's go take a look." Lin Ling nodded. He was currently lacking in cultivation resources. Now that he saw the spiritual herb garden, he naturally did not want to miss it. Then, Lin Ling stepped into the garden cautiously, but the process was extremely peaceful. In front of him, there were towering trees, ancient spiritual fruits, and rich spiritual spring. This place was indeed a paradise for spiritual herbs. Hee, we've arrived at the back garden of hell. At this moment, a few figures appeared behind him. A few figures in long robes stepped into the garden slowly, and Lin Ling was shocked. There were people here? There were a total of 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman. One of them was an old man, and judging from his ancient clothes, he did not seem to be from the 6 great holy lands. Perhaps he was a martial artist from the ancient tomb. When they saw the spiritual herb garden, their eyes lit up. Hell is indeed the overlord of the ancient tomb. He actually collected so many precious treasures. This is a good thing for our Wings clan. The old man was extremely excited, but he did not seem to notice Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling sensed that the three people were extremely powerful. They had probably reached the late stage of the Holy Spirit realm. The old man was even at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. The martial artists of the ancient tomb were indeed powerful. Were they foreign martial artists? And what was the Wings clan? Hurry up and collect them. The woman smiled and said. However, just as the three of them moved, the old man's expression changed. Oh no, the Grim Reaper is here. This garden is strange. The other two people's expressions changed drastically. Then, they realized that a devil's smiling face had appeared behind them. It was as if it was painted on their bodies and could not be removed. One of the men hurriedly took off his clothes, but he realized that the strange smiling face was still on his back. It was extremely terrifying. No wonder there is no one guarding this place. It turns out that entering this garden will cause one to be cursed. The old man seemed to have thought of something and his face turned pale. At the same time, he seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. His vitality slowly dissipated. Finally, he sat down cross-legged and turned into a pile of white bones. The other two began to tremble and frantically ran out of the garden. However, one of them grew older and older as they ran. Her hair turned white and scattered in the wind. It was the woman. She let out a terrified scream and finally fell to the ground. She became an old woman and gradually died. The other person was stronger, but he only managed to buy some time. After stepping out of the death god's garden, he also grew old. Lin Ling saw all of this with his own eyes. He sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly asked Little Flame to check. However, Little Flame shook his head. There was no smiling face behind Lin Ling. The curse did not seem to be wrapped around Lin Ling. It is the death curse. The ancient flame devil soul said in a serious voice. This curse was laid down with millions of lives. Anyone who steps into the forbidden area will be cursed. Their vitality will dissipate and they will die of old age. But why am I fine? Lin Ling frowned. Chapter 973. Great increase in strength. The ancient flame demon's soul analyzed. However, he wasn't too sure. After all, Lin Ling's path of martial arts was very strong in all areas. It was vast and had many secrets. Lin Ling's eyes flickered. He had killing intent. He also had righteousness. However, he felt that it wasn't the key to blocking the death Yama curse. The key was his eyes. This was because he had seen a terrifying demon devouring the three people who had died. However, the three of them couldn't see it at all. All he saw was a smiling face. Moreover, Lin Ling saw that after the three of them died, the demon flew towards him. However, it suddenly disappeared halfway. Now that he heard the ancient flame demon's words, Lin Ling felt relieved. This meant that the death god's garden was indeed terrifying. However, it was a pity that it was useless against Lin Ling. The only thing left to do was to plunder it. Little Flame, don't let go of a single blade of grass. Lin Ling laughed happily, causing Little Flame to also chuckle. With a leap, Little Flame landed on the giant tree that had sprouted from the ground and started to crazily eat those spirit fruits. The treasures here are probably not any weaker than the Bodhi liquid. Lin Ling looked at the vast garden. Such a huge spiritual herb garden was enough to increase his strength greatly. It was also enough for the entire flame core to increase their strength. Lin Ling, you should focus on cultivating your physical body. Soak in the spiritual spring and let the monkey help you plunder the treasures. The ancient flame demon's soul reminded. Lin Ling's physical body was very strong. However, it still lacked the nourishment of treasures. it wouldn't be good for him in the long run. However, now, Lin Ling finally had the chance to refine his physical body. That is the immortal spring. Legend has it that if an ordinary person consumes a drop of it, their lifespan will be extended by 10 years. It can also preserve their looks forever and they won't age even after 100 years. This is a spirit spring that can only be found by chance. Lin Ling, open your mind and absorb it like crazy. The immortal spring was said to be the essence of water, condensed over 10,000 years. After Lin Ling jumped into the spring water, an indescribable warmth spread throughout his body. Lin Ling could feel that the spring water seemed to come alive as it wildly surged into his body, causing his small world to become even more moist and filled with vitality. Boom boom boom. As expected of a rare treasure, Lin Ling's mini-world started to awaken. It was originally 50,000 mini-worlds. 70,000 mini-world. The terrifying power made Lin Ling want to roar at the sky. It was known that the imperial physique had always been Lin Ling's weakness, but now, the increase in his physical strength allowed Lin Ling to have the ability to rival the imperial physique. The pre-heaven body was also known as the primeval unity true body. According to the legends, it would not melt even if placed in a furnace, and its fleshly body was so strong that it could regrow severed limbs. And now, with the help of the deathless springwater and the pre-heaven one energy art, Lin Ling had cultivated the primeval unity true body to the peak. Lin Ling's body became as clear as a fiery glass. A force that could uproot mountains and rivers gushed out. 100 million points of strength. 100,000 mini-worlds awakened. What was certain was that with the Tai true body, Lin Ling could kill any expert of the same level. TSK, TSK. You've swallowed all the immortal spring. You're really sick. After a long time, the ancient flame devil's voice sounded. At the same time, it urged little flame to collect some treasures that could restore his soul. Lin Ling put away the rest of the immortal spring. He was going to leave it for Yu and the rest. After all, it was very rare to be able to preserve one's looks. Then, he looked at the spiritual herbs around him. He opened his hands and formed a whirlpool, sucking in all the treasures. Dead will grass. It's a spiritual herb that can increase the ultimacy of death. Sad flower. TSK TSK. This is even rarer. If you cultivate the ultimacy of sadness, this flower can increase your ultimacy by 1 level. Lin Ling, this is very suitable for you. Emperor Flame Octagonal Fruit. It can increase your fire ultimacy. The ancient flame devil's voice sounded. Lin Ling was very excited. He had a great harvest today. Little flame, come and search this place. I'll cultivate again. Lin Ling picked up the red stones that Little Flame had collected. Emperor Flame Octagonal Stone? What a domineering name. He wondered if it could increase his fire ultimacy. Then, just as he was about to swallow it, the ancient flame devil's voice sounded. Are you crazy? Do you want to be burned to death by swallowing the Emperor Flame Octagonal Stone? Take some immortal spring and grind the stone. Soak the stone in the water and smear the powder on your forehead. Having an elder at home is like having a treasure. Lin Ling said in admiration. At the same time, he was grateful. Then, he followed the ancient flame devil's instructions. The soul of the ancient flame demon looked at Lin Ling and shook its head. This little guy was determined to become stronger. It wondered what this little guy had gone through while it was asleep. Furthermore, the physical body of the ancient flame demon seemed to be even more compatible with this little guy. It was time to give the ancient flame devil to this little guy. As he thought of this, the ancient flame demon's soul looked at Little Flame in the distance and shook his head. When a man achieves the Tao, even his chickens and dogs ascend to the heavens. That monkey has also become extremely powerful. Moreover, the way he loots treasures is simply like a bandit. After a long time, the man and monkey disappeared from the garden. The garden was now empty. At this moment, the saints of the various holy lands had arrived at the barren land. Along the way, they had killed many foreign martial artists. Naturally, they had gained a lot and their strength had increased. Yangon, Old Mother Lu said that there are two large foreign tribes in the ancient tomb. They are the Yen tribe and the Wing tribe. Those people we met earlier should be from the Yen tribe. Yes. Yes, this place is too mysterious. There are even greater secrets. It's a pity that we can't find them. Yes. 3 figures walked along the dark mountain. They were Yangon and Yue of the Bodhi Palace. At this moment, their auras were calm and steady. Their bodies were protected by Upanishads. Obviously, their overall strength had increased greatly. Before this, they had obtained the Emperor Crow Earth fruit, which was the fruit of the Great Earth. It had rich earth essence, which had helped their cultivation base to improve. That's the mortal origin fruit. At this moment, the 3 of them stopped. There was a small tree in front of them. A fruit that looked like a child was growing on the tree. Their expressions changed drastically. The mortal origin fruit was a natural treasure comparable to the Emperor Crow Earth fruit. It was something that could only be found in the ancient tomb. Hurry up and get it. The 3 of them took a big step forward and rushed towards the small tree. Moonchaser also quickly extended his hand, wanting to take the mortal essence fruit into his bosom. Wait, we saw the mortal origin fruit first. According to the rules, it should belong to the void sacred land. A cold shout came from afar. Then, a finger pierced through the air, shooting a sharp bolt of lightning at Yue. Bastard! Yangon's expression changed. The other party had gone too far, attacking while they were talking. If Yue couldn't react in time, that finger would be enough to seriously injure him. The Tao of Qian. Yangon's martial arts manifested, forming an ancient, Qian, character. It looked like a giant character, but it contained the essence of 800 martial arts. It was extremely powerful. Rumble. The 2 powerhouses clashed and melted each other. 4 figures appeared on a distant hill. They were the holy princes of the void sacred land. One of them had an ugly expression on his face. He'd almost injured Yue. Once Yue was injured, the remaining 2 from Bodhi Sacred Palace were no longer a threat. Chapter 974. So what if we're villains? We saw the mortal origin fruit first. The leader said coolly. Clad in black armor, he looked wise, heroic, and indescribably domineering. He'd obtained the armor in the tomb and had greatly increased his strength. Didn't you hear Senior Brother Ziyu? Senior Brother Ziyu is already strong enough to enter the Holy Sun Star, the other 3 said coldly. Treasures only belong to the possessor, not to you. Don't you think you're being too overbearing? According to you, I saw the entire tomb, so everything here belongs to me? Yangon's expression was frosty. These people had wanted to steal the treasure from the start, but they'd done so under the banner of righteousness. How shameful. Yangon, you're being too unreasonable. However, just as Yangon finished speaking, the black-armored Ziyu shook his head and said. He had instead said that Yangon and the others were being unreasonable. Although the holy princes of the 6 Saints Alliance must respect each other, we don't need to be too courteous to unreasonable people. Otherwise, they'll think that the void sacred land is a pushover. Another person declared coldly. Distorting right and wrong. They'd wanted to steal the mortal origin fruit, but they'd been afraid that Bodhi Palace would find out. Therefore, they'd used the banner of enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens to be extremely hypocritical. It seems that you can do whatever you want without your elders around. Yue finally said. You're the ones who do whatever you want. You stole the void sacred land's loot, and now you're speaking so righteously. Today, no matter who's in Bodhi Palace, we'll get justice. Ziyu took a step forward. They'd found a reason to attack. Get justice. Yang Gan and the others trembled in anger. The other party's hypocrisy was beyond their imagination. They'd even forgotten how to behave for the sake of the treasure. What if I were here? At this moment, an indifferent voice drifted over from afar. Everyone then saw a young man riding on a gigantic ape galloping over. His presence shook the earth as though he was the arrival of a demon king. Lin Ling. Yang Gan and the others laughed. This guy really wasn't dead. Villain Lin Ling? The Void Sacred Lands princes narrowed their eyes. I'm a villain. You want to steal other people's treasures, but you find some fake excuses to deceive yourselves and others. You are more like villains. In the distance, a cold voice with a strong sense of mockery could be heard. However, a villain is a villain. It's better than a hypocrite. Villain Lin Ling, you're vicious, merciless, arrogant, and overbearing, and your bad reputation has spread throughout the 6 holy lands. You dare to be arrogant? On the hill, the 4 saints' faces turned ugly. Lin Ling's arrival had made things a little more troublesome. Of course, they were just unhappy that things were troublesome. Although Lin Ling's strength was obvious to all and might be on par with Shi Jueyue, their strength had greatly increased after entering the tomb. The black-armored youth, Ziyu, was especially confident after obtaining the ancient celestial armor. He didn't think much of Lin Ling. Junior brothers, let's enforce justice on behalf of the heavens today. I believe that Bodhi Palace won't blame us even if we kill villain Lin Ling. As for Yang Gan and the others, they're stubborn and colluding with villain Lin Ling. In this case, we can only bear the pain and kill them all. Ziyu's eyes flashed as he shouted loudly. That's exactly what I'm thinking. The other 3 nodded in agreement. Beside Yang Gan, one of the saints finally couldn't hold it in any longer and said, "Black and white, you've finished talking. Humph, if you weren't greedy, you wouldn't have ended up like this." Ziyu sneered, causing Yang Gan and the others to turn pale with anger. Why waste words with them? If they dare kill us, just send them to the 9 hells. Lin Ling jumped off Little Flame and slowly walked over. Shi Jueyue couldn't help but warn Lin Ling, be careful. Ziyu's cultivation in the Void Sacred Land isn't weak, and he seems to have obtained a treasure that's likely increased his strength again. It's fine, just watch. I'll kill them. Lin Ling shook his head gently. His words caused Shi Jueyue and the others to narrow their eyes. Lin Ling would deal with them alone? Are you joking? Ziyu laughed. His side would be in trouble if Lin Ling and Shi Jueyue worked together, but Lin Ling alone? Did he really think he was a dark horse? Huh. He's joking, but it's not funny. The other 3 saints laughed as well. Whoosh. Lin Ling took a step forward and threw out a simple punch. There was no explosion of spiritual energy or profound of heaven and earth. It was just an ordinary punch. Boom. As he punched out, one of the saint's sons raised his right hand in disdain and drew a semicircle. An ancient profound martial skill was displayed, forming a divine striking wood that seemed to have come from ancient times. It crashed towards Lin Ling's fist with a rumble. This profound martial art wasn't weak. It could control the toughest tree in the world. However, no matter how powerful the profound, it wasn't a match for Lin Ling's punch. Lin Ling's physical strength had already surpassed half of the innate emperor physiques. Even if the young barbarian King Fujitor was here, Lin Ling would still dare to kill him with his fist. Boom! The ancient giant would shattered, causing the saint's eyes to narrow. What kind of fist was that? Boom! The fist exploded with 70 million points of strength, and it hit everything. You think it's a joke? That saint only heard the last words of his life before he was blasted into pieces by the punch. It was a terrifying punch. When the punch was thrown, it didn't cause blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. Instead, it directly crushed him into pieces. Moreover, the punch didn't stop there. It went straight for the remaining 3 saints. Boom! 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 The ancient punch was direct and efficient. The Tai true form erupted, and it was like the punch of a great emperor. The remaining 2 saints were also killed by the punch. Moreover, the punch finally landed on the black-armored youth, Ziyu, causing his whole body to tremble. Crack! Crack! In the next moment, cracks appeared on his majestic black armor. Then, it shattered like glass, causing Ziyu's eyes to widen. This was the deathly still armor, a high-grade spiritual artifact. With this armor, he didn't need to fear any saint at the early stage of the saint spirit realm. This was because the armor's defense was very strong. It could block half of the 5 elements' profound attacks. But now, it had been blasted apart by Lin Ling's punch. "You destroyed my armor," Ziyu said in a low voice. His heart was bleeding, and his eyes were filled with anger. "Hehe, I want to destroy you even more." Lin Ling chuckled and waved his right fist. This was his first time trying out the power of 70,000 small worlds. He was very satisfied with the result. "You destroyed me." Ziyu's expression changed. Previously, he was heartbroken over the destruction of his spiritual armor, but he seemed to have forgotten that Lin Ling's strength was incomparably terrifying. Compared to before entering the ancient tomb, Lin Ling's strength had increased by 2 times. Unfortunately, he didn't know that it was more than 2 times. Wait, our 6 great holy lands are now in an alliance. In the heavenly fall era, every saint is precious. You want to destroy me? That's against the alliance's rules. Ziyu stepped back. He was afraid. I'm a villain, so rules are useless to me. Lin Ling smiled. His smile was very cold, but it was evil and frivolous. Ziyu felt as if he had seen the most terrifying smile in his life. Everyone said that Lin Ling was a villain. Chapter 975. Ferocious and terrifying boom. Lin Ling punched out and 70,000 small worlds exploded. His strength of 70 million crushed everything, causing the hill to tremble and dust to fly up. Then, Lin Ling's slender figure slowly walked down from the dust cloud. His handsome face and blue robe shocked Yonggan and the rest speechless. Lin Ling's strength had increased tremendously. He had defeated 4 saints alone. Was he invincible in the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm? Let's go. Treasures are starting to appear in this land. We can't be slow. Let's go. Lin Ling looked into the distance and smiled faintly. Yeah. However, the saints are starting to gather. We are too slow. Moreover, there are no elders in the tomb. The saints are becoming more brazen. Yonggan shook his head. What's there to be afraid of? We are villains. Let's go. Lin Ling's smile became even more evil. Was there a need to be afraid of villains? If others didn't give him face, there was no need to give them face. If they dared to block his way, he would just crush them. Villains should let those hypocrites off. Let's go. Let's go. Lin Ling waved his hand and led Yonggan and the rest into the distance. At this moment, the sky was even darker. It was as if the arrival of the saints had awakened the world. There were battles everywhere. There were battles between saints and other races. Han Yitzi, you are too much. At this moment, in a mountain range, a large number of saints from the Bodhi Saint Palace were looking at the saints from the Qingyun sacred ground. Previously, they had found a large patch of black gold rice. It was a type of spiritual rice that only appeared in ancient times. Martial artists ate it all year round and it could wash away the impurities in their bodies. They wanted to bring the rice back to the Bodhi Saint Palace to plant but were stopped halfway by the saints from the Qingyun sacred ground. Hand over the black gold rice. The leader was Han Yitzi. At this moment, his face was incomparably cold. In the tomb, the rules of the Six Saints Alliance were no longer important. Even if they broke the rules, as long as they obtained the treasures, they would be protected by the elders after leaving the tomb. Therefore, the most important thing was the treasure. Be careful not to offend our Bodhi Saint Palace's Ma Yubai. One of the Bodhi Saint Palace's holy sons warned. Ma Yubai, Bodhi Saint Palace's chosen star. However, he will not care about chosen princes like you. Han Yitzi sneered, what's more, Ma Yubai is not the only holy son among the 6 holy lands. The saint child of the Bodhi Saint Palace had an ugly expression on his face. Han Yitzi's words were true. Ma Yubai was very strong, but he never paid attention to them. This caused the Bodhi Saint Palace to lack a backbone in the ancient tomb. When they encountered the saint children of other holy grounds, they could only be robbed. I don't want to repeat what I've said. Otherwise, I'll kill you. Hand it over. Han Yitzi clapped his hands and said coldly. Do you think there's no one in my Bodhi sacred palace? Right at this time, several figures shot over from the distance like shooting stars, causing the Bodhi Saint Palace's holy prince's heart to tremble. It was Yi Zhueyue, Yang Gan, and Lin Ling. It's you guys. Han Yitzi's eyes turned cold in an instant, but his gaze was more focused on Lin Ling. He said to the chosen princes beside him, kill him, the villain Lin Ling. Lin Ling was the biggest humiliation in his heart. In fact, after entering the ancient tomb, he had been looking for Lin Ling. He knew that he was not a match for Lin Ling, but Lin Ling's background was not small. He could summon more than half of the Green Cloud Holy Ground's chosen princes, and some of them even gave him face. Han Yitzi? Aren't you supposed to be eliminated? From afar, Lin Ling's long hair fluttered in the wind. A huge sword in his hand was majestic and domineering. Han Yitzi's heart trembled. Looking at the arrogant figure, he felt an inexplicable fear. Yitzi, let me deal with him. Beside him, an older chosen prince said indifferently. Then, he looked at Lin Ling who was charging over and said, Villain Lin Ling, there's a path to heaven, but you chose to barge into hell. Today, I'll represent the Green Cloud Holy Ground to wash away your humiliation. Do you think you can call me a villain? Lin Ling's eyes turned colder. The huge sword in his hand was like an axe, slashing down viciously. You're courting death. That chosen prince had a high status in the Green Cloud Holy Ground. When he saw Lin Ling making the first move, he couldn't help but expose himself. Living soil of the 9 heavens, supreme divine soil. The chosen prince waved his hands and the earth esoteric meaning appeared. Large amounts of soil floated up, stacking up like a mountain. Rumble. However, when the sword slashed down, the ground was split apart like a thunderbolt. The chosen prince who was standing on the ground was split into 2. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling didn't use any powerful esoteric martial arts. It was just a simple slash and the chosen prince was killed. That chosen prince was called Yu Yunzi. He was already half a step into the ranks of the chosen princes. Even Han Yitzi had to lower his head and call him senior brother. However, he still couldn't withstand a single slash. Hand over the treasure within 3 breaths. Otherwise, die. Lin Ling's aura was majestic. He arrived like a heavenly general. His domineering voice drifted out like the wind. In the old tomb, the treasure was the most important thing. Since the people from the other holy grounds could kill and snatch the treasure, Lin Ling didn't have to give them any face. Bastard, do you know who you're talking to? A chosen prince beside Han Yitzi shouted angrily. They were here to snatch the treasure of the chosen prince of the Bodhi Saint Palace. However, the villain Lin Ling wanted to snatch their treasure instead. Die. Lin Ling raised his eyebrows and threw out the sword in his hand. It was a simple throw, but it caused the air to explode and the clouds to scatter. You're attacking me? That chosen prince didn't expect Lin Ling to attack without any hesitation. Too domineering. Then, he used a powerful martial art. 7-colored light appeared on the surface of his body. A sealed door floated behind him. He wanted to block Lin Ling's slash. Crack. What was invincible in the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm? It was obvious at a glance. The power of 70 million erupted. Using violence to suppress everything. Rumble. The sealed door shattered. The chosen prince was split in two again. He couldn't block the blade that Lin Ling threw out. How terrifying. At this moment, all the chosen prince's hearts trembled. The villain Lin Ling was fierce enough. Could it be that Lin Ling was hiding his strength in the previous elimination round? Are you going to hand it over or not? Lin Ling's cold voice floated out like the wind. His long hair danced in the wind. He was unruly. I'll hand it over. Me too. The chosen princes of the Qingyun's sacred ground trembled in fear and handed over their treasures one after another. The chosen princes of the Bodhi sacred palace were shocked. This scene was too strange. Not long ago, they were robbed like ants. However, after the arrival of the villain Lin Ling, they became the robbers instead. Villain Lin Ling, can you leave me a sword? This sword is not from the ancient tomb. It's a family heirloom. So, I can't hand it over. A chosen prince of the Qingyun sacred ground looked at Lin Ling and said. Huh? Lin Ling's eyes turned cold. The chosen prince trembled. What a terrifying gaze. I'll hand it over. The chosen prince gritted his teeth and handed it over. The villain Lin Ling. If he wasn't strong enough, everyone would want to trample him under their feet. However, if he was strong enough, then the name Lin Ling would be terrifying. Can we go now? Chapter 976. Mount Dingjun, Scram. Lin Ling shouted coldly. Since others called him a villain, he would naturally continue to be vicious. However, he looked at Han Yitzi and said, "You, stay." Lin Ling, what are you trying to do? Han Yitzi's heart trembled. He had thought that after entering the ancient tomb, his strength would increase greatly and he would be able to kill Lin Ling. But in the end, Lin Ling had grown even faster than him and had the strength to easily kill him. Kneel down and kowtow 3 times, and I'll let you scram. Otherwise, die. Lin Ling's eyes were cold as he looked indifferently at Han Yitzi. How could he not know that Han Yitzi harbored resentment in his heart and had always wanted to kill him? Toward such a person, Lin Ling did not think too much. He would kill to stop the killing. This was also the path that Han Yitzi had chosen. I'm from the Green Cloud School, the sage of calligraphy's people. If you ask me to kneel, it's the same as asking all the scholars in the world to kneel. Can you bear the responsibility? Han Yitzi frowned. He couldn't kneel. Lin Ling, let him go. The sage of calligraphy is very famous in the 6 holy lands. We have to give him face. Yang Gan reminded Lin Ling in a low voice. After all, Han Yitzi had been eliminated, but he was still able to enter the ancient tomb. This meant that his background was truly terrifying. So you're not going to kneel? Lin Ling didn't answer Yang Gan's question. Instead, he squinted at Han Yitzi. His handsome face was full of indifference, which made Han Yitzi's heart tremble violently. He almost wanted to kneel down, but when he remembered that he was the book Immortal among men, and the successor of the Master of Calligraphy, he felt that he would lose face if he knelt down. Perhaps, the Sage of Calligraphy would no longer spoil him. The Sage of Calligraphy is not someone you can provoke. Han Yitzi's voice softened. He was no longer as arrogant as before because he couldn't be arrogant anymore. Therefore, even though he was pleading for leniency, he was also using the prestige of the Sage of Calligraphy to let Lin Ling evaluate the drawbacks. Hee. Lin Ling chuckled. His smile was cold. Before he entered the tomb, he had been framed for no reason, and after he won the duel Thunder and Ice Pearls, he had been framed for no reason. At this moment, he had nowhere to vent his anger. "You forgot, I'm called villain." After Lin Ling smiled, he stretched out his right hand, and the tyrannical song sword in the distance flew over. He held it in his hand and heavily slashed down. "How dare you kill me?" Han Yitzi didn't expect that Lin Ling would really dare to kill him. One had to know that he had already compromised, admitted defeat, and even brought out the Sage of Calligraphy. However, Lin Ling still dared to kill him, as if there was nothing he didn't dare to do. "My name is Scoundrel." The sword slashed down, as if it was the most decisive strike in the world. It caused a sword scar to appear on Han Yitzi's forehead, extending all the way down. He was stunned in place, but he did not feel any pain. Instead, he felt that the world was clear and bright. If he had to feel something, it would be a deep sense of regret. Perhaps he shouldn't have come to the ancient tomb again. Being eliminated meant being eliminated. If he came in again, he would die. Villain Lin Ling, he shouldn't have provoked him again. Boom! Then, Han Yitzi's body exploded, turning into dust. A terrifying force crushed him. Han Yitzi is dead. The rest of the people were stunned. The book Immortal Han Yitzi's death was tragic enough. When a book immortal met villain, he could only be killed. Scram! Lin Ling's hair fluttered in the wind as he stared at the saints of the Qingyun sacred ground. Those saints did not dare to say a word and quickly left. As for the saints of the Bodhi sacred palace, their hearts were still beating fast. However, they suddenly felt confident. Evil people would be dealt with by evil people. They were bullied in the ancient tomb, robbed by everyone, and Ma Yubai did not help them, which made them feel even more humiliated. Now that Lin Ling had risen, at least he could support the Bodhi sacred palace. Now, snatch it. If you see the saints of the other sacred grounds, snatch it. Don't give them any face. If you see the saints of the Bodhi sacred palace, get them to join us. Lin Ling said coldly as he stared into the distance. He had hesitated when he killed Han Yitzi, but in the end, he killed him decisively. That made him feel extremely happy, and his cultivation level had improved greatly. What surprised him the most was that the resolute killing of Han Yitzi did not increase his murderous aura. Instead, it increased his righteous aura. Could it be that his righteous energy was more condensed because of the fame of killing? Kill. Under Lin Ling's lead, the holy son of Bodhi sacred palace's aura surged as he galloped through the ancient mountain range. Stop, leave the treasures behind. If you hesitate, die. At the bottom of a mountain range, the group met the saints of the Yaoguang sacred ground. These saints were stunned and couldn't help but laugh. We should be the ones saying that. One of the saints of the Yaoguang sacred ground sneered. Kill. At the head of the group, Lin Ling slashed out with his sword. As if blowing the horn of a counterattack, he killed the one who spoke. The strong preyed on the weak. If you were soft-hearted, you would be stupid. Not only would you harm yourself, but you would also harm others. Villain Lin Ling. The saints of the Yaoguang sacred ground gasped. Villain Lin Ling is so scary. I'll hand it over. Spare me. The saints surrendered one by one. They couldn't be fierce in front of someone more vicious than them. Lin Ling, I'll join you. At the same time, more saints of the Bodhi sacred palace joined in. There were more than 20 of them. Kill all the way. Lin Ling chuckled. He looked like a villain and a tyrant, but those who were with him didn't feel the slightest bit of that. They felt incomparably safe. Meanwhile, Mt Dingjun was one of the more famous mountain ranges in the Kangmang continent. Most of the places here didn't have a name, but there was a stone tablet with the words, Mt Dingjun, carved on it, indicating that this mountain was extraordinary. A large number of experts had gathered on the plains around Mt Dingjun. There were saints of the 6 great sacred grounds, as well as experts from the domain race. They were from the Yen clan and the Yi clan. They were currently eyeing each other like tigers watching their prey, but they didn't make a move. This was because the ancient peak of Mdingjun was quietly cracking open, as if something was about to grow out. The Jade River diagram bead is the most precious treasure in our trip to the old tomb. Is this the treasure that the elders of the sacred grounds wanted us to collect? The eyes of the Nirvana sacred grounds chosen flashed. Their mission was to obtain the Jade River diagram bead. It was said that it was related to the secrets of the 6 great sacred grounds, but they didn't know the details. Of course, it could be seen from the people around that the treasure was indeed extraordinary. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many experts waiting for it to appear. The Jade River diagram bead is said to be able to find the guardian deity of the Wavering Light's sacred ground. If we can obtain it, we'll be half a step away from the guardian deity. Among the crowd, Ma Yubai from the Bodhi Sacred Palace said. He knew more than the others because he had read about it in ancient records. Of course, he didn't know if it was true, because the records also said that the Jade River diagram bead was the key to the Heavenly Fall era. Get it? Perhaps this is one of the secrets of the old tomb in the rainforest sacred land. Chapter 977. Waiting for the great treasure. Alien race, get lost. This is the treasure of our Yen race. On the other side, a half-naked man with gray skin said coldly. He was one of the 10 reverends of the Yen race and possessed terrifying strength. Even the chosen stars were somewhat afraid of him. You outsiders are so greedy. The ancient tomb is our world and the Jade River diagram pearl is our winged race's inheritance treasure. How dare you covet it? On the other side, the expert from the winged race shouted coldly. A pair of wings appeared behind his back. They were huge and majestic, making him seem like a god of heaven and earth. He was an almighty from the winged race and was known as the Great Yuan Yang of the winged race. This meant that he was extremely powerful. Of course, there were too many geniuses in the sacred ground and they could only intimidate them. They would not act rashly before the great treasure appeared. The great treasure has appeared and there are many experts here. Most of them are at the middle stage of the Saint Spirit realm. The eyes of the chosen flickered. There were too many experts here and it would be difficult for them to obtain the great treasure. Holy Son of the Water Moon sacred ground, get lost. The top experts seemed to have a tacit understanding and they all looked at the weak experts. Obviously, the great treasure was about to appear and they wanted to eliminate the weak experts before it appeared. After all, no one wanted to be taken advantage of by the weak experts when the battle started. Yu Mun Yun, you are not even at the middle stage of the Saint Spirit realm. Get lost or I will kill you. A 6th shaman Holy Son from the 6th shaman sacred ground shouted coldly from afar. Yu Mun Yun was the chosen Holy Son of the Water Moon sacred ground. However, the 6th shaman Holy Son felt that her strength was only a so and she was not qualified to appear here. Is that so, Liang? Then why are you here? On the ground, a young lady in a pink dress stood there quietly. Her beautiful eyes were clear and she was not afraid in the face of countless experts. She was Yu Mun Yun from the Water Moon's sacred ground. You talk too much. Don't blame me for being ruthless. The Holy Son named Liang's pupils turned cold, and a mighty witchcraft aura spread out, causing a huge 9-headed snake to appear behind him. Each of these snakes had a different color, and they were ancient witchcraft snakes. According to legend, these snakes had the bloodline of fierce beasts, and had been planted in Liang's body since he was young. If they grew up, Liang would be able to turn from an ordinary young man into a formidable hero. If they failed, they would die. In the ancient shaman tribe, this method of raising gu had nurtured countless geniuses, but it had also caused countless youths to die for it. Strangle. A cold voice floated out from Liang's mouth, and the giant 9-headed snake charged towards Yu Meng Yun with an earth-shattering force. Defend. However, Yu Mun Yun's beautiful face did not change. She was still cold as she stretched out her lily-white hand and lightly shouted at the nine-headed snake that was rolling over. Something strange happened. The nine-headed snake seemed to have been hit by something, and its head started to shake. It even looked at Liang with murderous intent and brutality. It seemed to want to kill its master. I heard that there is a kind of talent in this world that can control all the fierce beasts in the world. I didn't expect that girl to have such talent. The old man from the Wing tribe looked at Yu Yun, and his eyes flickered. How is this possible? At this moment, Liang let out a cry of surprise. He roared madly in his heart, and he wanted to control the nine-headed giant snake again. Come out. At the same time, Yu Yun waved her other hand lightly, and then a huge rhinoceros appeared in front of her out of thin air. This rhinoceros was like a mountain, and its body was pitch black as if it was condensed from steel. One side of its nostrils was spitting out flames, and the other side was spitting out frost. It was the ice-fire magic rhinoceros. This girl actually subdued the ice-fire magic rhinoceros. That's a fierce beast. Many saints gasped. Yu Yun could become the star of the saint of the water-moon sacred ground. On the surface, she was not strong, but she had terrifying trump cards. The demonic beast is powerful, but the master is weak. If the master dies, the demonic beast is not worth mentioning. At this moment, a short saint on the other side said coldly. He stretched out his hand, and the ground suddenly turned into a desert, rolling towards Yu Yun. It kept entangling, turning the world into a desert. What a powerful emperor physique! Many people gasped. If the power to control the desert was combined with martial arts, the saint's strength would definitely be heaven-defying. He was indeed the star of the saint of the wavering light sacred ground. My desert can absorb thousands of liquids. If you are enveloped by the desert, the liquid in your body will disappear, and you will become a dry corpse. The short saint said coldly. Extreme state. However, at this moment, a red bolt of lightning attacked as if it had appeared out of thin air. It did not seem to be the ultimacy of martial arts, but it had the power to destroy everything. Soul power. Many saints' eyes flickered. It was a very condensed soul power, and it was filled with dense killing intent. Rumble. Yu Yun, who was enveloped by the desert, revealed herself at this moment. The desert also disappeared, and she looked into the distance with a smile. She knew who had come. However, this was normal. The incident at Mdingjun had spread throughout the wasteland continent. As long as one was a saint, they would not miss this grand event. Swoosh! Under countless gazes, a woman in snow-white clothes floated over like a fairy descending from the heavens. She was an Yu-er. Do we have the qualifications? An Yu-er landed beside Yu Yun, and her cold voice rang out at the same time, causing many saints to fall silent. So beautiful. As for the ordinary saints, their hearts were pounding. Compared to the Lei and Bingzhu, an Yu-er and Yu Yun were obviously more attractive. Bitch! In the distance, Lei Zhuzi cursed angrily with an ugly expression. As for the saints of the 6 great sacred grounds, they were silent. Obviously, they had tacitly approved of an Yu-er and Yu Yun's status. They had the qualifications to compete for the treasures. Lai Qing, you can't be considered the Holy Son. At the same time, someone looked at a girl in black clothes and said. This girl had shocked everyone in the previous elimination round. She was the biggest dark horse, but she was not considered a saint. Clang! The black-clothed girl's expression was cold as she pulled out a sword. Attacking me? The person who spoke sneered coldly. His eyes suddenly became illusory, as if the great Tao of heaven and earth had appeared. The great expansion eyes is very powerful. If you look at him directly, you will be instantly killed. Someone recognized the saint who attacked. He was the top existence among the saints. His soul power was broad and profound, like an illusion or a world. Anyone who looked at him directly would be instantly killed. Puff! The black-clothed girl, Lai Qing, spat out a mouthful of blood. Obviously, she was injured by the soul power, but her voice was even colder. Great indifference. She slashed out with her sword. Rumble. A terrifying shockwave exploded in the void in front of her. The surging soul power seemed to be cut off by the sword. Even the soul power was cut off. What else can she not cut off? Many people sucked in a breath of cold air, while the Holy Sun who used the Great Expansion pupil smiled lightly. You are qualified. Chapter 978. Shocking the scene, the powerful chosen stayed one by one, while the weak ones left silently. They knew that if they didn't leave, they would die. For a moment, the atmosphere became oppressive. Countless gazes were fixed on the Dingjun mountain, waiting for the treasure to be unearthed. It's so lively here. However, at this moment, more than 20 people arrived. The person in the lead was wearing a blue robe. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and he held a large sword in his hand. He looked like a king who had returned. His voice and aura were incomparably domineering. After all, when others came here, they would keep a low profile no matter how strong they were. Even if they were recognized as qualified, they wouldn't dare to be arrogant. There was no strongest here, only stronger. However, the arrival of the youth seemed to be telling everyone that he was here. Lin Ling is here. And Yu Mengyun's delicate bodies trembled. A smile appeared at the corners of their mouths as they looked at the frivolous figure approaching. They had long known that Lin Ling would definitely come to such an event. Villain Lin Ling. The other chosen also looked at the blue-white robe with their eyes wide open. They didn't expect Lin Ling to come, let alone in such a shocking manner. As for the two foreign race experts, they frowned. The person who came was very young and handsome, but his strength was only at the initial stage of the Saint Spirit realm. He dared to announce his arrival in such an arrogant manner? Lin Ling, you still dare to come? Amidst the silence, a furious roar sounded. It was the young barbarian king, Fujitor. Are you here to die? Lei Zhuzi also looked at Lin Ling with eyes full of killing intent. He missed the opportunity before, but now he had the chance. Villain Lin Ling, get lost. This isn't a place where you can come. Your fierceness can only scare some weak people. In our chosen star, you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant, let alone evil. The other chosen coldly shouted. Lin Ling's arrival was too shocking. Lin Ling, apologize to them, then take the holy son of Bodhi Sacred Palace and leave this place. Don't ruin things. Ma Yubai from the Bodhi Sacred Palace also spoke. He was a little unhappy. After all, Lin Ling's shocking arrival would incur the wrath of the crowd. Although it had nothing to do with him, it would affect him and cause others to vent their anger on him. Are you talking to me? Lin Ling finally slowed down his footsteps as they arrived at the foot of empty Dingjun. He didn't pay any attention to the surrounding voices. Instead, he looked at Ma Yubai and said. This person is very calm. It seems that many people are dissatisfied with him, but he is still not afraid. The elder from the winged race praised. Lin Ling could be considered the most frivolous and calm among all the Shengs of the foreign races. Huh? Ma Yubai was stunned. What kind of tone did Lin Ling use to talk to him? One had to know that when he was cultivating in the Bodhi Sacred Palace, Lin Ling was just an ant in the martial arts hall. Moreover, he was the first holy son of Bodhi Sacred Palace. Lin Ling came later. Was he qualified to talk to him? Didn't you hear what I said? Ma Yubai wanted to laugh, but he still shook his head. Who do you think you are? Lin Ling looked at Ma Yubai from the corner of his eyes. Ha ha ha. Ma Yubai finally laughed. I am the first holy son of Bodhi Sacred Palace, and also their leader. Tell me, who do you think I am? When they were being bullied, where were you? You only cared about yourself. Now, because of my appearance, you are afraid that I will become a thorn in your side. So, you want me to leave and apologize to them? Lin Ling laughed softly, his voice full of ridicule. First Holy Son, I am giving you face, so you call me that. If you don't give me face, then scram. Lin Ling found it funny. In front of him, Ma Yubai wanted to be the boss, but he didn't fulfill his responsibility. When he, Lin Ling, was being chased, where was Ma Yubai? When the holy sons of Bodhi Sacred Palace were being bullied, where was Ma Yubai? He wasn't anywhere. He didn't care about the weak holy sons. Now, Ma Yubai was putting on the airs of a boss. Why should Lin Ling give him face? Ma Yubai, we only recognize Lin Ling. You should speak less. You want Lin Ling to apologize. It's fine if you lose face, but don't lose the face of our Bodhi Sacred Palace. The other holy sons of Bodhi Sacred Palace said coldly. Ma Yubai's eyes narrowed. Those who admired him in the past didn't care about him today. Fine, fine, fine. If you want to die, I'll let you. But if you cause the death of all the holy sons of Bodhi Sacred Palace, then I'll see how you explain it to the sword-wielding old man. Ma Yubai was so angry that his face turned pale. Scram! Lin Ling shouted coldly. Ma Yubai's eyes narrowed. He wanted nothing more than to attack Lin Ling, but he soon laughed coldly. He knew that he didn't need to do anything. There would be someone who would kill Lin Ling. At that time, he would have to watch as Lin Ling begged him for help. At the same time, numerous cold gazes were directed at Lin Ling. They were filled with malicious intent. It's time to settle old scores, but one by one. Lin Ling smiled, looking at the crowd without fear. He knew that many people here were dissatisfied with him and wanted him dead, but how could he let them do as they wished? One by one. Lei Zhuzi's smile became even colder. You harmed me before. I'll take revenge for this. Lin Ling said indifferently, but he didn't look at Lei Zhuzi. I said one by one, not for you to take revenge on me one by one, but for me to take revenge first. What? Everyone was shocked. Lin Ling had many enemies, and with his reputation as a villain and his shocking appearance, there were definitely many people who wanted to attack Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling didn't seem to be afraid of being surrounded. Instead, he said that he would take revenge first and settle the score later. This kind of arrogance shocked the 6 holy lands. All the holy sons here knew each other. Lin Ling was a newcomer, but this was the first time they saw such an arrogant newcomer. Interesting. He's just an early-stage Holy Spirit Realm junior, but he's not afraid of all the geniuses. How bold. The experts of the 2 foreign races laughed, and some of them were waiting to see a good show. Lin Ling, is he going to challenge all the holy sons of the Holy Lands? In the distance, the hearts of the holy sons of the Holy Lands jumped. They never thought that the villain Lin Ling would be so arrogant. I wonder, who will you take revenge on first? Young barbarian King Fujitor suddenly became curious. He noticed that Lin Ling's cultivation had risen, so he didn't know where Lin Ling's confidence came from. In my heart, my family is everything. So, if anyone dares to touch my woman, I'll make a move against him. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling's handsome face spoke softly, and the crowd's pupils constricted. The first one seemed to be the holy son of the 6 shaman holy land. Lin Ling. Anuer and Yumun Yun's hearts were beating wildly. In front of countless geniuses, Lin Ling told everyone that they were Lin Ling's women. He was very domineering, but they liked it because Lin Ling treated them as his family. Lin Ling was still firm in his heart. No matter how heartless the world was, family was always first. This was the young man they had watched grow up, and he was still able to withstand the wind and rain. I was the first one who attacked her, and you want to take revenge on me? Chapter 979. Crushing. He found it hilarious that Lin Ling was the first to settle scores with him. Did Lin Ling think he was a pushover? Little Flame, go. Go. Lin Ling patted Little Flame on his shoulder. Little Flame chuckled and shot towards the nine-headed snake like a shooting star. In mid-air, a sudden change occurred. The red fur on his body grew crazily like bamboo shoots. A giant ape that was nearly 50 meters tall appeared. It was earth-shattering and surged with a murderous aura. Boom! The giant ape smashed into the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Then, it took a step towards the nine-headed shaman snake. The giant ape's body was huge, but its speed was not slow at all. Ferocious beast? Many people's eyes narrowed. Lin Ling had a ferocious beast. The sixth shaman Holy Land Saint frowned, but he shouted angrily, "Kill it! Kill!" Behind him, the nine-headed snake released a surging murderous aura. It was like the top 10 ferocious beasts in the world. Its 9 heads swallowed clouds and mist as it pounced towards the giant red-furred ape. Roar! The giant red-furred ape let out a furious roar. Its huge fist blasted out and collided with the 9 heads. Boom! The fist shook the earth and the mountains. It was like the collision of the most primitive ferocious beasts. The mountain-sized 9-headed snake's flesh and blood splattered as all 9 heads exploded. Although it was also a ferocious beast, its master was not as generous as Lin Ling, who used endless treasures to increase his pet's strength. Little Flame had been eating heartily in the Death God's garden. Now, its strength had increased countless times. Boom! The giant ape was like the most ancient monkey king. After killing the 9-headed snake with a single punch, its huge mouth roared angrily at the 6th shaman Holy Land Saint. Endless gales swept out. What kind of ferocious beast is this? The saint screamed. That saint's son screamed in terror. Now, he didn't find it funny anymore. However, the astral winds were like sharp blades, slicing him into pieces. He was blown to death by the wind. In just a single exchange, a 6th shaman Holy Land's designated holy son had fallen, causing the entire grassland to fall into a deathly silence. Previously, that saint had questioned Yu Yun's status, so he ruthlessly attacked and wanted to kill Yu Yun at the same time. However, he was blocked by Yu Yun. He knew that he couldn't do anything to Yu Yun, so he didn't pay any attention to her. However, after Lin Ling arrived, he sought justice for Yu Yun. Lin Ling attacked and killed her in one move, shocking everyone. What exactly is this beast? The hearts of many saint princes throbbed violently. Could it be a treasure that Lin Ling had obtained from the ancient tomb? No wonder Lin Ling was so confident. Sandstorm. Right at this moment, an icy cold voice resounded from not too far away. It was that short holy son. He'd attacked Yu Yun earlier, and now that the holy son of the 6th shaman Holy Land was dead, he knew that Lin Ling would come looking for him. Rumble. The ground turned into a desert, and a sandstorm soared into the sky. However, it wasn't directed at the giant red ape. Instead, it surged towards Lin Ling. Previously, he'd attacked Yu Yun. At that time, he'd said that no matter how strong a beast was, it was useless if its master wasn't strong. This time, it was the same. He'd attacked Lin Ling. As long as Lin Ling died, the beast would have no master, and there was nothing to worry about. Lin Ling, be careful of that sandstorm. It can absorb a person's water. Yu Yun shouted worriedly. However, An'Yuer smiled and patted her shoulder. She'd previously ventured into the ancient tomb with Lin Ling, so she knew that Lin Ling wasn't that weak. Rumble. The sandstorm enveloped Lin Ling, and like a giant beast in the sand, it instantly swallowed Lin Ling. Is he dead? Serves him right. This is the outcome of being arrogant. Many saints sneered. They naturally knew how terrifying the sandstorm was. At this moment, Lin Ling should have turned into a dried corpse. Rumble. At this moment, in the endless sandstorm, it was like a small world. Any water would be absorbed. Even blood and spiritual energy escaped from the sandstorm's absorption. It was extremely terrifying. This kind of power had reached the peak of martial arts. If placed in the rainforest's sacred ground, it could cause 90% of the experts to die, 80,000 small worlds awaken. In the sandstorm, Lin Ling shouted coldly. He could feel that his blood was about to burst out of his body. Therefore, he'd made the small worlds boil. Previously, when he'd defeated saints, he'd used 70,000 small worlds. After all, it was very difficult and slow to increase one's physical strength. However, if he increased his physical strength by 10,000 small worlds, the power would be incomparably powerful. Right now, Lin Ling was making 80,000 small worlds boil, awaken, and explode at the same time for the first time. The blood has stopped being absorbed. As expected, a strong physical body is the foundation of martial arts. No mysterious profoundness or innate emperor physique can affect the physical body. Then, Lin Ling smiled faintly. A long time ago, he'd felt that a strong physical body was the foundation. Now, everything was proven. Explode! Explode! Then, Lin Ling's pupils constricted and he threw out a punch. Rumble! Countless grains of sand immediately swept over, wanting to devour Lin Ling's flesh and blood. However, the fist was extremely condensed. It was like a giant's fist, causing the sandstorm to tremble violently. Outside, everyone looked at the terrifying sandstorm. They were shocked by how heaven-defying this move was. However, at this moment, there was an explosion. The sandstorm exploded and sand fell like rain. A slender figure stepped out slowly, as if bathed in the sand rain. "You are the second one." His voice was cold and shocking. No one could believe what was happening in front of them. Lin Ling was fine. The short saint's pupils widened, and his body actually trembled. Although his sand-devouring profoundness was only at the first level, as long as the sandstorm enveloped the opponent, anyone would turn into a dried corpse. Right now, it was the first time he'd seen someone come out alive and explode his sandstorm. How did Lin Ling do it? Among the saints, you're the first one to force me to use 80,000 small worlds. At the same time, Lin Ling appeared in front of him, his voice cold. Whoosh! Then, a terrifying punch blasted out. Pop! 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 The air was torn apart, and lightning-like cracks appeared in the void. The power was too great, causing the short saint's pupils to constrict. He finally knew how Lin Ling exploded his sandstorm. It was the power of his physical body. The 6 great holy lands are not for you to be arrogant. Seeing how Lin Ling had decisively crushed the 2 stars of Saint with a thunderous momentum, Lei Zhuzi couldn't bear to watch any longer. She didn't believe that Lin Ling could be so arrogant as to annihilate an entire army. Villain Lin Ling, today I represent the 6 great holy lands to enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Lightning Rune Saint Light. Lei Zhuzi's devastatingly beautiful face was sacred, like a saintess from the 9 heavens descending to the mortal world. The seals she made with her hands were mysterious and complex, and there were constantly lightning snakes swimming out, causing the lightning spiritual energy in the sky to surge. The atmosphere became oppressive. How terrifying! Lei Zhuzi is even more powerful than Lei Zhuzi. Many saints gasped. Was that the profound meaning of thunder? Thunder, destructive and domineering, was one of the most terrifying powers in the world, and also the power that demons feared the most. No matter what kind of demon or demon, even if they had cultivated for many years and were about to transform into a human, they were still afraid of the heavenly thunder that came down from the heavens. This showed how terrifying the thunder was. Look, the sky. Someone pointed at the sky. There, dark clouds were rolling, and there was a light condensed by lightning spiritual energy. Then, a destructive lightning beam smashed down like a heavenly punishment. This profound was like Lei Gong's anger. Chapter 980. Annihilation. Do you think you have the right to say that you are enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens? Lin Ling remained calm under everyone's gazes. His fist was still flying towards the saint. He wanted to kill the saint with one punch. He's crazy. Everyone's heart trembled. Lin Ling didn't choose to run away when facing the lightning and holy light. Instead, he swore to kill the saint. It seemed like he would do whatever he said even if the heavens fell and the earth cracked. Boom! The lightning and holy light smashed down. Looking from afar, it seemed like a huge light pillar was shooting down from the heavens. However, it wasn't light, but lightning. Lin Ling, it's time for you to die. The crowd muttered to themselves. They were shocked by Lin Ling's strength today. Is that all you've got? However, in the next moment, a cold voice came from the lightning pillar. Under countless gazes, a young man stood in the dazzling lightning pillar. His long hair fluttered in the wind. He stood there calmly and bathed in the lightning. His eyes were still as calm as before. There was no madness in them, only a terrifying stillness. Lin Ling was safe and sound when facing the lightning bead's strongest lightning attack. Chi! Many people's faces stiffened. What kind of defensive power is that? They didn't know that Lin Ling had tempered the Tai true body. Coupled with the righteous energy protecting his body, it would be difficult for even an expert in the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm to injure him, let alone an early stage Holy Spirit realm saint. What a terrifying physical body! The heart of the old man from the winged clan trembled. His strength has increased again. And Yuer and Yumun Yun were delighted. They knew that no matter where they were, the young man they liked would never be bullied by anyone. No matter how strong the storm was, the young man would cross it with big strides. His cultivation didn't increase, but how did his strength increase to such a terrifying level? The strength of his physical body is almost comparable to mine. Young barbarian King Fugitor's face turned ugly. He wanted to see how arrogant Lin Ling was, but he didn't expect that Lin Ling would be able to wipe out an army. Whoosh! A silhouette shot out from the pillar of lightning. It was as fast as lightning, and wherever it stepped, the earth cracked. It was extremely terrifying. It was Lin Ling. Although Lin Ling did not use any movement techniques, he could still move at the speed of a cannonball just by relying on his physical strength. Soon after, that slender figure appeared in front of Lei Zhuzi, causing Lei Zhuzi's heart to tremble violently. For the first time, she felt that this villain Lin Ling was so terrifying. You are enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens? Lin Ling faintly smiled. Not long ago, he had defeated Bing Zhuzi, and this willful princess-like beauty had caused all the saints' sons to target him. Lei Zhuzi had also ordered people to join forces to harm him. Although these two women were beautiful, their hearts were too ugly. Die! Lei Zhuzi's beautiful face turned ferocious. She pointed a finger, and a spear of thunder shot towards Lin Ling. Pa! At such a close distance, Lin Ling could not block it. He took a step back, and his body was surrounded by lightning. Effective? Lei Zhuzi's eyes flashed with joy. Could her all-out attack hurt Lin Ling? How pitiful. Your all-out attack only made me take a step back. However, in the next moment, a voice knocked her down from heaven into the abyss, causing Lei Zhuzi's eyes to tremble. She thought her attack could hurt Lin Ling, but who knew that Lin Ling would allow her to attack without any fear? This was a lofty suppression, a destruction. Lei Bingzhu, the existence of heavenly beauties, enjoying the adoration of tens of thousands of people. Once someone defeats you, your pride will be humiliated, and you will not be happy to kill others. Unfortunately, this world does not revolve around you. You are not the only ones, and you are not the so-called heavenly beauties. You are just martial artists. In this world, strength is everything. A disdainful voice floated out from Lin Ling's mouth. Villain Lin Ling, don't be too arrogant. Lei Zhuzi gritted her teeth. I'm a villain. You are a lofty heavenly beauty. Unfortunately, in my eyes, you are just an ant. You are petty and incompetent. You can only look up to me. Lin Ling took a step forward, and his eyes became even colder. Lei Zhuzi subconsciously took a step back. Although her mouth was powerful, in fact, she was indeed an ant. She could not be proud in front of Lin Ling, and she was not qualified to call Lin Ling an ant. She did not even have the strength and courage to face Lin Ling. If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. If people offend me, I will pay them back 100 times. Lin Ling gently patted with his palm. It seemed calm, but it was surging with killing intent. Boom! Lei Zhuzi's body trembled under the force of his palm. Evil disciple Lin Ling, pushing a flower with his bare hands. Today, she finally understood what he meant. If her sister had lost to other powerful holy sons, such as Great Expanse Pupil, Young Barbarian King, Dark Killer King, and other holy sons, she wouldn't have dared to have any objections. However, both of them were unwilling to lose to Lin Ling. However, the actual situation was that Lin Ling was also an existence that couldn't be provoked. They were unwilling and wanted to frame Lin Ling, so only death awaited them. Boom! Lei Zhuzi, who was admired by countless people, turned into dust and was killed by a palm. The entire prairie was dead silent. From Lin Ling's shocking arrival to killing another 3 powerful holy princes, it had only been an incense stick's time. This thunderous momentum shocked the 6 great holy lands. My revenge is settled. It's your turn now. Under countless gazes, Lin Ling looked at the silent holy princes with an expressionless face. The holy princes were still silent. They all called Lin Ling a villain, which was also a disdainful title. But now, Lin Ling showed them how fierce and domineering they were. Let's see who dared to speak. In this world, strength was respected. When Lin Ling was weak, others could casually call Lin Ling a villain. However, when Lin Ling's strength surpassed theirs, he was not a villain, but a frivolous king. Lin Ling's shocking arrival naturally shocked everyone who was not convinced. So handsome. Among the holy princes, some young girls looked at the arrogant and unruly youth in the distance, and their hearts jumped. After going through the previous oppression and sweeping through the crowd of heroes, Lin Ling had left a big shadow in their hearts. Young Barbarian King Fujitor. Ignoring the silent holy princes, Lin Ling's eyes moved as he spoke coldly. Lin Ling wants to fight the young Barbarian King? Many people were looking forward to it, but they were also nervous. At present, Lin Ling could already become a holy prince, a star of holy princes. However, the young Barbarian King was a top existence in the 6 shaman holy land, a king among the stars of holy princes. His shaman body was powerful and invincible. When the 2 stars of holy princes collided, no one knew who would be more powerful. The former ant's strength has increased. The young Barbarian King Fujitor shouted coldly. Even if Lin Ling did not call him, he would still attack Lin Ling. This was because Lin Ling had made him suffer a great loss before, and his arm was even crippled. Of course, his shaman body was powerful, and his arm had recovered after consuming the treasures of heaven and earth in the old tomb. Overbearing Barbarian King Fist. Without saying anything, the young Barbarian King shot towards Lin Ling. His right fist became huge, and it was like a giant's fist. Rumble. The wind and clouds rose again before the fist was thrown, and an incomparably sharp physical strength erupted. Chapter 981. Only I am supreme. What a tyrannical punch. The eyes of the 2 alien powerhouses flickered. They hadn't attacked before because there were a few people among this group of saints that they were afraid of, and the young Barbarian King was one of them. Let's see whose body is more powerful. Lin Ling also took a step forward and shot out like a shooting star. Bang! The 2 big fists collided in midair, and the world was awed. The figures of the two kings were deeply imprinted in everyone's hearts. Yes, this was the battle of the kings among the saints. Whoosh! The next moment, Lin Ling's body flew out and smashed into the distance like a cannonball. Lin Ling seemed to be at a disadvantage in the first confrontation. Villain Lin Ling, your strength is only a so-so. The young barbarian King Fugitor's frivolous laughter came from midair. His long hair fluttered in the wind, and his body became a lot sturdier. It seemed as if he had transformed into an ancient barbarian tiger. Boundless blood and chi radiance formed ripples and bloomed on his body. Barbarian King bloodline. Some of the saints narrowed their eyes. They knew that the young barbarian king's bloodline was extraordinary. It could awaken his bloodline and enhance his cultivation greatly. He could easily crush the saints of the intermediate stage of the Holy Spirit realm. But now, the young barbarian king had awakened his bloodline. Apparently, Lin Ling had made him pay attention to him. You're just an ant. I've only used 70% of my barbarian king bloodline, and my strength has reached 70 million pounds. You're not qualified to fight me with your body. The young barbarian King Fugitor's figure shot toward Lin Ling. He was full of confidence. He had seen that Lin Ling's body was very strong in the previous battle. It was almost comparable to his. Therefore, he had used his bloodline power to reach a new critical point, and transformed into an ancient barbarian king. He believed that Lin Ling wouldn't be his opponent if he used his full strength. It's just a warm-up. Why are you so happy? A figure also jumped up from the ground. His surging aura bloomed, and the fiery light was dazzling. Whoosh! Then, he turned into a shooting star and shot toward the young barbarian king. Warm up. Many saints gasped. Lin Ling had a limit? He was just warming up in such a terrifying battle. Boom! Boom! In midair, a terrifying battle broke out. It was like a battle between the North and the South. Although it was a physical confrontation, the power was incomparably terrifying. It could easily suppress ordinary martial arts. Moreover, the two silhouettes were extremely fast, making it impossible for others to catch sight of them. In the blink of an eye, they fought from the sky to the ground, leaving thousands of holes in the earth. The young barbarian king is so powerful, but Lin Ling is even more abnormal. When did he grow to this stage? Moreover, Lin Ling is getting fiercer and fiercer as he fights. It's as if he doesn't get tired at all. Many people were trembling with fear as they watched the battle between the kings that shook the heavens and the earth. After this battle, Lin Ling had changed their view of him once again. He had made Lin Ling the first saint of the rainforest holy land. He was someone they had to look up to. How could this be? Ma Yubai's face was pale as if he had been slapped by someone. Previously, he had reprimanded Lin Ling for being too frivolous and told Lin Ling to get lost. That was because he was the first saint of the Bodhi Holy Palace. But now, Lin Ling's strength wasn't any weaker than his. Did he have the right to reprimand Lin Ling? Senior brother Ma, what else do you have to say now? Yang Gan's voice drifted over from afar. It was full of ridicule. Ma Yubai clenched his teeth, but he had nothing to say. His previous high and mighty attitude was just his own wishful thinking. Bastard! At this moment, in the sky, the young barbarian King Fugitor's face became more and more unsightly. He had thought that he could crush Lin Ling by unleashing his bloodline power. But who knew that Lin Ling was suppressing him as if he didn't get tired at all? His bloodline power had started to decline. Although he wouldn't be defeated by Lin Ling in the short term, it would be difficult for him to counterattack Lin Ling. One must know that he was the young barbarian king, the first saint of the 6 shaman holy land. But he was being suppressed and beaten. This was a complete loss of face. He doesn't seem to be able to hurt the young barbarian king. But he'll lose if he exhausts his strength with such crazy attacks. But I can see that he doesn't seem to be tired at all. Maybe he swallowed some rare heavenly treasure in the old tomb. Great Expanse pupil and a saint in a black robe beside him said. Both of them were the first saint of the 6 shaman Holy Land, so their vision was naturally beyond ordinary people. They noticed that Lin Ling was suppressing the young barbarian king, but the more he fought, the more ferocious he became. On the other hand, the young barbarian king's momentum was gradually losing ground. No, he's going to break through. Finally, Great Expanse pupils condensed. The spirit chi emitted by Lin Ling was very dense, but it seemed that he needed to digest it. So, he was digesting it through battle. This lunatic. The black-robed saint sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling didn't go all out in the battle with the first saint. Instead, he used the saint to break through. If Lin Ling reached the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm, wouldn't he be able to crush all the saints? Break through. Young barbarian King Fujitor gradually became aware of Lin Ling's intention. He couldn't help but roar, "Lin Ling, don't go too far. The purpose of your existence is to help me digest the extra spirit chi in my body. Otherwise, do you think you can fight until now?" Lin Ling's ice-cold voice resounded. He had swallowed a large amount of heavenly treasures before. So, he needed to digest and refine them. Now, it was the crucial moment for him to break through. This boy is very smart. The complexions of the 2 foreign races experts slightly changed. That youth was very scheming. His goal wasn't the young barbarian king, but to prepare for the next battle. The young barbarian king was only his stepping stone. "You're using me as a whetstone?" Young barbarian King Fugitor's heart was filled with anger as he was watched by countless gazes. He had never been humiliated like this since he was a child. 80 million points of strength, the strength to uproot mountains and rivers, the barbarian king's 8 desolation fist. The young barbarian king's bloodline power was stimulated. His fist could dominate mountains and rivers. His fist could destroy any martial profoundness. He was obviously enraged. So, he was going to risk everything to kill Lin Ling. Rumble. The dreadful fist gushed out like a storm. It wasn't a mysterious and profound martial art. It was just strength. It was strength that could subdue intelligence. It was said that when one's physical strength reached the pinnacle, one's fist could create a world. One palm could create a big world. It was rumored that this world was created by the most ancient martial artists with their fists. The storm-like fist rumbled out. The world was full of fists. Some of the weaker holy sons spat out blood and retreated. It was too dreadful. They couldn't block it just by relying on its aura. It was the aura of a barbarian king. 80 million points of strength? At the same time, Lin Ling's eyes shone with a sharp light. On the surface of his body, a red glazed light bloomed. 100,000 small worlds were awakened at the same time. It should be known that in the previous battles, he had used 70,000 small worlds to fight 80,000 small worlds. Now, he was using 100,000. Rumble. Lin Ling's long hair fluttered without wind. An ancient and eternal aura gushed out. It was as if an ancient god's shadow was standing proudly in the world. He gently raised his right hand. He didn't use any martial art. He just shot out an ordinary palm. Pop. 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 The air exploded in a large area. 100 million points of strength pressed down like dozens of mountains. What? Young barbarian King Fujitor was shocked. His barbarian king aura was suppressed to the point that he couldn't move. Lin Ling in his line of sight seemed to have turned into an ancient demon god. He shot out a palm. Wind and thunder were vast and mighty. That's 100 million points of strength. How can a human body cultivate 100 million points of strength? At the same time, the top holy sons of the great development pupils sucked in a cold breath. Chapter 982. so terrifying. All the saints forgot to breathe as they looked at the king's terrifying palm. It seemed as if his palm was covering the sky. Ding pang. A rumbling sound resounded in the prairie. Those barbarian king's giant fists in the sky were blasted apart by the palm. The void shook, and the power intertwined. It seemed as if the most primitive battle of giants was taking place. Puff! The sound of bones breaking was heard as a figure was sent flying backwards at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. The mountains were broken, and the earth was split open wherever he went. It seemed as if he had been slapped by a deity. He was blasted hundreds of thousands of miles away, and disappeared from everyone's sight. That man was the young barbarian king. He had blasted him to the end of the world with a single palm. That palm was so terrifying. No one knew whether the young barbarian king was still alive. However, everyone was looking at Lin Ling with shock in their hearts. Lin Ling had suppressed the young barbarian king a while ago. Everyone had thought that they were evenly matched. However, no one had expected that Lin Ling was only playing with the young barbarian king. The young barbarian king was like a piece of paper when Lin Ling was serious. Everything was just as Lin Ling had said. How could the young barbarian king, Fujitor, fight until now if he was serious? Lin Ling didn't pay attention to everyone's thoughts. He sat down cross-legged. He had broken through again. The saints felt even more upset as they looked at Lin Ling. He was already so terrifying at the initial stage of the Holy Spirit realm. How terrifying would he be if he reached the intermediate stage? Unfortunately, no one dared to disturb Lin Ling after the previous shocking battle. So powerful. And Yuer and Yuman Yun hurried to Lin Ling's side to protect Lin Ling. They were excited as they looked at the young man whose eyelashes were slightly trembling. However, his cultivation was rising unceasingly. They hadn't expected that Lin Ling's strength would be so dreadful. For a moment, the prairie quieted down. Everyone's attention once again fell on empty Dingjun. Over there, the ancient mountain slowly cracked open, and thick spiritual water gushed out. More and more spiritual water gushed out, and many saint children hurriedly caught it. This spiritual water was very valuable. Yuman Yun also collected a lot of spirit water. She was excited, and she was looking forward to the most precious treasure. Empty Dingjun finally, empty Dingjun Yun finally, endless fantasy, the river jade pearl was unearthed. It was like the king of heavenly treasures. The moment the mysterious bead was unearthed, countless heavenly treasures also gushed out. It was as if anything could become a heavenly treasure together with the river diagram jade bead. River jade. The eyes the barbarian king mine is. The demon Eunice, Nenaz. The sky and the earth were separated, and the attack appeared in front of the Yen clan cultivator. His pupils constricted. A profound martial art that could cross the void? Martial at level martial, level. But soon, that expert laughed coldly. He reached out with his demonic claw and crushed the void attack. At the same time, the experts of the winged race were also fighting against the great development pupil. Light rays intersected, and the essence of the sun and moon circulated. Those top experts clashed one after another in order to obtain the river diagram jade beads. As for the other saints, they were not qualified to get close. They could only watch from afar. That was the battlefield of kings, and it was not something they could get close to. Not good, many outsiders are coming. At this time, a saint's son said in a panic. In the distance, a large number of foreign race experts had arrived. They had no choice but to fight. A chaotic battle broke out between heaven and earth. Big sister you go fight for the Jade River diagram beads. I'll protect Lin Ling. In the midst of the chaotic battle, Yuman Yun said with a frown. The Jade River chart bead was a precious treasure. Whether it was for Lin Ling or for herself, this risk was worth taking. Not to mention that a martial artist's life was filled with danger and opportunity. So, in order to become stronger, danger had to be faced. All right. An'Yuer nodded and shot into the sky. Soon, she was engaged in a battle with a Yen race great sovereign. There were 4 Yen race great sovereigns and 5 Wing race great primordial Yang experts here. Their strength was sky high, and they were all at the middle stage of the Saint Spirit realm. Hee, outsider girl, hand over that young man obediently. If I'm in a good mood, I might spare your life. At this time, a great monarch from the Yen clan shot over. He was more than 3 meters tall, and there were a lot of iron rings hanging from his body. There was even a fist-sized pendant hanging from his ears. His style of dress was very different from everyone else's. This person was not weak in the Yen race. He was also a great sovereign. Previously, he had seen from afar that Lin Ling's strength was not to be underestimated among the saints. So, when Lin Ling was breaking through, he wanted to kill Lin Ling. For the Yen race, all the treasures unearthed from empty Dingjun belonged to them. No one was allowed to touch them. Come out. Yu Mun-yun sat down cross-legged, and an emerald jade zither appeared. Then, a pleasant sound of the zither drifted out. It was as if a door to a foreign land had been opened, and 2 huge figures slowly walked out of the void. One was the ice-fire demon rhinoceros, and the other was the 9-headed demon feather bird. Both of them were ferocious beasts. You look weak and powerless, but you can summon such ferocious beasts. You are truly a terrifying existence. The Yen race great sovereign's face turned cold. With a wave of his hand, more Yen race cultivators flew over. Kill. Lin Ling's side was filled with killing intent. The outsiders obviously wanted to kill Lin Ling. Should we help them? Lin Ling is at the critical moment of his breakthrough. If Lin Ling dies, the 6 holy lands will lose a powerful saint, and we will be at a disadvantage in the battle against the outsiders. Many of the saint children started to discuss spiritedly. A great treasure had been unearthed on empty Dingjun, and they also wanted a share of the profits. However, the mutated races would stop them. Therefore, although they weren't familiar with Lin Ling, they were still in the same boat at the moment. Yin Yang Killer King, go help Lin Ling. Dian Tong pondered for a moment and shouted. He was smarter and knew that Lin Ling was an indispensable battle force. Hee, in your dreams. However, the other Saint Star was stopped by the Wing race's primordial Yang. Bastard! Dian Tong roared with indignation. Lin Ling, let me help you. On the Bodhi Saint Palace's side, a large number of saints shot towards Lin Ling. Lin Ling had helped them before and was their leader. At this moment, they definitely wouldn't let Lin Ling get hurt. Protect Lin Ling. Fight. With Yang Gan and Shi Zhueyue as the leaders, they were the first to arrive. This made the blood of the Bodhi Saint Palace's saints boil. Fight. Just an early-stage Saint Spirit Realm cultivator, kill. The Yen race's Grand Elder's eyes flickered. He didn't expect that this young man, Lin Ling, who had angered everyone a moment ago, would be supported by the saints like a king. However, these saints weren't peak saints, so he could still kill them. Demonic clouds ripple. He waved his hands, and the demonic clouds in the sky rumbled. The day of the luminous sun tribulation appeared, and the demonic clouds surged into his body, increasing his strength crazily. The Bodhi Saint Palace's saints felt like their souls were being sucked away, and their faces turned pale. Don't breathe, those clouds are strange. Yu Mengyun shouted coldly. She also knew that if this continued, Lin Ling would definitely have a hard time breaking through. Therefore, her beautiful eyes finally revealed a determined look. Her hands moved rapidly, and an ancient door quietly appeared behind her. Demonic chi rolled out, and a pair of eyes seemed to be looking at the world. Chapter 983. Transforming into a Demon, the Art of Transforming into a Demon. Yu Mun Yun's voice turned bone-chilling. Her slender body floated up, and a white snake slithered out of the ancient door and swallowed her. Cultivating a demonic art and transforming into a demon. This woman has gone crazy in order to become stronger. The strange race person's eyes narrowed. In the ancient times, there were demons who devoured the essence of the sun and moon to transform into humans. However, there were also martial artists who pursued the terrifying talent of demons and cultivated demonic arts to transform into demons. However, humans and demons were different from each other. How could one easily transform into another? Therefore, cultivating demonic arts and transforming into a demon definitely had a terrifying price to pay. Sister Mengyun. Anuer's beautiful eyes narrowed, and her heart felt like it was being stabbed by a knife. She had long known that Yu Yun had cultivated demonic arts, and she had tried to stop her. However, Yu Yun had told her that in order to be with that young man, in order to protect him, so what if she transformed into a demon? Today, Yu Yun had finally used that forbidden art. Rumble. Heaven and earth shook, and the ancient white snake slithered out slowly, intimidating the world. This snake was extremely holy and beautiful. Its white scales seemed to be untainted by the dust of the world. There was a faint bulge on the snake's head, as if it was about to grow horns. A pair of eerie green eyes looked down at the saints. The strange race people and the saints stopped fighting. Clearly, they did not expect that there was a hidden super king of saints here. The battle gradually became more and more intense. Kill! The Yen clan people roared. They were determined not to let the saints obtain their treasures, and the saints had no way out. They could only fight with all their might. The two sides were evenly matched. Pop! 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 At this moment, the huge white snake swept its tail, and a large number of Yen clan people died. The experts in the early stage of the saint spirit realm could not block the tail of the white snake. What a terrifying beast! What kind of snake is it? A mere one tail actually has the power of the profound meaning of the martial way. The Yen Great Venerable said, his voice trembling with fear. Currently, there were several people on the saint's son's side that weren't weak. There was a saint's son with 3 eyes, a saint's son who could control yin and yang, a black-clothed girl who wielded a sword, a girl who could transform into a white snake with her soul force, and a giant ape. These people were all extremely difficult to deal with. In addition, there was also that holy son Lin Ling who was breaking through. If he succeeded, the Yen clan's momentum would be greatly weakened. Kill! The Yen race great monarch clashed with the white snake in an attempt to stop Lin Ling from breaking through. However, the white snake's eyes were constantly emitting sound waves that were extremely powerful. It made it difficult for him to get close to Lin Ling. At this moment, Lin Ling was also aware of the changes happening outside, and he was a little anxious. Inside his dantian, the saint arena was madly condensing spiritual energy. He had already swallowed a large amount of heavenly treasures before this, so he didn't lack any of them. As for his foundation, he didn't lack any profound martial arts, so he didn't lack any of them. What he lacked was that short period of time. Hurry up, hurry up! Lin Ling shouted anxiously in his heart. A very powerful fierce beast, but it seems like you can't control it. Turning into a demon, how can it be so easy to transform into a demon? At this time, the Yen race great monarch noticed that the terrifying white snake's aura was weakening. Boundless magic. Rolling dark clouds rolled over, turning into a giant devil cloud palm that slammed heavily onto the mountain-like white snake. The white snake's head shook, and blood flowed out from the corner of its mouth. However, its eyes were still fixed on the young man on the ground, as if it would never retreat. Then, it slithered over and coiled its body around the young man on the ground to protect him. Do you think he can reverse the situation just because he broke through? Too bad, your hard work is going to be in vain. If he dies, you will die too. The Yen race great monarch waved his hands, and an even larger devil cloud rolled over, covering heaven and earth. The martial Tao they cultivated was somewhat different. It wasn't the profound meaning of martial arts, but it was the power to control heaven and earth. It was similar to the profound meaning of martial arts. The devil cloud surged out, turning into a demon with 2 horns on its head. It looked like a demon, but also like a bull. Then, the giant demon opened its mouth and roared, causing a violent wind to sweep across the sky. Puff puff puff. Many saints spat out blood, their faces pale. What a terrifying devil wind. On the ground, the giant white snake trembled. The white scales on its holy and beautiful snake body began to fall off, but it still stubbornly raised its head and looked at the demon in the sky. If it stayed far away, it wouldn't be injured, but it didn't retreat. Sister Mengyun. Yu shouted anxiously, but she was still stopped by the alien race experts. Die! The Yen race great monarch roared again, causing the demon in the sky to grow even larger. Its aura was enough to turn all living beings into ashes. The great monarch's strength is too strong. Other than the top saints, no one can stop them. De Yen Tong's eyes were extremely ugly. If this continued, their saints would return empty-handed today. One had to know that the ancient tomb was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If they missed it, they would miss the heavenly fall era. Right now, the Water Moon Holy Land girl had to protect Lin Ling. She would definitely be injured, or even die. After she died, Lin Ling would fail to break through and also die. Without Lin Ling and the girl, they wouldn't be a match for the outsiders. Sister Mengyun, quickly dodge. The endless demonic wind blew against the white snake, causing Yu to shout continuously. All the saints were shocked by the pure white snake. The white snake was so determined. If there was a woman who would treat him like this and stay by his side in life and death, what regrets would he have in life? Chi. Finally, the white snake became lifeless and its light dimmed. In the air, a figure drifted down like a kite. Her beautiful face and her slender figure inexplicably made many of the saints' hearts ache. In the end, Yu Munyun failed to block the attack of the Yen race's great monarch. Her demon transformation was over. What a powerful beast. Unfortunately, you can't control it. You can be a good human, but you want to be a demon. Then, you will die here. All the outsiders sneered. They seemed to have seen the hope of victory. Whoosh! However, at this moment, the ground exploded and an enormous aura soared into the sky, causing the clouds in the sky to split apart. Then, a figure shot into the sky like a shooting star and picked up the beautiful figure that was falling like a leaf. He slowly floated down. Yu Munyun slowly opened her eyes. A familiar face appeared in front of her, making her heart tremble. Lin Ling had awakened. I'm sorry. I couldn't protect you. Yu Munyun said softly with guilt in her heart. Her pale face made Lin Ling's heart ache. In fact, he didn't expect what happened before. He also didn't expect Yu Munyun to cultivate the demon cultivation technique and turn herself into a demon. I wanted to become stronger, so I begged Master to let me learn forbidden arts. From then on, I became a demon. Lin Ling, to be able to help you once, Mengyun will be satisfied for the rest of her life. I will leave you. Yu Munyun looked at Lin Ling with her beautiful eyes. In order to become stronger, she already had the bloodline of a demon. So what if you are a demon or a human? In my heart, you are the princess of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom who helped me. You are the wife whose marriage was broken by me in front of thousands of people. I held your hand and walked down the stage step by step. Today was the company's annual meeting. Woo, there were many things at the end of the year. However, he won a microwave oven from the lucky draw. Chapter 984. He was enraged for a beauty. Lin Ling gently shook his head. His eyes were clear and pure, and he didn't care about the difference between a demon and a human. In order to prove his point, he slowly lowered his head and kissed her gently. Yu Mengyun's body trembled, and her beautiful eyes were filled with tears of excitement and gratitude. Lin Ling didn't despise her. At this moment, thousands of eyes fell on the two figures floating down from the sky. This scene was very beautiful. Under the rolling dark clouds, it seemed like the most beautiful scene. Next, it's my turn to protect you. Yes. Finally, a firm voice drifted out in this world, causing the entire battlefield to become even more silent. Bang! Lin Ling finally stood on the ground. He was like a giant. The moment his feet touched the ground, the whole earth shook. It was a shocking scene. Lin Ling, wake up. Yes. Countless chosen looked at the handsome young man in the blue and white robe and muttered to themselves. They didn't know why, but the current Lin Ling gave them an indescribable feeling. It was as if his appearance was to decide this battle. In this battle, kings had gathered. But in the end, who would be the king? You, come back. Yes. A cold voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. In the distance, an Yuer nodded heavily. Her heart was filled with excitement. At the moment of life and death, the man in their hearts had finally succeeded in breaking through. I stopped you. Do you think you can leave just because you want to? Yes. In front of an Yuer, a Yen clan supreme elder sneered. His mission was to hold back an Yuer and even find an opportunity to kill her. But now, an Yuer wanted to leave. Was it possible? Bastard. Yes. An Yuer coldly shouted. Previously, it was this supreme elder who stopped her, causing her to be unable to help Yu Menyun. Sword piercing the clouds. Yes. At this moment, a sword came from the horizon. It swept up a strong wind and slashed towards the supreme elder from the Yen clan. This sword was undeniably upright and full of righteousness. This sword contained billions of bursts of power and cut through the sky. Boom! The supreme elder from the Yen clan narrowed his eyes. There was only one thought in his mind, so fast. In the next moment, his head was separated from his body, and the demonic clouds dispersed. He had killed a great sovereign with a single sword strike. The entire battlefield was dead silent. Before this, the battle between the foreign race's great monarchs and the Holy Sun stars had been evenly matched. None of the top Holy Suns or great monarchs had died. But now, the first king had died. A great monarch from the Yen clan had been killed by a single sword strike. Lin Ling had broken through. What realm had his strength reached? The crowd was shocked. Whoosh! At the same time, an Yuer was able to free herself and flew towards Lin Ling. She was excited because she never thought that Lin Ling's strength would increase so much. Little did she know that Lin Ling hadn't even used his full strength when fighting the young barbarian king Fujitor, not to mention now that he had broken through to the mid-stage Holy Spirit realm. His holy foundations had become more stable, and his physical body had become stronger. The Tai True physique had allowed him to transform into a fiend god physique. To Lin Ling, the increase in his cultivation realm was an increase in all aspects. His battle prowess had increased by a full 3 times. You, look after Mengyun. Lin Ling's eyes were incomparably cold as he handed Yu Menyun over to an Yuer. He then looked at the battlefield and said, "Are you guys stupid?" Stupid? Everyone's expression changed slightly. What did Lin Ling mean by that? Did he say they were stupid? No, he was talking about the foreign race's members. All the battles stopped, and those great monarchs and great primal yang experts looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling had killed a great monarch earlier, but they could see that Lin Ling had taken the great monarch by surprise. Therefore, they were surprised by Lin Ling's strength, but they weren't afraid. I don't know, how are we stupid? An old man from the winged race said indifferently. This person was a great primal yang expert, and his strength was at the peak of the mid-stage Holy Spirit realm. I've said that anyone who dares to touch my loved ones has touched my reverse scale. Didn't you see that I killed the Saint Prince earlier? On the ground, Lin Ling's eyes were incomparably cold. He was furious. Yu Yun had turned into a demon for him. He didn't know how to cultivate a demon, but he knew that it wasn't easy. Therefore, he was angry and guilty at the same time. You're saying that we touched your woman, which is tantamount to touching your reverse scale? The great primal yang expert from the winged race said indifferently with a mocking smile, so what? I still don't understand why we're stupid. Because we'll die if we touch her. Lin Ling said word by word, and a sharp killing intent appeared on his handsome face. Huh, you? I admit that you're strong, but you're not strong enough to kill us. The great primal yang expert from the winged race sneered. The other great monarchs also laughed disdainfully. Lin Ling nodded and didn't say much. Instead, he looked at De Yen Tong and the others and said, "Leave the battlefield." What? De Yen Tong and the other great monarchs' faces changed slightly. Lin Ling wanted them to leave the battlefield? Why? The young man in black, Lai Qing, who was holding a sword, said indifferently. Because you're too weak. It's embarrassing to waste so much time in such a battle. Moreover, you're disturbing me. Lin Ling said indifferently. They were too weak? Could it be that Lin Ling wanted to kill all the foreign races by himself? The hearts of all the great monarchs trembled violently. Lin Ling was even crazier than they had imagined. After all, they had seen how strong De Yen Tong and the others were when facing the foreign race's great monarchs. Lin Ling was also a great monarch, and he was at most slightly stronger than young barbarian king. It was crazy for him to want to kill all the foreign races by himself. You're kidding, right? Yin Yang Killer King couldn't help but say. Get lost. Lin Ling's eyes became even colder. An unquestionable majesty bloomed from his body, and intense anger and killing intent rippled from his body. He was enraged for a beauty. Yu Yun was the princess of the Heaven Mystics Kingdom. She had helped Lin Ling many times. When the royal clan of the Cloud Sea forced the marriage, Yu Yun was sacrificed. Her innocent eyes deeply shocked Lin Ling's heart. At that time, he had said that he would protect her forever. Today, Yu Yun was injured because of him. Lin Ling, how could Lin Ling suppress his anger? Even if he had to become a demon, even if he had to go to hell, he would still fight. If you don't get lost, you will die too. Lin Ling's long hair fluttered wildly as he stared coldly at the Saint Monarchs. You! All the Saint Monarchs' eyes narrowed. Lin Ling was so arrogant. He actually shouted at them and asked them to get lost. If they didn't, he would kill them. Alright, your battlefield. Let us see who is the king in the ancient tomb. The great expansion eyes looked deeply at Lin Ling. He took a step back and returned to the ground. He wanted to see if Lin Ling could become the king in the end and seize the river map Jade Pearl. You are the first person who dared to shout at me. I hope you won't disappoint me. The black-robed young lady, Lai Qing, who was as cold as a sword, also retreated. Pa! Everyone retreated. Lin Ling's footsteps echoed. He walked forward step by step and faced a large number of experts from the foreign races. You are alone? Everyone from the foreign races looked at Lin Ling. Lin Ling was only at the middle stage of the Saint Spirit realm. Many of them were at the middle stage of the Saint Spirit realm. If it was a one-on-one battle, they might be afraid of Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling was alone. Where did his confidence come from? Chapter 985. Who was the king? You will be the last one to die. Lin Ling ignored the gazes of the aliens and looked coldly at the Yen clan's great venerate, who was attacking Yu Yun. The great venerate was stunned for a moment, then he couldn't help but laugh. Lin Ling had actually decided who would die first and who would die last. This was even more impossible because a battle between experts was ever-changing. Unless one had the power to control everything, who could be sure of who would die first? Demonic cloud, come out. The Yen clan's great venerate roared. Demonic clouds rolled in the sky, and the terrifying demon with 2 horns appeared again. The Yen clan's great venerate sneered. Puny alien, when we were cultivating, you were still drinking milk. Pop. 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 At this moment, the void was cut open and a sword slashed out. One sword breaks all techniques. Righteous energy bloomed with divine light, and the second level of the profound meaning erupted. The sword slashed out, breaking all techniques. Rumble. In the sky, the demon was split into 2, and the demonic clouds were also separated. I'm still drinking milk? Lin Ling's disdainful voice was filled with anger as it floated out of his mouth. One sword slash was enough to break the great venerate's proudest technique. All of the saints widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were seeing. His sword is actually so terrifying. The Yen clan and the Winged clan's experts narrowed their eyes. When they saw Lin Ling defeat the young barbarian king with his physical body, they thought that Lin Ling only had a strong physical body, but who knew that Lin Ling's sword was even more terrifying? With a strong physical body and a profound meaning world, he was the most perfect genius. Kill. Although the 2 clans were enemies, they were united against the enemy. They ordered their clansmen to kill Lin Ling to see if Lin Ling had the strength to be so arrogant. A large number of experts rushed toward Lin Ling, causing the sky to change color. The saints in the distance narrowed their eyes. Previously, they fought separately with the aliens, so they didn't know how terrifying they were. However, now that all the aliens had gathered together, they finally saw how many people there were and how powerful their aura was. As for Lin Ling, he would face them alone. Abyss Mud Body, I've caught him. Everyone, kill him to your heart's content. Nothing more than an insignificant junior, yet he dares to look down on us. The 2 foreign races were clearly enraged because Lin Ling was looking down on them. One of the Wings race's great Yuan Yang realm cultivator disappeared mysteriously and reappeared under Lin Ling's feet. Mud appeared and wrapped around Lin Ling. What a strange method. The holy disciple's eyes narrowed. In this way, Lin Ling seemed to be in danger. Didn't you see how strong I was during my battle with the saint? However, under everyone's gazes, Lin Ling stood firmly on the ground like a mountain, like an immovable wisdom king. So what if you're strong? My Abyss Mud Body's strongest ability is to absorb energy. Brat, you're about to die. A cold voice came from the mud beneath his feet. Lin Ling's entire body was covered in mud, but he slowly raised his foot. 100 million points of strength gathered together and he stomped heavily on the ground. Uproot mountains and rivers. Boom, 100,000 small worlds exploded at the same time, like a meteor crashing down from the sky. Boom. The ground shook heavily, and with Lin Ling as the center, cracks appeared as a large area exploded. The Wings race's great Yuan Yang realm cultivator was sent flying. His eyes were filled with shock. What a terrifying strength. Bind me. Boom. Lin Ling's eyes looked at the Wings race's great Yuan Yang realm cultivator in midair. He shot over and punched out. Boom. The sky seemed to blossom with mud as the Wings race's great Yuan Yang realm cultivator was killed by a single punch. Damn Junior. Boom. The Wings race's martial artists were enraged. Another Saint Spirit realm middle stage expert had died in the hands of this youth. Myriad flying dance. Boom. Wings grew out of the Wings race's martial artists' backs, and they flew up like locusts. They wrapped around Lin Ling and formed a huge ball in midair. It was a ghastly sight. Get lost. Boom. However, at this moment, a shocking shout rang out, and a terrifying strength burst out. It was as if a peerless demon god had been trapped in the ball. At this moment, it broke free, and a large number of Wings race's martial artists were smashed into pieces. This defensive power is too terrifying. Lin Ling didn't even use his full strength in the battle with the young barbarian king. De Yen Tong and the other top Saint sons gasped. Hundreds of Saint Spirit Realm experts had trapped Lin Ling, but Lin Ling had burst out with the strength of his corporeal body. He was like a giant that had broken free, and he killed them all by himself. Sword piercing the clouds. Boom! After breaking free from the Wings race's martial artists' encirclement, Lin Ling's eyes were cold. The two alien races were furious. They thought that Lin Ling had humiliated them, but they didn't know that Lin Ling was even more furious at this moment. Boom! With a slash of his sword, it cut through the sky. Any Saint Spirit Realm early-stage martial arts were broken. Swish! A rain of blood fell from the sky. It was colorful and shocking. Who is the king? The hearts of the Saint's sons in the distance trembled fiercely. It was difficult for them to fight a single alien, but Lin Ling had killed more than half of them by himself. Everyone, move out. We must kill him and complete Lord's great cause. The alien race's great venerables and the Yuan Yang's faces were incomparably ugly. It turned out that Lin Ling was the most terrifying existence among the Saint's sons. He had single-handedly decided the battlefield. Kill! Kill! The entire sky was filled with alien race martial artists, and a large number of them were coming from afar. Lin Ling stood in the air, his long hair dancing wildly. A cold light flashed in his sword. His eyes quietly became strange, and an ancient aura spread out. Boundless demon eye. Kill. A mysterious and sharp eye appeared, looking down at the world and looking at the common people. Bang bang bang. A large number of alien race martial artists exploded under this eye. Only a few of the stronger ones were lucky enough to avoid the terrifying soul power attack. Hundreds of people killed in one move. His soul power is stronger than I thought. De Yuan Tong sucked in a breath of cold air. Only now did he know that his De Yuan Tong was far inferior to Lin Ling's soul power. The difference was that Lin Ling did not know how to use soul power attacks. He only crudely used soul power to destroy a large area. If Lin Ling knew how to use soul power attacks, who knew what kind of limits he would reach? What? The alien race's great venerables and the Yuan Yang also felt fear this time. They had never seen such a terrifying method. With just a glance, hundreds of experts were killed. Moreover, those experts were Saint Spirit Realm experts. What kind of eye was that? Could it be the Great Emperor's eye? This kid is too strong. Looks like we have to move out. Let's join hands. In the end, the alien race's great venerables and the Yuan Yang exchanged a glance, and their eyes became even colder. If this continued, the river diagram Jade Pearl would be taken by Lin Ling. More Wings race people, come out. Yen race people, come out. Rumble. Beneath the heavens and earth, a massive number of powerhouses appeared, as if they had turned out in full force. This allowed the Holy Sons to finally realize that in the previous war, the foreign race martial artists hadn't mobilized their full strength because they had caused the foreign races to be too afraid of them. But now, Lin Ling alone had caused them to all move out. Kid, you killed so many of our people. Prepare to suffer the wrath of our Yen race. Angry voices came from the sky. The rolling aura gathered and turned into demonic clouds, shaking people's hearts. Rumble. The earth was already full of holes, but at this moment, the aura shook the earth dragon, as if it was the end of the world. What a terrifying aura. Chapter 986. Level 3 Fire Profound, Yen Emperor's Fist, Lin Ling, you can do it. Suddenly, a holy son shouted excitedly. Currently, Lin Ling was blocking all the strange races by himself, as if he was the king of the holy sons. You can do it, Lin Ling. After that holy sun, all the other holy sons cheered loudly. Perhaps they knew that if Lin Ling died, they would definitely not be able to stop the strange races. On Lin Ling's side, his aura was also majestic. Everyone looked at Lin Ling as if they were looking at their king. As for Lin Ling, they were already convinced. The first holy son of the 6 holy lands. Don't die. De Yen Tong also said softly. As the first holy son of the holy lands, he was also convinced. They are all supporting Lin Ling. And Yuer was shocked. One must know that the holy sons were the top geniuses of the holy lands. They had always been proud and arrogant. No one had ever been able to make them bow down. But now, there was one, and not one, but all of them. Even if Lin Ling was defeated today, he would still receive endless glory. Lin Ling, you can do it. Inexplicably, Yuer felt a sense of bliss. That was her man. However, Lin Ling did not care about the voices behind him. He looked coldly ahead. Were the strange races angry? But no one knew that he was even angrier than the strange races. He had already said that his family was his everything. They were his reverse scale. If anyone dared to offend them, even if it was the 9 heavens divine king, he would still dare to fight. The Fire Ancient Clan, Old Man Shao, Yu, and the others were the most important things in Lin Ling's heart. I'm even angrier than you. Let me show you the flames of my anger. A low and hoarse voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. The world began to heat up. Flames erupted from Lin Ling's body, shooting up into the sky and sweeping through the clouds. Boom! The most primordial fire of heaven and earth had appeared. This kind of fire was ever-changing. It was like a flower with all kinds of colors, but it was incomparably hot, even hotter than the blazing sun. Level 3 Profound of Fire. Among the countless saint children, the black-robed girl Lai Qing's beautiful eyes narrowed. She also had a 3rd level Profound, so she knew how powerful it was. The most frightening thing was that she could feel that Lin Ling's Profound was more skillful and tyrannical than hers. What? This kid actually knows the Tao of fire. The eyes of the great paragon and de Yuanyang narrowed. The young man had already disappeared, but the terrifying flames gave them a sense of dread. Fire was too ferocious. Rumble. At the same time, the flames rolled and intertwined like countless fire dragons. Gradually, a human figure quietly appeared in the flames. This person was like a giant that could hold up the sky. He was holy and dignified, and his hair stood on end. His eyes were filled with dignity as he looked at the world. Flame Emperor. This Flame Emperor came from an ancient treasure, the Flame Emperor octagonal stone. It was the profound meaning of fire that was comprehended from it. Flame Emperor's fist, flaming sun. The gigantic Flame Emperor shouted coldly. His flaming hair shot up into the sky with endless majesty. A flaming fist blasted towards the countless strange races in front of him. The flames exploded and the sky turned into a sea of fire. One had to know that the Flame Emperor octagonal stone came from the most ancient flame region. It allowed Lin Ling's comprehension of fire to reach a new level. The Flame Emperor's fist was even more terrifying than the 10-directional world lotus. Pop pop pop. The earth-shattering fist blasted out. The eyes of the strange races in the distance widened. What did they see? They saw the most ancient flaming fist in the world. The fist was so big that it occupied a part of the world. In their eyes, there was nothing but fire. Boom! This could no longer be called fire. It could be called flame. It was a real flame. Wherever the flame passed, everything was burned. The clouds were also burned, and the world turned into a sea of fire. What a ferocious flame, Flame Emperor! The saint children in the distance looked solemn. It was a sea of red, and there seemed to be no living creatures. Only the mighty Flame Emperor stood in the sky. Could anyone still be alive? The same thought appeared in everyone's mind. After a long time, the flames rained down from the sky. Sure enough, under the Flame Emperor's fist, all the strange races were turned into ashes. Even the great sovereigns in the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm couldn't withstand the flames. In the endless rain of fire, only a slender figure was bathed in it. At this moment, he was emitting a dazzling light. Who was the king? The facts had proven everything. Lin Ling had killed all the strange races by himself. His strength has indeed surpassed all of us saints. De Yen Tong murmured. He felt like he was in a dream. Previously, outside the ancient tomb, Lin Ling wasn't considered the strongest. He barely caught De Yen Tong's attention. At that time, De Yen Tong had told Lin Ling that his strength was not bad. At that time, his tone was condescending. But now, he had to look up to Lin Ling. Lin Ling might have obtained the greatest opportunity in the ancient tomb. Lin Ling has obtained the Jade River Map Pearl. Then, the crowd looked at the mysterious pearl floating in the sky. It was indeed a supreme treasure. It was unscathed in the face of such flames. Now, Lin Ling was holding it in his hand. At the same time, Lin Ling dragged a figure with his right hand and walked over slowly. It was the great sovereign who attacked Yu Yun. Lin Ling told him to die last, and he did as he said. At this moment, the great sovereign's face was pale. He was dispirited and disappointed, as if he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. When the treasure is unearthed, everyone will fight for it. But I hate it the most when people attack my woman. Lin Ling threw the great sovereign to the ground and said indifferently. We're all dumbfounded. The Yen race's great sovereign muttered to himself. Previously, when Lin Ling said that they were dumbfounded, they were mocking him for not knowing what was wrong with them. But now, he knew. When the treasure is unearthed, everyone will fight for it with their own abilities. Life and death are up to fate. But if they attacked Yu Yun, the result was different. Everyone had a pure place in their heart that they had to protect with their lives. The reverse scale should never be touched. Touching it would make one angry for the sake of a beauty and kill 10,000 people. Your people are all dead. You can die too. Lin Ling slashed out and killed the Yen race's great sovereign. The hearts of many holy princes trembled. Lin Ling was not to be trifled with. The strange races are all dead. The other treasures can belong to us. Then, the holy princes shouted in joy. Lin Ling, this is great. You've obtained the Jade River Map Pearl. Quickly give it to me. I'll give it to the Bodhi Sacred Palace. Let our Bodhi Sacred Palace become famous among the 6 sacred grounds. At this time, Ma Yubai shouted excitedly. But in exchange, countless holy princes looked at him with disdain. This Ma Yubai didn't even dare to fight before and hid behind the crowd. Now that Lin Ling had won, he acted as if he had made a great contribution. He wanted to share Lin Ling's harvest. Are you talking to me? Are you qualified? Go. In the distance, Lin Ling walked over slowly. At the same time, he collected the treasures in the surroundings. I'm the first holy prince of the Bodhi Sacred Palace. You say I'm not qualified? Ma Yubai was stunned and said with a frown. You're the number 1 trash of the Bodhi Sacred Palace. Scram. Chapter 987. Leaving the Ancient Tomb. Lin Ling, you're too overbearing. The river diagram Jade Pearl is our harvest, and you want to keep it for yourself? Hiding far away, Ma Yubai gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. Ma Yubai, shame on you. Scram. However, after he spoke, all the saints looked at him with disdain, which made Ma Yubai's face turn even uglier. Lin Ling had the reputation of being a villain, but now, everyone was standing on Lin Ling's side, and they were laughing at him. How could he know that Lin Ling had saved all the saints today, proving his position as the king of saints? The saints were already convinced by Lin Ling. If you don't scram, then die. In the distance, Lin Ling smiled faintly, but his voice was even colder. I'll scram. Scram. Ma Yubai's face kept changing. He knew that he was no match for Lin Ling, so he could only escape. Lin Ling, there will be a time when you beg me. Scram. Unfortunately, no one cared about his words, making him like a stray dog. Lin Ling, use the river diagram jade pearl to help your girlfriend. Scram. At this moment, the ancient flame devil's voice sounded in Lin Ling's mind, which made Lin Ling shocked. This treasure has such an effect? The river diagram jade pearl is very important. It can control something terrifying, and it also has another effect, which is to make ordinary treasures precious. Naturally, it also has the power to suppress demon blood. The ancient flame devil's soul said, "Didn't you get a lot of soul stones in the death god's garden? Give them to that little girl." Scram. Lin Ling quickly walked to an Yuer, took out the river diagram jade pearl, and placed it in front of Yu Man Yun's forehead. Yu Man Yun's complexion gradually recovered. She had demon blood in her body, and she couldn't control it at all. That was why she was almost eaten by the demon blood. This was the biggest problem of cultivating demon techniques. Humans cultivated demon techniques. If they couldn't control it, they would lose their rationality and turn into a demon, or turn into a demon forever, never to return to human form. Soul Stone? Lin Ling, how did you get such a treasure? After Lin Ling took out the Soul Stone, an Yuer gasped. She remembered that when Meng Yun first cultivated the forbidden technique, her master had taken out a soul stone to help her cultivate. That kind of treasure was priceless. Unfortunately, it had been used, causing Yu Man Yun to not dare to use the forbidden technique easily. But now, Lin Ling actually had such a treasure? Hee, I have a lot. Lin Ling smiled and took out a large number of soul stones, causing an Yuer's expression to change drastically. Just where did Lin Ling rob to actually have so many treasures? The other saints also narrowed their eyes. The soul stone guarded the soul and calmed the mind. Not only could it suppress chi deviation, but it could also withstand soul power attacks. Lin Ling actually took out all of them for Yu Man Yun. This Yu Man Yun is really lucky. Alright, her condition has stabilized. With the soul stone, she should be fine. But Lin Ling, quickly collect the treasures in the surroundings and let everyone leave the ancient tomb immediately. The ancient flame devil soul's voice sounded again, causing Lin Ling's heart to tremble. The ancient flame devil soul's voice was very serious. That meant that a terrifying enemy had arrived. Prepare to set off and leave the ancient tomb. Lin Ling looked at the people around him and shouted coldly. Lin Ling, why? Many saints politely asked Lin Ling, because a strong enemy has arrived. Hearing this, the saints' expressions changed, but all of them nodded. Right now, they had already treated Lin Ling as the leader of the saints. Let's go. Lin Ling looked into the distance and saw dark clouds rolling over. It was obvious that a strong enemy had arrived. It was the people of the foreign races. Since he had obtained the Jade River diagram, the people of the foreign races in the ancient tomb would naturally not give up. However, those people of the foreign races were not worth worrying about. The terrifying one was the mysterious expert. Swoosh! Swoosh! Lin Ling brought in Yuer and Yu Man Yun with him and took a big step forward, shooting into the distance. Follow Lin Ling. All the saints looked at each other and shouted subconsciously. Lin Ling smiled helplessly. These guys used to call him the villain Lin Ling, but now they were pestering him. Lin Ling, why are you leaving the ancient tomb? The black-clothed girl, Lai Qing, followed Lin Ling and could not help but ask. Lai Qing has never spoken to anyone. She uses her sword to solve everything. Even when she lost to the Great Expansion pupil, she did not say much. But now, she is talking to Lin Ling in a tone of asking for advice. Many saints thought. Because the strong enemy is very powerful, and his methods are overwhelming. Other than leaving the ancient tomb, there is no other way. Lin Ling replied indifferently. Although he had conflicts with these saints, when Yun was protecting him, many saints were also fighting against the foreign races and indirectly helped Yun. Therefore, Lin Ling decided to help them at this moment. Strong enemy. All the saints sucked in a breath of cold air. A powerful enemy that even Lin Ling was wary of must be very terrifying. Outsiders, put down the Jade River diagram and come to die. At this moment, a large number of foreign races appeared and swept over in a mighty manner. There were actually many great venerables and great primordial yang experts. The saints' expressions changed drastically. There were too many, and they could not stop them at all. Great Expansion Pupil caught up with Lin Ling in one step and suggested to Lin Ling, go in this direction. The void gate has already opened there. Thank you. Lin Ling, on the other hand, smiled. De Yen Tong was not that arrogant anymore. Huh, you were too powerful before. Even now, I am still shocked. The position of the first saint of the 6 great holy lands belongs to none other than you. Great Expansion Pupil smiled faintly. Indeed, in the previous battle, he was still as shocking as before. Alright, everyone, follow me to the southeast. Lin Ling nodded and shouted to the saints behind him. Follow Lin Ling. All the saints' blood was boiling. Even if a strong enemy was coming, they were not afraid at all. Among them, the saints of the Bodhi Saint Palace were the most excited. They never thought that their leader would become the king of saints and summon the saints of the 6 great holy lands. Lin Ling, save me. At this moment, an anxious shout came from another direction. A saint was surrounded by a large number of foreign races. It was Ma Yubai. Ma Yubai's strength was not weak, but he could only face one great venerables. However, there were more than one great venerables surrounding him. Poor Ma Yubai, he thought too highly of himself and ended up like this. However, all the saints ignored him. Ma Yubai was very arrogant before and did not contribute to the battle. After the battle, he wanted to share the spoils, which made people despise him. Sorry, you are the first saint of the Bodhi Saint Palace, and I am just a nameless saint. I am not qualified to help you. Lin Ling's face revealed an indifferent expression. He did not care at all and led the group forward. Lin Ling, I was wrong. I shouldn't have put on the airs of the first saint in front of you. Save me. At this moment, Ma Yubai's heart was filled with regret. He thought too highly of himself and thought that he was still the first saint. He wanted to obtain Lin Ling's river diagram jade beads even more. But now, he was surrounded and no one was willing to help him. If Lin Ling did not speak, all the saints would ignore him. Unfortunately, Lin Ling and the rest did not care about him, and he was drowned in the sea of foreign races. More and more foreign races are appearing. Where did they come from? Could it be that the ancient tomb leads to other places? Lin Ling led the group forward once more. Around them, more and more strange races were surrounding and attacking them. It's here, the Void Gate. Chapter 988. Ancient Buddha burning lamp. Look at the time, we can make it in time. De Yen Tong, on the other hand, was overjoyed. They would be able to rush into the black hole before the strange races arrived. That's not necessarily true. However, Lin Ling frowned and said, causing all the holy sons' faces to change drastically. At the same time, in front of the swirling black hole, a demonic figure stood there quietly. His white hair fluttered in the wind, his skin was gray, and his eyes were cold. He was like an ancient statue. The mysterious master had arrived. How could he let Lin Ling leave the old tomb safely? You stole the treasure of my death god's garden. The cold voice was like the might of the heavens, causing the holy sons' hearts to tremble. That aura was so terrifying. Had he reached the legendary transcendent realm? Legend had it that these powerful cultivators had reached the Nirvana realm and arrived at a new world of martial arts. They were extremely powerful. Not only did you steal the treasure of the Death God's garden, you also stole the river diagram jade bead. Lin Ling stopped in his tracks and looked at the figure in the distance. You're just an ant, but you're despicable. The demonic figure's eyes emitted a dazzling light, causing many holy sons to gasp. Lin Ling actually knew such a master. Moreover, Lin Ling was so bold that he even snatched the treasure of this expert. All of you must die. The demonic figure said in a low voice again. Rolling demonic clouds swept out, even more terrifying than the demonic clouds of the great seniors, causing the sky to turn dark. Remember, after I leave, immediately fly into the black hole. On the other hand, Lin Ling's expression turned grave as he spoke to the saints around him. Lin Ling, you. De Yen Tong's face changed as he guessed Lin Ling's intention. Lin Ling wanted to attract the attention of the demonic figure alone so that everyone could leave the old tomb. There's no other choice except for this one. Lin Ling smiled and shook his head. If you don't leave, then you will die here, and his goal is me. If I leave, he won't have time to care about you. The hearts of all the saints trembled violently. This was the villain Lin Ling? In order to save everyone, he sacrificed himself. Alright, let's not waste time. Everyone, get ready. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly when he saw everyone's excited expressions. Although these fellows were arrogant, after fighting side by side, they were honest with each other. Their temperaments were not bad. Lin Ling, I'll remember your kindness. If we ever meet again, I won't say anything else. Just say the word and I'll accompany you to the ends of the world. Lin Ling, I owe you a favor. Lin Ling, good luck. I'll remember your kindness. All the saints were grateful to Lin Ling. Although they also wanted to fight side by side with Lin Ling, they also knew that the result of fighting side by side would be mutual destruction. Since that was the case, it was better to let Lin Ling attract the attention of the demonic figure alone so that everyone could leave. Lin Ling alone would be more flexible and might be able to escape the pursuit. After all, Lin Ling was a young man who had risen from an insignificant saint to the king of saints. Good luck. Good luck. De Yen Tong thumped Lin Ling's chest. He did not say any more words of gratitude. It was enough to remember the kindness in his heart. Get out of here. Good luck. Lin Ling smiled faintly. At this moment, he was filled with lofty sentiments. Then, he took a big step forward and shot in another direction. All the saints' hearts trembled fiercely. Lin Ling was a real man. Lin Ling, I'll go with you. Go. And Yuer chased after Lin Ling with Yu Mun Yun. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Do you think you can escape from my grasp? Go. At this moment, the demonic figure ignored the saints and chased after Lin Ling. Obviously, he also knew that Lin Ling had too many important treasures on him. Behind him, the powerful man chased after him. In front of him, there was a large number of strange races. Lin Ling smiled bitterly. Ancient flame demon, you don't want me to leave the tomb. Don't tell me you want to kill me. In reality, Lin Ling did not choose to leave. First, he could not leave. Therefore, he used himself as bait to help all the saints. Second, the ancient flame demon did not want him to leave because the most important secret was about to be revealed. But now, Lin Ling felt that any secret was useless. The most important thing was to stay alive. He had also heard from the Holy Sons that the mysterious man was likely a transcendent realm master. With such strength, killing him would indeed be as easy as flipping his hand, not to mention, Lin Ling had snatched so many treasures from others. Junior, die. Indeed, Yen was extremely angry at this moment. That Junior was just an ant, but he had ruined his plans time and time again. The first time, he destroyed his altar and let the ancient flame demon go. The second time, he robbed his death god's garden. The third time, he stole the jade beads from him. He wanted nothing more than to burn that junior to ashes. If you want to kill me, come. At this moment, Lin Ling was flying through the sky with an Yuer. Since he could not avoid it, he might as well face it. Don't be too arrogant. Lin Ling's words undoubtedly made Yen even angrier. My lord, we will catch him. At this moment, a large number of aliens had appeared in front of them. No matter how strong Lin Ling was, he could not stop them for a while. As long as he was delayed for a breath, Lin Ling would be captured. Lin Ling, what should we do? An Yuer asked beside Lin Ling. Just keep an eye on Yu Man Yun. Lin Ling's face became serious. Thinking of the ancient flame demon's soul, he could not help but curse. Was this old ghost trying to kill him? Didn't you get the ancient Buddha Dipankara? That's a rare heavenly weapon. It's more precious than your three-realm cloak, but it's a bit damaged. Pour the immortal spring into the lamp and blow it out with your spiritual qi. The ancient flame demon's soul said anxiously. The ancient Buddha Dipankara? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. Previously, when he got the three-realm cloak, he also got an ancient bronze lamp. At that time, he already felt that it was extraordinary. However, he did not know what use it had. Now, he followed the ancient flame demon's soul's instructions and poured it into the immortal spring. Blowing out the lamp is enough? Lin Ling asked in disbelief. Little brat, just blow it when I ask you to. The ancient flame demon's soul scolded. I still prefer the cold side of you. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. Holding the lamp in his hand, he poured spiritual qi into it and blew it out violently. The ancient Buddha Dipankara appeared and bloomed from the bronze lamp. It swept across the world. The vast green flames were sacred as if the gods and Buddhas had descended from the heavens. The ancient lamp blew out terrifying flames. Boom! The flames burned and purified the world. Countless aliens were turned into ashes. Even the great primordial yang experts in the later stages of the Holy Spirit realm were killed. How terrifying! Lin Ling's eyes widened. He did not expect the bronze lamp to be so powerful. This lamp is already damaged. It needs the immortal spring as a catalyst. However, it can be used 9 times at most. The ancient flame demon's soul was not surprised by the power of the bronze lamp. When he saw Lin Ling in a daze, he could not help but roar, "Run!" Lin Ling smiled awkwardly. He was so surprised by the power of the bronze lamp that he had forgotten to run. Chapter 989. 3 Kings Stand. This kid found the ancient Buddha Dipankara. Why did he take every treasure I found? Behind him, Yen was stunned for a moment. His eyes revealed the light of anger as he turned into rolling demonic clouds and chased after Lin Ling. Moreover, his speed was incomparably terrifying. From the looks of it, it would not be long before he would be able to catch Lin Ling, blow out the lamp. However, every time he was close, Lin Ling would turn around and blow out the lamp. Gods and Buddhas would descend from the sky and burn the heavens. As a result, Lin Ling was able to stop Yen from getting closer, which made Yen even more furious. Even he had to avoid the Buddhist flames of the ancient Buddha Dipankara. However, this was not a long-term solution. If this continued, Yen would definitely catch up. At that time, he would have to fight to the death. This way. Just as Lin Ling was feeling anxious, the ancient flame devil soul's voice was constantly heard. This made Lin Ling puzzled. Where exactly were they going? Not long after, a huge palace appeared. It was ancient and seemed to have been there for thousands of years. An indescribable oppressive atmosphere floated around it. We're here. Another secret place in the old tomb. The ancient flame devil soul's voice was solemn. "We're here?" Lin Ling stopped in his tracks, his heart filled with doubt. At the same time, a large number of foreign race warriors also arrived, but they seemed to be afraid of this place, so they did not dare to approach. Instead, they watched from afar, causing the entire palace to be densely packed with people. Behind the crowd, the demon god, Yen, also arrived. His white hair danced wildly and his face was extremely ugly. "This is not a place you can come to. If you can come, why can't I?" Lin Ling smiled gently. His expression was incomparably calm, but he felt helpless because he did not know why he had to come here. It was the ancient flame devil soul who asked him to come. "You can still smile in front of me. I have to say that you are very bold." Yen spoke in a low voice. At this moment, this ant, Lin Ling, already had nowhere to run, and he wanted to see what sort of waves this ant could cause. "You're not the first person to say that." Lin Ling replied indifferently, but he was getting more and more anxious. Life and death were at stake at this moment. If he couldn't find a way to resolve this crisis, then he would die here today. Then, the eye of time quietly appeared in his eyes. He wanted to see what secrets were hidden in this mysterious place. Then, his heart violently trembled. So that was how it was. There were two great secrets in the tomb. One was the ancient flame devil, and the other was sealed here. The eye of time allowed him to see through the river of time, allowing Lin Ling to vaguely know many secrets that no one else knew. "Hand over the river diagram jade pearl and I'll let you leave. That thing is useless to you." Yen pondered deeply for a long time before he spoke calmly in the end. For some unknown reason, he didn't dare underestimate this young man because an ordinary person would have panicked a long time ago when they encountered such a situation. However, this young man was still composed, and he was unable to see through this young man. "Really?" Lin Ling smiled faintly and didn't say anything. He knew that only by handing over the Jade River diagram pearl would he be truly dead. "Don't give it to him. Hand over the river diagram jade pearl to me and I'll let you leave." Right at this moment, a voice resounded like the might of the heavens. A man with a pair of bone wings on his back flew over from the distance. His bone wings shook the heavens and the earth, and they were over 10 meters long when fully extended. It was extremely majestic. "My lord." In the distance, the winged race martial artists all knelt down on one knee. Clearly, the leader of the winged race had arrived. "Catastrophe, you're everywhere." Yan's eyes revealed anger. Clearly, he recognized the man with the bone wings. The bone wings on the man's back flapped slightly. He was indescribably domineering, but he ignored Yen. Instead, he looked indifferently at Lin Ling Jr. "Your courage is not bad, but if you want to leave here, you can only rely on me. Hand over the river diagram jade pearl and I'll protect you." "You think you can?" Yen's aura became even colder, and vast demonic clouds rippled out. The two kings, one was the demon god ancestor, and the other was the bone wing god. At this moment, their auras collided, and they were evenly matched. Clearly, they both wanted the river diagram jade pearl. How terrifying! The strange races in the distance sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a clash between top kings. That young man is in the middle of two kings, but he's not afraid. As expected, of extraordinary courage. After that, many people looked at Lin Ling and said. Lin Ling was like an ant in front of two kings, but this young man's courage was admirable. He actually didn't panic at all. "Did I say I'd hand it over to you?" However, under countless shocked gazes, Lin Ling smiled faintly. His frivolous voice floated out, shocking everyone. "He's not giving face to the two kings?" Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling's strength was indeed very strong, but no matter how strong he was still not a match for two kings. Yen and the man with the bone wings frowned. This ant was very arrogant. It seemed that he didn't intend to hand over the river diagram jade pearl to anyone. They didn't know where his confidence came from. Then we can only kill you. The two of us can fight for the river diagram jade pearl. Agreed. The two of them looked at each other, and their cold voices floated out. As kings, they had the pride of kings. An ant had no right to speak between them. Hee, don't think too highly of you. However, Lin Ling still smiled calmly. He took out the river diagram jade pearl in his hand. At the same time, an illusory and almost transparent figure floated out from Lin Ling's body. This was a soul. It was the soul of the ancient flame devil. What? The two kings' eyes narrowed. This junior was actually hiding a secret. Right now, it's not a battle between dragons and tigers. It's a confrontation between three kings. Ancient flame devil, come out. Lin Ling ignored the shocked expressions of the two kings. His eyes finally turned cold, and his soft voice spread across the land. Facing two kings, he could only explode with his trump card. Smoke floated out, hazy the land. Chi chi chi. An ancient aura permeated the air. It was as if something terrifying had walked out from the void. Roar. An earth-shaking roar came out. Under countless gazes, the figure of a huge wild beast appeared in the smoke. The ancient flame devil had arrived. You, since you control it. Yan. Yan's face stiffened, and veins popped out on his forehead. In the past, Lin Ling had destroyed his altar, but at the other exit, he could not do anything. He thought that although Lin Ling had the ancient flame devil, he would not be able to control the killing intent. Therefore, the ancient flame devil should not be with Lin Ling. But now, Lin Ling had used the ancient flame devil. This meant that Lin Ling had control of the ancient flame devil. Amidst the billowing smoke, a gigantic fox's figure appeared. Its 9 tails were gently swaying as if it was a lazy desolate beast king. As the smoke dispersed, the desolate beast's head appeared. Its eyes were filled with mockery, cunning and even sinister as it stared coldly at the crowd. The ancient flame devil has been obtained by this brat. Ah! The winged man sucked in a cold breath. He also recognized this ancient wild beast. Chapter 990. Void Sacred Land's guardian god. However, a voice that made the two of them even more shocked floated out from the ancient flame devil's body. At the neck of the ancient flame devil, a young man's lower body was buried in the ancient flame devil's body. His upper body was exposed, and his handsome face was filled with killing intent. Even his eyes were filled with killing intent. Clearly, the ancient flame devil was Lin Ling, not the ancient flame devil. This change made the two kings' hearts tremble. They had underestimated Lin Ling too much. It was indeed a tripartite balance of power. Lin Ling. Yes. And Yuer's beautiful eyes widened. She hadn't expected Lin Ling to have such a trump card. Beside her, Yu Yun had also woken up, her mouth slightly agape. Right now, he has the ancient flame devil under his control, but he can't hold it for too long. Otherwise, he will still be controlled by the murderous intent and turn into a mindless, murderous demon. Yes. At this moment, the illusory soul beside them spoke. It was the ancient flame devil's soul. Before he gave me the river diagram jade pearl, he also told me about a forbidden formation. Right now, he needs the three of us to set it up. Remember, don't be fooled by Lin Ling's powerful aura. He won't be able to hold on for long. Yes. Alright, I'll help you. Yes. And Yuer and Yu Yun both nodded. Right now, they had no other choice. The almost transparent soul also nodded. In truth, it didn't know how Lin Ling knew about the forbidden formation. That brat seemed to know everything sometimes. It didn't know that Lin Ling had come here before and used the Eye of Time to see how the experts sealed the secret. The key to that secret was the river diagram jade pearl. Take the river diagram jade pearl. Yes. After recovering from his shock, Yen stared at the river diagram jade pearl. The other man with the bone wings did the same. At this point, they could only fight. Rumble. Both of them unleashed their strength. The battle of the three kings had begun. It was as if the entire world was about to be torn apart. The heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Sand and stones flew everywhere. Huge rocks weighing tens of millions of kilograms were flipped into the sky like straw. It was fierce and domineering. As for the distant foreign race martial artists, all of them were trembling with fear. This was a great battle between three kings, and many martial artists were affected by the powerful auras and instantly turned to ash. White flames rumbled and soared into the sky. The demonic clouds were vast and mighty, sweeping through the heavens and earth. The bone wings also seemed to have come from hell, splitting the sky apart. Hurry up. The ancient flame devil's soul also knew that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to last long against the two kings. At this moment, the three of them formed a mysterious seal with the jade pearl as the center, causing the sky to be filled with resplendent light. Unfortunately, it was obscured by the aura of the great battle before them. This ancient flame devil has only awakened 6 tails, but it is already so terrifying. It is hard to imagine how world-shaking the 9 tails will be. This child is very mysterious. He seems to be surrounded by killing intent, but he hasn't lost his mind. How did he do it? However, the protector of the 6 shaman holy land is not someone he can control. As time passes, he will definitely lose his mind. It is only an 8-star 6 saint domain, but the protector is so powerful. If I can get it, I will be able to shake the world when I return to the 7-star field. The two kings chatted as they fought, shocked by the ancient flame devil's strength. Alright, the killing intent is getting stronger. If he controls the ancient flame devil again, he will definitely be devoured. After an unknown period of time, Yen finally said coldly. The killing intent in front of them had already spread, and he could even feel that he was being affected by it. This also meant that more and more killing intent was emerging from the ancient flame devil, and Lin Ling could not control it. The bone-winged man also stopped attacking, staring ahead in shock. An 8-star 6 saint domain brat actually suppressed him to the point where he could not resist. One had to admit that this was a dream. Alright, it's over. However, at this moment, smoke billowed out, and the huge ancient flame devil disappeared. At the same time, a slender figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Clearly, Lin Ling also knew that if he continued to use the ancient flame devil, he would be surrounded by the killing intent and lose his mind. Therefore, at this critical moment, he sealed the ancient flame devil again. This method of controlling the ancient flame devil made the two kings' eyes widen. Lin Ling could summon the ancient flame devil whenever he wanted, and seal it whenever he wanted. This made them extremely envious. Junior, you don't dare to use the ancient flame devil anymore. Now, what else do you have? Yen stepped forward, and demonic aura rippled out from his body. Lin Ling no longer had any trump cards. Is that so? At this moment, Lin Ling's face was somewhat pale. He had used the ancient flame devil for too long, causing the killing intent to grow thicker and thicker. Now, it was affecting him. If not for his righteous energy, he would have already lost consciousness. But now, there was enough time. Indeed, I don't dare to use the ancient flame devil anymore, but it's time for it to come out. The other secret sealed in the tomb comes from the void sacred land's protector. Lin Ling walked step by step into the sky, his voice cold, but it carried the calmness of a ruler. The two kings trembled. Lin Ling knew this secret. Their 2 tribes had come from 7-star Saint Domain and prepared for many years to obtain the protector of 8-star 6 Saint Domain. Very few people knew this secret, but this young man actually knew. How did he know? You, nonsense. The bone-winged man frowned. I know more than all of you. Am I spouting nonsense? Lin Ling smiled faintly, his smile carrying confidence. He had seen everything around him through the eye of time and knew that a long, long time ago, an ancient expert had come and sealed the protectors of the 6 saint domains. Their goal was to drop the 6 saint domains from 8-star to 9-star. From then on, their names would be erased from the world, and they would be controlled by even more powerful emperors. One had to know that the world was vast and boundless. The 6 saint domains were collectively known as the 6 saint domains, but they were only a small corner of the world. This was because the saint domains in this world were divided by stars, and the 6 saint domains were only 8-star. It was a very small place. In the distant horizon, there were 5-star, 4-star, and even 1-star divine domains that resembled immortal palaces. The star system was used to determine the strength of a region. As for the so-called Heavenfall era, that was nothing more than a trick played by the ancient emperor. He eliminated the 6 holy domains and caused all living beings here to be plunged into misery and suffering. Everything had to be restarted from 8 stars to 9 stars and be controlled by others. And if the great calamity of the 6 holy domains approached and the world was reshuffled, then the 6 guardian divinities of the Holy Land had to be sealed away. Thus, the saint domains had no masters and could be cleansed. This was the Heavenly Fall era. Through the eye of time, Lin Ling knew everything. He also knew what was sealed this time, and what the key to unlocking the seal was. It was the jade pearls of the river diagram. Come out, protector of the void sacred land, Wuxia King. Lin Ling looked indifferently at the gray sky in the distance before his gaze finally landed on the 2 kings. He slowly raised his right hand and pointed forward. At the same time, the forbidden formation set up by an Yuer and the others blossomed with dazzling light. Several mysterious runes shot out from the jade pearls of the river diagram, dazzling and resplendent. Lin Ling had seen the formation through the eye of time. Fortunately, it wasn't difficult to set it up. The key was the jade pearls of the river diagram. Chapter 991. Wuxia King descends. How do you know all this? At this moment, the 2 kings' eyes were wide open as they stared at Lin Ling, their eyes filled with fear. Lin Ling was only an ant in their hearts. Especially Yen, he'd even taken Lin Ling to be a cockroach. But now, this ant caused him to feel fear and even fear. Everything was like a dream. When he first met Lin Ling had destroyed his altar. He had never thought that this ant would grow to such a level. Rumble. As if it had heard a call, the ground started to shake. The soil of the ancient palace started to tumble and dust filled the air. An ancient voice came from the palace. As soon as the voice came out, a large number of foreign martial artists in the distance started to bleed from their 7 orifices as they retreated. Demon. A demonic aura that was even more terrifying than Yen erupted. Roar. A gray arm, which looked like the arm of an ancient demon god, slowly stretched out from the ground. The arm was as thick as an ancient python, causing everyone's heart to tremble. The ground was constantly being dug out by that arm, and another arm slowly appeared. A pair of green eyes slowly rose from the dust that filled the sky. Wuxia King descends. The demonic aura was so dark that it could grab one's soul. It was so dark and so shocking. The huge Wuxia King seemed to have crawled out from hell. When it stood up, the entire ground seemed to have turned into a demonic domain. The demonic clouds that rolled out from it corroded countless people. It was extremely terrifying. No one could clearly see what the Wuxia King looked like. They could only vaguely see the giant figure of a demon god in the rolling demonic clouds and the strange eyes that could grab one's soul. Kill them. At this moment, a cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. At this moment, he was holding the river map jade bead in his hand and his face was extremely cold. The river map jade bead was the soul of the Wuxia King. Unfortunately, the powerful emperor had crushed the soul, leaving only the soul behind to become the river map jade bead. This was also the reason why everyone wanted the river map jade bead. Obtaining the river map jade bead was equivalent to obtaining the Wuxia king. The king who once rebuked the world has ended up like this today. Looking at the ancient figure, the soul of the ancient flame devil said with some vicissitudes of life. In the tall figure, it seemed to see a brother who had fought side by side in the past. But now, he had become a walking corpse with no consciousness. Moreover, if Lin Ling had not accidentally broken the taboo, it might have ended up like the Wuxia king. Boom! The earth trembled as demonic clouds swept across the land, turning it into a vast ocean that drowned all the foreign race martial artists. Run! Yan's heart trembled violently. He was from the 7-star sacred realm, and had few opponents in the 8-star 6 sacred lands. But right now, he couldn't care less about face, and was running for his life. The bone-winged man's eyes narrowed. He spread his wings and left with the wind and clouds. Rumble. However, a pitch-black arm appeared in the sky, and it seemed to cover the sky. It suddenly grabbed the bone-winged man. Blood splattered everywhere, but it was all absorbed by the terrifying arm. The bone-winged man was on the verge of death. Although he was a king, how could he be a match for the protector of a holy land? Lin Ling, don't kill him. Yes. At this moment, the ancient flame devil's soul's voice sounded, I want his body. Don't you have the ability to devour souls? Devour his soul, and let my soul enter. Yes. Okay. Yes. Lin Ling immediately nodded. His body was tired, but his soul power was not damaged at all. Therefore, it was not difficult for him to devour the dying bone-winged man. Lin Ling took a step forward, and with the river map jade pearl in his hand, the Wuxia king did not dare to touch him. He also saw the Wuxia king at a close distance. The Wuxia king's body was covered in dark gray skin, and his muscles were firm. There were 2 horns on his head, and his cold teeth gleamed. What shocked Lin Ling the most was that the Wuxia king was as tall as a giant, and he seemed to have the strength to move mountains and rivers. Devour souls. Yes. Without wasting any time, Lin Ling's eyes shone with a mysterious light, and he began to devour the bone-winged man's soul. No. Yes. The bone-winged man screamed in fear. Unfortunately, he was already on the verge of death and could not resist at all. After devouring the bone-winged man's soul, Lin Ling felt that his soul power had more than doubled. It turned out that devouring souls could increase one's soul power by devouring other people's souls. Lin Ling, thank you. Yes. In the distance, the almost transparent ancient flame devil's soul floated over. He looked at Lin Ling indifferently and smiled. Lin Ling also smiled. When he first met the ancient flame devil, he was very wary of it. However, after interacting with it, he realized that although the ancient flame devil's demonic nature was deeply rooted, he was honest and open. He was a real man. Gradually, the two became close. To Lin Ling, the ancient flame devil was like a senior, a respectable senior of the demonic path. The ancient flame devil's soul vanished into the body of the bone-winged man. An instant later, the bone-winged man opened his eyes. Although his eyes were cold, a sense of familiarity arose in Lin Ling's heart. This was no longer the king of the winged race, but the ancient flame devil. This body is really weak, but my talent is not bad. This is the first time I'm using a human body to cultivate. Seems like I'm going to become a human in the future. The bone-winged man surveyed his body before looking at Lin Ling. Little brat, I know you have many treasures. Take out some heavenly treasures that can help you recover. Don't be so stingy. Ha. 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 Lin Ling laughed uproariously. This was the ancient flame devil he knew. Since you've been reborn, you should have a name, right? Ha. Then I shall be called Gu Zhantian. Ha. Ha, old brother Zhantian. Ha! Lin Ling took a step forward and hugged the ancient flame devil, causing Gu Zhantian to be stunned. An indescribable feeling arose in his heart. How nostalgic. In the past, he had many brothers like Lin Ling. Sadly, all of them died in battle. But today, from Lin Ling's body, he could feel a sense of brotherly love. Little brat, men hug and hug each other. Don't take advantage of this, daddy. Ha! Gu Zhantian laughed uproariously as he couldn't help but tease. Ha ha ha! The laughter of the two resounded through the heavens and earth. And from afar, Anuer and Yuman Yun were also laughing. Before this, the two alien kings were extremely terrifying. They thought that it would be difficult for them to escape this calamity. But who would have expected that after Lin Ling and Gu Zhantian's hard work, they would still be able to force the two alien kings to retreat? And before this, they were incomparably nervous. But Lin Ling was extremely calm. Evidently, in the days they didn't know, Lin Ling had encountered such situations many times. To Lin Ling, life and death situations were already as common as eating rice. Old brother Zhantian, the reason why you asked me to come here earlier was because you already knew that the Wuxia king was sealed here. Lin Ling laughed as he asked. Gu Zhantian shook his head as the bone wings on his back retracted. I only knew where the Wuxia king was sealed. That's why I brought you here. But as for how to break the seal, it still depends on you. Lin Ling's eyes widened. If I don't find the forbidden formation, how are we supposed to face it? Gu Zhantian shrugged. We can only improvise. Lin Ling was speechless. If it wasn't for the fact that he had the Eye of Time, he wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. Chapter 992. Spirit-splitting technique. What's with that expression? Are you looking down on me? Gu Zhantian's lips twitched. Back then, did you really think you could leave the ancient tomb? Also, the Wuxia king is a protector. Do you really want to miss out on this opportunity? Lin Ling nodded his head. Back then, that mysterious expert was guarding the spatial passageway and he couldn't leave. Hence, there was nothing he could do back then. In the end, he managed to borrow the strength of the Wuxia king to force the enemy to retreat. Then how should we deal with this fellow? Lin Ling pointed to the motionless ancient devil god Wuxia king. It no longer has a soul. You can send your soul into it. Among us, you are the only one who can do so because your soul is larger than mine. Gu Zhantian laughed. After entering the ancient tomb, he already had a plan. If there was a chance, he would let Lin Ling obtain the Wuxia king. The kings of their generation were all sealed and their souls were shattered. As long as there was an opportunity, anyone would be able to obtain an ancient king. Hence, instead of benefiting others, why not benefit Lin Ling? At the very least, Gu Zhantian was somewhat fond of Lin Ling. Not only that, Lin Ling had risked his life to obtain the Wuxia king. Now that he was reaping some benefits, it was only fair. In that case, wouldn't I have two protectors now? Lin Ling's eyes narrowed. You still need to become stronger. The Heavenly Fall era is about to arrive and the power balance of the 6 saint regions will be reshuffled. Your current strength is still too weak. Gu Zhantian shook his head. Having two protectors might seem powerful, but in reality, Lin Ling wasn't able to fully control them. For example, the ancient flame devil's killing intent could still affect Lin Ling. As for the Wuxia king, there was probably some sort of restriction as well. After all, if his strength was too weak, he naturally wouldn't be able to control an ancient king. Lin Ling nodded. Earlier, through the Eye of Time, he already knew what the Heavenly Fall era was. It represented the reshuffling of the power balance of the heavens and earth. It was merely a small trick of the ancient emperors. What he could do now was to protect his family with all his might, allowing everyone to survive. I got it. How do I control the Wuxia king now? Split your soul and put it into the Jade River diagram pearl. Then, let the Jade River Diagram Pearl enter Yixia King's body. The Yixia King was one of the guardian deities of the 6 great holy lands. To control it, one had to possess a powerful soul, and Lin Ling was the only one who was qualified to do so. This soul-splitting technique can help you split your soul. However, take note that splitting your soul is very dangerous. Gu Zhantian's countenance turned heavy as he pointed a finger at Lin Ling, causing an ancient cultivation art to appear in Lin Ling's mind. Spirit-splitting technique. It was a cultivation technique that could split the soul and allow it to rise again. Lin Ling's expression turned solemn. Although it was dangerous, it was worth the risk because he was still very weak at the moment. Even if he was the #1 expert of the 6 holy lands, the Rainforest Holy Land was only an 8-star saint realm. There were many more ancient kings outside. After which, Lin Ling floated down to the ground. Holding the Jade River Diagram Pearl in his hand, he started to cultivate the spirit-splitting technique. The soul might seem powerful, but in reality, it was also the weakest part. It couldn't be compared to the physical body. Even if the physical body was destroyed, it could be reborn. But the soul couldn't. It grew very slowly, and if it was injured, without the nourishment of heavenly and earthly treasures, the soul would slowly wither away. Eventually, the soul would be plagued by all sorts of illnesses and disintegrate. And splitting the soul was naturally extremely difficult. If it wasn't for the fact that Lin Ling's soul was powerful enough, he wouldn't have dared to take the risk. After a long time, Lin Ling finally opened his eyes. He nodded heavily as he stared at Gu Zhantian and the others. After which, his soul transformed into a sharp saber and slashed down heavily into his sea of consciousness. Pain. An indescribable pain gushed forth. This pain was so intense that it reached the depths of his soul. It was 100 times more terrifying than any physical pain. Little brat, do your best. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If you want to obtain the Yixia King, you have to pay the price. Gu Zhantian stared at Lin Ling with worry in his eyes. He knew that this little brat was trying to transform. If he succeeded, Lin Ling would definitely become the #1 king of the 6 great holy grounds in the future. He will be fine. Anuer and the other 2 also stared at Lin Ling with worry in their eyes. Pain. Lin Ling's soul was trembling. Under the attack of the soul saber, his entire soul was on the verge of collapse. But at the crucial moment, a pair of ancient eyes appeared. It was like the core of his soul, guarding the scene of his soul dissipating. At the same time, a huge sea of consciousness flew out from Lin Ling's body and flew towards the Jade River Diagram Pearl, causing it to seem as though the Jade River Diagram Pearl had a spirit of its own. The Jade River Diagram Pearl floated up. It floated towards the ancient Yixia King. He is about to succeed. Gu Zhantian's heart trembled with excitement. It was like he was watching the rise of a new king. With 2 protectors, it was hard for him to imagine what heights Lin Ling would reach in the future. The Jade River Diagram Pearl gradually vanished from the body of the Yixia King. At the same time, the Yixia King opened its eyes as a cold aura gushed forth. It was as though it had come alive. Lin Ling, is that you? Gu Zhantian roared. However, the Yixia King didn't move at all. It only quietly stared at Gu Zhantian. But at the next moment, it glanced at the young man sitting cross-legged on the ground. The young man's handsome countenance was somewhat pale. His eyelashes fluttered as he finally opened his eyes. That pair of clear eyes stared right at the Yixia King. You are me, and I am you. Yes. A light voice drifted out from Lin Ling's mouth. An indescribable feeling rose up from the depths of his soul. He split his soul and sent it into the Yixia King's body. After that, he felt that the Yixia King was like an arm of his, connected by blood. But in reality, they were 2 different people. I am you, and you are me. Rumble. The Yixia King spoke in a low voice, causing the earth to tremble. Although it was also Lin Ling, the aura it exuded was clearly different. It was even colder, exuding boundless devil qi. But one couldn't deny that it was indeed Lin Ling. Old brother Xiantian, you Meng Yun. Rumble. After that, the Yiksha king stared at Gu Zhantian and the other two as its cold voice drifted out. It was none other than Lin Ling. However, the eyes of Gu Zhantian and the others froze. Although they knew that the Yiksha king was Lin Ling, they still had a strange feeling. The devil qi emitted by the Yiksha king was too terrifying. Lin Ling had transformed into a devil god. Right now, my soul is still very weak and I need to rest. Hence, I will enter the earth first. Rumble. The Yiksha king retracted its gaze as it spoke. In truth, it was speaking to Gu Zhantian and the others. Because, Lin Ling who was on the ground already knew everything about the Yiksha king. These words were spoken by him, but it was through the Yiksha king. This feeling gave him an incomparably strange feeling. Rumble. The earth trembled as the Yiksha king slowly sank into the earth. In the earth, it could recover even faster. It was an earth devil god. And Lin Ling could clearly sense that after entering the earth, the Yiksha king's recovery speed was even faster compared to the ancient flame devil. Its gigantic body started to turn pitch black. And in its body, the jade pearl of the river diagram also entered a deep slumber, causing the Yiksha king's soul to slowly recover. Chapter 993. Days in the mountain valley. Let's just let the Yiksha king sleep here. If there's anything I can't solve, I'll just awaken him. Lin Ling silently mused. After that, he took out a large amount of soul force recovery treasures and started to devour them. Right now, his soul force was greatly depleted and wasn't as strong as before. This brat actually succeeded. Seems like there's an even more terrifying talent hidden in his body compared to the Yiksha king. Gu Zhantian shook his head and smiled as he stared at the sky. Now that he was reborn, there were many things he could do. The dignity and justice that was taken away from him could be reclaimed. And after Lin Ling's soul force recovered, he stood up and stared at Gu Zhantian. Brat, I'm going to leave now. I'll leave the 8-star 6 saint regions and head to the higher-ranked saint regions. There are many things waiting for me to do there. I have to do them. Gu Zhantian stared at Lin Ling. In truth, Lin Ling was his benefactor. Lin Ling destroyed the sacrificial altar and prevented his soul from dissipating. This was why he gifted the ancient flame devil to Lin Ling as a form of repayment. Although this body isn't as strong as the ancient flame devil, after so many years, I've learned many cultivation techniques. It's sufficient for me to grow stronger step by step. Gu Zhantian spoke again, but there was a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Old brother Zhantian, are you going to leave? Lin Ling also felt reluctance. Although the ancient flame devil was a devil, it was magnanimous and had a carefree personality. In addition, they had fought side by side many times. This caused him to be reluctant to part with the ancient flame devil. Hehe, we will meet again. I'll leave this soul stone for you. When you come to my place, I'll be able to sense you. Gu Zhantian tossed a stone to Lin Ling. Lin Ling received it cautiously. Gu Zhantian continued, there are many entrances to the ancient tomb. One of the entrances leads to the higher-ranked saint regions. I'll leave from there. If you want to return to the 6 saint regions, you have to wait for a month in a mountain valley in the north. At that time, a black dot will appear and you just have to forcefully open it. This is the map. Lin Ling took it again. The two of them looked at each other, and the reluctance in their eyes deepened. Brother, I don't have anything to give you. I can only give you some wine. Lin Ling knew that all good things must come to an end. Hence, he smiled in a carefree manner, causing Gu Zhantian to laugh uproariously. It's good that there's wine. Lin Ling took out the wine flask. Lin Ling drank a mouthful of wine before tossing it to Gu Zhantian. Gu Zhantian also drank a mouthful of wine. Little brat, the 6 saint regions won't be able to trap you. You will eventually have to face experts stronger than you in this world. This old brother will be waiting for you there. Alright, once I'm done with the rainforest sacred land, I'll leave the rainforest sacred land. Lin Ling's eyes were filled with confidence as he looked at the sky. The trip to the ancient tomb was extremely important to him. It allowed him to know that there was an even bigger world outside of the 6 great holy lands. It also allowed him to know that the pace of battle had yet to stop. However, now that his strength had greatly increased, it was time to settle some matters in the rainforest. Mengyun, let's go. Lin Ling brought in and Mengyun with him as they flew towards the north. Not long after, the 3 of them landed in a mountain valley. This place was somewhat peaceful, with lush green grass. It was like the most beautiful paradise in the world. The 3 of them had to wait here for a month. Mengyun, what's the deal with your demonic cultivation art? The 3 of them tidied up and decided to stay here for a short period of time. However, Lin Ling looked at Mengyun with worry in his eyes. I begged my master to obtain a drop of demonic blood from an ancient desolate beast. After that, I used a forbidden art to absorb it into my body, allowing the demonic blood to grow. Mengyun lowered her head, not daring to match Lin Ling's gaze. She knew that Lin Ling was blaming her for casually cultivating a demonic cultivation art. However, she still stubbornly said, I want to become stronger. I want to be with you forever. At this moment, she was like a willful girl. That kind of stubbornness seemed to be unchanging. Lin Ling's body trembled, and his eyes became gentle. He slowly hugged Mengyun. He knew the girl's heart. He knew that the girl wanted to help him. How could he have any regrets when he could have such a bosom friend in his life? Silly girl, I will protect you. The process of you cultivating a demonic cultivation art will be very difficult. Lin Ling said softly. I'm not afraid. Mengyun raised her delicate chin. Her eyes were still stubborn, causing Lin Ling to shake his head helplessly. It seemed that Mengyun was cultivating a demonic body. This was something that could not be changed. However, that white snake was a ferocious beast. He wondered what stage it would grow to. In ancient times, there was a demonic snake that transformed into a dragon. He wondered if Mengyun would be able to transform into a dragon in the end. I have many heavenly and earthly treasures here. They will allow you to completely control your demonic body without going berserk during the process of cultivation. Lin Ling took out a large number of spiritual herbs and treasures. After that, he took a step forward and held Yuer's hand. This caused Yuer to smile. Previously, she had been watching from the side and appeared extremely obedient. Therefore, Lin Ling did not want to neglect her. I have learned a lot of alchemy. During this period of time, let's exchange ideas together. Okay. In the valley, isolated from the rest of the world, the 3 of them settled down peacefully. This period of time was a rare period of peace in Lin Ling's life. He also enjoyed it greatly. As for Lin Ling, he obtained a large number of heavenly and earthly treasures. He also took them out to allow Yuer and Muqiqi to increase their strength. At the same time, the 2 of them concocted large amounts of medicinal pills. As for Little Flame, it also benefited greatly. With the help of the heavenly and earthly treasures, its strength increased tremendously. It would frequently roam outside, looking for foreign experts to challenge. This caused the foreign experts in the ancient tomb to take a detour whenever they saw Little Flame. As for that mysterious expert, Yen, he didn't appear again. However, even if he did appear, Lin Ling was no longer afraid of him. Right now, he had 2 protectors. Even if he couldn't win, he could still escape. If it wasn't for the fact that the 2 protectors were of great importance, Lin Ling would have already used the protectors to suppress the 6 great holy grounds. Sadly, the Heavenly Fall era was about to arrive. This caused Lin Ling to have no choice but to be cautious. Time silently flowed by. Today, a black dot appeared in the gloomy sky. If it wasn't for Gu Zhantian's guidance, Lin Ling wouldn't have noticed it at all. That black dot has appeared. We can leave the ancient tomb now. Lin Ling stared at the sky and smiled faintly. Can we return now? An'er and Yun also smiled. Their smiles were devastatingly beautiful. The three of us will go and open up the black dot. Lin Ling took a step forward and soared into the sky. The two girls behind him also hurriedly followed. Come out. Yun waved her right hand and an ancient gate appeared in midair. Slowly, a mountain-sized ice and fire demon rhinoceros walked out. That rhinoceros seemed to know Yun's intentions and charged towards the black dot in the sky. Right now, the black dot in the sky needed to be forcefully opened up. Rumble. The sky trembled as the black dot in the sky became the size of a fist. It was being forcefully opened up. Extreme realm. An'er's face turned cold. She was like the most beautiful ice fairy as a red bolt of lightning shot towards the black dot in the sky. After which, another 5 bolts of lightning shot out. Clearly, after this period of bitter cultivation, her strength had increased once again. Yuer's soul force is very condensed but it isn't huge. That method of hers is very strange, as though she can directly shatter the soul of others. Lin Ling silently mused. An'er's strength was also very powerful. The moment she used her extreme realm, it was impossible to guard against. She could instantly kill experts of the same level as her. Chapter 994. Leave. Red lightning bolts smashed onto the black hole, causing it to expand. It's Lin Ling's turn. After the two girls made their moves, they looked at Lin Ling. The final attack would depend on their man. At this moment, Lin Ling smiled faintly, and his blue and white robe fluttered. In the next moment, raging flames erupted, and an ancient flame emperor appeared. His hair formed by flames soared into the sky, and his raging fists smashed towards the black hole. Flame Emperor's Fist. 4th level fire profundity. Lin Ling is worthy of being the #1 genius of the 6 great holy lands. An'er and Yomu smiled. During this period of time, Lin Ling had used the Flame Emperor's octagonal stone to cultivate again, and it allowed his fire profundity to rise by another level. At this moment, he was just like the real Flame Emperor. Bang! Flames erupted, and his fist broke through the sky. The black hole shook violently and finally formed a 5-meter-wide passageway. Even the surroundings of the passageway were filled with cracks, and it was as if a stone had been thrown into the sky, causing ripples to spread out. In the sky, the flames receded like the tide, and a slender figure slowly walked out from the flames. His long hair fluttered, and his handsome face made An'er and Yomu blush. Lin Ling was very attractive. Let's go. Lin Ling smiled, and he opened his arms and hugged An'er and Yun's slender waists, and he strode into the void. At this moment, the rainforest's holy land, Mountain Demon Sea, had regained its peace. A month ago, a great battle had occurred here. It was between the Sage of Calligraphy's faction and the barbarian king of the 6 Shaman Holy Land. They fought with some saints. Of course, the battle didn't last long, and everyone dispersed in the end. As for the origin of the battle, it was because Lin Ling had killed Han Yitzi and defeated the young barbarian king, Fujitor. However, what surprised the 6 holy lands was that all the holy sons stepped forward to support Lin Ling, fighting for Lin Ling's reputation. Although everyone thought that Lin Ling was already dead, the holy prince's battle for Lin Ling's reputation still alarmed all the elites of the 6 holy lands. They couldn't understand what Lin Ling had done to make the holy princes support him like this, as if they were supporting the king of holy princes. In the end, the experts of the various hallowed grounds stepped forward and stopped the battle. After all, it wasn't worth it to fight over a dead person. After all, Lin Ling was trapped inside the old tomb and had encountered a transcendent realm master. He was doomed. Mountain Demon C, Tianyuan faction. This sect was the largest sect in the vicinity, attracting countless young elites to come here to learn martial arts. Today was the day of the inner sect disciple test, so it had alarmed a large number of nearby experts. Little Iron Leg is worthy of being called the most outstanding genius of the present age. Currently, he has already won 15 matches in a row. Bei Lin's fast blade is also very good. He is only 19 years old, but his saber moves faster than the wind. It seems that he will definitely be one of the strongest fighters. However, the strongest dark horse is Yi Xiao. He is the most dazzling existence. His sword can cut through anything. Around the wide square, people were talking. The famous cultivators were all commenting on the geniuses. The most talked about person was none other than Yi Xiao. This young man was a nobody at the beginning, but during this period of time, he suddenly rose up. His strength soared to the sky, and he became the focus of attention from a trash existence. He was the biggest dark horse in this year's inner sect disciple test. Damn it! That trash actually won so many matches. Who the hell taught him how to cultivate? Not long ago, he killed the young master of the Pan clan. The Pan clan can't wait to kill him. They have already forced the prime master of Tianyuan faction to step in. In the Tianyuan faction, many disciples spoke with cold faces. The trash that used to be above their heads made them extremely unhappy. Yi Xiao wins. At this moment, a thin and weak young man slowly walked down from the stage. The steel sword in his hand was shining with dazzling lights. Even the third-ranked Blood Shadow Palm lost. Who can stop Yi Xiao now? The crowd was shocked. Even the Prime Master of Tianyuan faction was shocked. Yi Xiao's sword was not the martial art of their sect. Besides, he knew that Yi Xiao's father used to be a famous cultivator, but was killed by someone else. Did his father leave some powerful martial art to Yi Xiao? However, the Tianyuan faction had been looking for Yi Xiao both openly and secretly, but they had no clue. However, the Prime Master of Tianyuan faction was sure that Yi Xiao had cultivated his father's martial art. Otherwise, he wouldn't be as strong as he was now. My son, Pan Long, was killed by some random passerby. In my opinion, it was Yi Xiao who killed him. He hid his strength well. In a corner of the square, the people of the Pan clan looked cold. They were the dominators of the Mountain Demon Sea. They didn't attack Yi Xiao before because Yi Xiao didn't have the power to kill their bloodline. However, it was obvious that Yi Xiao was hiding his true strength. Yi Xiao against Iron Leg. At this moment, the fierce fight started again. Iron Leg was the second most talented disciple of the Tianyuan faction. Yi Xiao, your good luck has come to an end. On the martial stage, a young man wearing iron boots coldly looked at Yi Xiao and said. Yi Xiao's long hair was flying in the air. His childish face was cold and indifferent. He held the iron sword tightly in his hand and said, I won't lose. Humph. Your sword is powerful, but don't forget who my master is. My master is North-South Leg Hiyun, one of the 5 most powerful cultivators in the Mountain Demon Sea. The young man's body was releasing a huge amount of qi. On the other side of the square, a middle-aged man blandly smiled. Many people were looking at him. No wonder Iron Leg is so powerful. It turns out a great master produces a great disciple. Compared to my master, your master is just a toad. However, on the martial stage, Yi Xiao blandly spoke. He had been holding it in, but today, it was time for him to shine. He wanted to take back the dignity he had lost. Besides, he wouldn't allow anyone else's master to be stronger than his master. His master was omnipotent. Bastard! How dare you laugh at my master? Iron Leg's eyes turned cold. The crowd frowned. Yi Xiao is so arrogant. He actually called North-South Leg a toad. Who is Yi Xiao's master? Can he be better than North-South Leg? I am not laughing. I am telling the truth. If you don't believe me, take 3 sword strikes from me. If you can't defeat me in 3 moves, I will admit defeat. I will never practice sword again. Yi Xiao took a step forward and spoke with a firm voice. You can't defeat me in 100 moves. Boom. On the martial stage, the fight between geniuses started. Many people were staring at Yi Xiao. They wanted to see if Yi Xiao could defeat Iron Leg in 3 moves. If he succeeded, North-South Leg He Yun would lose face. Ha, ha, ha. This little guy is like you. On a mountain peak far away from the Tianyuan sect, 3 silhouettes were quietly standing there. The man was handsome, and his long hair was fluttering in the wind. He had the aura of a king, and beside him were 2 devastatingly beautiful women. The 3 of them were quietly looking at the genius martial platform below, and their hearts were filled with nostalgia. Chapter 995. Seeing Yi Xiao again, do they look alike? Lin Ling smiled. Yi Xiao didn't look alike, but they did. He felt like he was back in Gu Yen sect. In the past, you had no background and no potential, so you were bullied in the Gu Yen sect. It was in the Battle of Yangming that you shone brightly. And you, and Lin Ling were both from the Gu Yen sect, so she felt a sense of familiarity. It was like a dream. Nobody knew that the stubborn young man in Gu Yen sect had become the #1 genius in the 6 great holy lands. He even had the potential to become the #1 king in the 6 great holy lands. Everything that had happened in the past few years was like a fleeting cloud. In the past, no one had thought of this. The nostalgia on Lin Ling's face deepened. He had not thought of this point. Looking back on the past, there was blood and sweat, laughter and tears, life and death. This was a life without regrets. That little guy is going to win. Lin Ling blandly said. He could see that the martial art left by Yi Xiao's father was powerful enough to defeat all the geniuses in the Mountain Demon Sea if Yi Xiao succeeded in the first stage. He has comprehended the vital energy. Lin Ling, it seems to be the same as yours. Yu Man Yun was confused. Of course, because my great righteousness was comprehended from the martial arts that his father left behind. However, my great righteousness is different from his. He is more righteous. Lin Ling nodded. And Yuer and Yu Man Yun were surprised. Lin Ling knew that young man. His so-called master should be you. Yu Mengyun said with a smile. Lin Ling rubbed his nose. It was hard to answer. He didn't take the young man as his disciple. It was the young man's wishful thinking. If he wins, I don't mind being his master. Soon, Lin Ling shrugged. At the same time, he thought of Wan Er, who he met in the Water Moon Holy Land. Wan Er seemed to see him as her master too. One sword to break all laws. At this moment, on the martial arts stage, a sword appeared and cut through everything. Then, under countless shocked gazes, the young man slowly walked down. Yi Xiao wins. The referee was shocked for a long time before he finally announced the result. He Yun's face turned dark. His disciple was defeated. Yi Xiao slapped him in front of so many people. The ultimate battle, Yi Xiao against Balin Quick Blade. Not long after, the battle between the strongest geniuses of the sect began. Countless people were looking forward to it. Balin Fast Blade was the disciple of the Tianyuan sect's prime master. He was even chosen to be the #1 genius in the sect. How could Yi Xiao, the dark horse, win? Yi Xiao, you have been hiding well. You used to be known as a useless trash, but now you have shocked the world. However, I do believe that you have a master guiding you. Do you think you can defeat me? On the martial stage, a young man in black clothes was holding a big saber, looking at Yi Xiao blandly. We can win. Yi Xiao spoke blandly, my master taught me something. I can't lose. Otherwise, I will be humiliating him. Can your master be better than the Prime Master? The young man in black sneered. Compared to him, the Prime Master is like a toad. Yi Shao still casually spoke the same words. The young man in black's face turned dark. He thought that Yi Shao would respect the Prime Master, but unexpectedly, Yi Shao didn't even respect the Prime Master. How arrogant! This young man is neither superior nor inferior. In the sect, many elders' faces also turned dark. Yi Shao insulted the Prime Master in front of all the heroes in the world. How could the Prime Master show his face? If you lose, ask your master to come out and kowtow to the Prime Master 3 times. I would like to see how great your master is. The young man in black spoke coldly. He couldn't swallow this insult. Don't insult my master. However, Yi Shao's face was even colder than his, as if he had been hit on the reverse scale. Don't you have confidence in your own strength? The young man in black smiled disdainfully. I do. Yi Shao nodded. This fight is related to my master's honor. I will definitely win. I will defeat you with 1 sword strike. If I win, you take back what you said and kowtow to my master 3 times as an apology. Good. Not only him, but I will apologize as well. At this moment, a majestic voice sounded. It was the Prime Master of Tianyuan sect. Apparently, Yi Shao had ignored him again and again, which made him angry. Fine. However, the Prime Master's words only got Yi Shao's nod. Everybody was so angry that they gritted their teeth. Righteousness. My master taught me to cultivate righteousness in the world. Yi Shao raised up his sword. Righteousness was awe-inspiring, and the sword intent was gushing out. Righteous sword intent. The crowd was shocked. They didn't expect Yi Shao to have comprehended the sword intent at such a young age. Shoot! With 1 sword strike, the young man in black was defeated instantly. It was dead silent. Yi Shao was reborn. Who on earth was his master? How could such a freak be taught by such a freak? The young man in black looked extremely upset. He couldn't resist 1 sword strike from Yi Shao. Kneel down and apologize. Yi Shao didn't care about the young man's surprise. He pointed his sword at the young man so that he couldn't say anything. Was he going to kneel down? Countless people's faces were stiff. They couldn't believe what had just happened. Enough. Stop. At this moment, the Prime Master's cold voice sounded. You didn't cultivate the martial art of our sect. Where did you steal it from? Tell me the truth. Tell me. In the Mountain Demon Sea, it was a taboo to steal martial art. There would be consequences. Of course, the Prime Master knew that Yi Shao must have cultivated the martial art left by his father. However, as the Prime Master of Tianyuan sect, he couldn't lose face if his disciple lost. That was why he slandered Yi Shao. Today, his disciple was the number 1 disciple. No matter what, Yi Shao couldn't be the number 1 disciple. I didn't steal it. My master taught me. I have one. I am the number 1 disciple of Tianyuan sect. Yes. Yi Shao raised his head and looked at the Prime Master stubbornly. Who is your master? Tell him to come out. Otherwise, we will punish you according to the rules of our sect. You are nothing but a useless trash, yet you have comprehended the sword intent. Where did you get it from if you didn't steal it? The Prime Master shouted angrily. That was the only way he could regain his face. Yi Shao, you stole the martial art of our Pan clan. How dare you make a master out of nothing? Do you think we are all idiots? If you don't hand over the martial art today, you can't leave this place. Humph. People of the Pan clan spoke coldly. They had been eyeing the martial art left by Yi Zhao's father for a long time. In the Mountain Demon Sea, I would like to see what your master is. North Legs Hiyun spoke coldly. Yi Xiao was a genius, but he wasn't his disciple. Since that was the case, he would rather destroy him. People were looking at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's face turned dark. He was young after all. He didn't know how evil people could be. He thought that as long as he won today, he would be able to regain his dignity. However, he was too naive. A bunch of half-century-old guys. You are all twisted. How dare you? Shame. Chapter 996. I am his master. Who are you? Since when do you have the right to meddle in the affairs of our Tianyuan sect? The prime master of Tianyuan sect frowned. He didn't know this man. He wasn't one of the guests, yet he showed up in the Tianyuan sect. Did he think the Tianyuan sect was a street? Did he think he could just come in? I am his master. Tell me. How can I not meddle? Thousands of eyes were staring at him. Some were questioning, some were angry, and some were waiting for a good show. However, the young man in the blue and white robe spoke blandly. He moved his feet and slowly walked over. The crowd was shocked. This young man was only about 20 years old. He was actually Yi Xiao's master. Master. On the stage, Yi Xiao looked at the young man who was walking out. He was so excited that he suddenly kneeled down. Big brother is here. He admitted that he is my master. Lin Ling is my master. That is just my wishful thinking. He never thought that he could see Lin Ling so soon. You won, so I will take you as my disciple. Yes. It was Lin Ling. At the moment, he looked at Yi Xiao and smiled blandly. Although it was the first time he took someone as his disciple, it still gave him a weird feeling. It felt like he had aged a lot. In fact, he was only 20 years old. Master. Yes. Yi Xiao was so happy that he shed tears. He kowtowed to Lin Ling 3 times. Get up. Yes. Lin Ling waved his hand casually. He didn't care about anybody at all. Enough. Yes. This attitude made the prime master of Tianyuan sect even angrier. That young man was too arrogant. He ignored them and directly took Yi Xiao as his disciple. Did he think the Tianyuan sect didn't exist? This guy is young, but he actually took Yi Xiao as his disciple in front of the elders. Yes. Those famous cultivators of the mountain demon sea sneered. They couldn't see through Lin Ling's capability, but Lin Ling was young, so they thought he was just so. Enough? Lin Ling looked at the sect leader slowly. His lips curled into a mocking grin. A win is a win, a loss is a loss. As a great sect leader, you don't even have the courage to admit defeat. What kind of sect leader are you? Furthermore, you bullied my disciple right in front of me. I haven't even said enough, and you're telling me you're done. Ha! The crowd burst into laughter. This young man was crazy beyond belief. He actually dared to use such a tone to talk to the sect leader. Ignorant. You must be joking. The head of the Tianyuan sect couldn't help but laugh. That young man was putting on airs. Did he think that his seniority was higher than his own? You are his master. Then, where did he get his sword intent? North and south legs. He disdainfully shook his head, but he was interested in Yi Xiao's sword intent. Lin Ling smiled. He had just come to the mountain demon sea after he left the ancient tomb, so he decided to visit Yi Xiao. He wanted to take Yi Xiao as his disciple, but he didn't know that in the sacred land of the rainforest and the mountain demon sea, power was everything. Yi Xiao didn't have a powerful background. Even if he won the fight, he would be denied by the others. People might even take the opportunity to get Yi Xiao's martial art. If Yi Xiao was just a passerby, Lin Ling wouldn't have time to talk to him. However, Yi Xiao was his disciple. How could he let others bully his disciple? I taught him how to use his sword intent, but he learned it himself. However, you are too old to even understand the basic sword intent. You better not learn martial arts. Lin Ling blandly said, which made the crowd laugh. Is this young man talking about one of the 5 most powerful cultivators in the Mountain Demon Sea? He is not qualified to learn martial arts. What about me? The Prime Master of Tianyuan sect sneered. You are even worse. You are useless. You are only at the earth spirit stage at such a young age. The spiritual qi in your body is impure. You broke through with Dan beads. You will never be able to reach the next level. How dare you call yourself the Prime Master? How dare you be my disciple's Prime Master? Lin Ling disdainfully looked at the Prime Master of Tianyuan sect. This guy actually dared to criticize the Prime Master? The crowd stopped laughing. The arrogance of the young man was beyond their imagination. The face of the Tianyuan sect leader was extremely ugly. He thought that Lin Ling would be afraid of him, but who knew that he would say that he was useless, and the most important thing was that he said it very naturally, without any pretense, as if he, the sect leader, was so useless. Yi Shao also opened his mouth wide. In his world, the Prime Master of Tianyuan sect was the most powerful cultivator in the world. Although his master Lin Ling was famous in the world, he didn't know how powerful he was. That was why he was surprised by his master's arrogance. Yi Shao, come with me. Here is an immortality Dan. It can help you reach the martial spirit stage in one day. You have wasted too much time in this rubbish sect. Your foundation is not good. You must strengthen your foundation. Ignoring the people around, Lin Ling walked to Yi Shao and threw a bottle of Dan beads to him. Reach the martial spirit stage in one day. Everyone gasped. Some of them couldn't believe it, but Yi Shao had already opened the bottle of Dan beads. A stream of dense spiritual qi filled the air. Some of the powerful cultivators were sure that the Dan beads were extraordinary. Yi Shao was naturally excited. He had heard that in the ancient world, some cultivators could be reborn in one day and become a powerful cultivator. However, he didn't expect that his master would have such Dan beads. That was why he was so grateful that he kneeled down again. You little kid. It is just a crappy Dan bead. If you had a good foundation, it would have helped you reach the earthly spirit stage in one day. Lin Ling shook his head helplessly. In his eyes, the earthly spirit stage was also a weak cultivator. The crowd was silent. That young man was not only arrogant, but also good at bragging. Reaching the earthly spirit stage in one day meant that he would become the Prime Master in one day. He didn't even need to prepare a draft for bragging. Let's go. Lin Ling took a big step forward. Yi Shao followed behind him excitedly. Wait. At this moment, the Prime Master of Tianyuan sect stood up. How could he tolerate a young man coming and going as he pleased? Yi Shao can go, but he has to return all the martial arts he has learned in the sect. That is the tuition fee. Of course, Yi Shao can also leave if he returns all the Dan beads and martial arts he has learned. When these words were spoken, Yi Shao's body started to tremble. Although he was the strongest disciple, he was still extremely respectful to the Prime Master. But soon, a cold voice came from beside him, Yi Shao is my disciple. What if I don't agree? The voice was calm, as if it was the most normal thing in the world, but it made Yi Shao tremble. He was touched. His master was protecting him. Then we have to cripple him. You are his master, but you don't know how to teach him how to be a good man. I will cripple you too. The Prime Master sneered, and his aura became even colder. Today, if you don't hand over the things, neither of you will be able to leave. The people of the Pan clan also walked out. No matter if it was the martial arts or the Dan beads, they all wanted them. So you want to die? Lin Ling's eyes finally became cold. Before, he didn't want to make a move, but it didn't mean that these ants could be arrogant. Kid, there should be a limit to bragging. It also depends on who you are talking to. Facing us ancient cultivators, your fox assuming the tigers might won't work. However, the Prime Master's eyes became even more indifferent. He thought that Lin Ling was just bluffing. Is that so? Chapter 997. Using violence against violence, puff. It was as if he had been struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. The sect leader's face paled, and he powerlessly slumped back into his chair. What had he seen? He had seen an expert emerge from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. He had seen a king who looked down on the world in a great war. How was this possible? This young man was only 20 years old. Bragging? Lin Ling spat out these two words coldly with a strong sense of mockery. The crowd was shocked too. They didn't know why the Prime Master was so emotional. You stinky kid. You can be arrogant in Gu Yen sect. Seeing the Prime Master suddenly become silent, one of the elders rushed to Lin Ling. It was the best time to flatter the Prime Master. Spiritual chi was moving in the air. In the air, a fist was hitting toward Lin Ling. Master, be careful. That is the Elder of Law Enforcement. Yi Xiao anxiously shouted. The Elder of Law Enforcement was the most powerful man in the sect. Elder of Law Enforcement? What law? Cold. A cold voice drifted out in the silence. What? Yes. All the powerful cultivators stood up. You said I was bragging? Yes. Lin Ling blandly looked at the Prime Master and shouted again. Yi Xiao bullied his disciple. That was fine, but he kept asking for death. Did he think Lin Ling didn't have a temper? Kid, this is the Mountain Demon Sea. Since you are here, just stay. Yes. Amidst the silence, the Pan family's family head and the North and South legs looked at each other and tacitly attacked. This young man was not weak, but with two of the 5 great experts of the Mountain Devil Sea attacking, this young man would have to hold back his hatred. North leg technique. Yes. Rolling spiritual chi was moving in the air. In the air, an iron leg was chopping down toward Lin Ling like it was going to split the world. At the same time, a long purple spear appeared out of nowhere, stabbing toward Yi Xiao. This man was sneaky. He was afraid that Lin Ling would dodge, so he attacked Yi Xiao so that Lin Ling wouldn't be able to dodge. At this moment, Yi Xiao's pupils constricted. Looking at the spear of death, he felt powerless. Today, all the powerful cultivators of the Mountain Demons Sea were targeting him. They were too much. However, at this moment, a man stood in front of him like a huge mountain. Yi Xiao's eyes were wet. He saw that man. It was his master, his big brother, Lin Ling. Boom! In the sky, the wind and cloud iron kick smashed down. Its power was vast, and in addition to the spear of death, it was as if a single spear could kill. These two powerful martial arts were enough to dominate a region in the Mountain Demon Sea. And Lin Ling alone bore the brunt of the attack. Dead. Looking at the soul-stirring scene, everyone shook their heads. The Tianyuan sect leader sneered. He thought that the young man was powerful, but it turned out that he was just a waste who thought too highly of himself. Yi Xiao, hand over the Dan beads and martial arts. In front of Yi Xiao, 2 figures coldly showed up. They were Pan Clan and North and South legs, He Yun. At the moment, they looked calm. They didn't know that what they did had awakened the killing god. I won't. I will die with my master. Yi Xiao was sad. He took a step back and gritted his teeth. These people were so disgusting. They killed his big brother and his master. Silly boy. Who said I am dead? At this moment, a soft voice sounded. It made Yi Xiao tremble. He turned around and saw Lin Ling standing there like an immovable king. His handsome face was smiling, but there was a spear in his chest. What? You are not dead yet? Many people widely opened their eyes. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. I am not dead, but you can die now. Lin Ling blandly smiled, but it was extremely cold. His body shook, and in front of everybody's shocked eyes, the spear in his chest was broken into pieces. With the strength of his fleshly body, how could these ants hurt him? Puff! At this moment, everybody took a cold breath. What did they see? They saw the young man shatter the spear and take the kick of north and south legs without getting hurt. What kind of powerful cultivator was he? Puff! The Prime Master of Tianyuan's sect had stood up excitedly, but now he panicked and sat back down on the chair. The chair even broke because he sat down, but he didn't feel it at all. As for the Pan family and north and south legs, their bodies were trembling at this moment. When their eyes met Lin Ling's, a terrifying murderous intent shattered their hearts. They felt as if they had provoked the wrong person. After all, in their lives, no one had ever been able to take a blow from them and come out unscathed. I am sorry. I was reckless. The Prime Master of Pan Clan stepped back and said with a pale face. Sorry is useful. What do you need the police for? Lin Ling spoke blandly. They were tempted by the treasure. If he was weaker than these people, he would have died long ago. What was the point of apologizing? Puff! North and south legs, He Yun, kneeled down and kept kowtowing. Master, I was wrong. Yi Xiao was stunned. His childish face was full of shock. Those powerful cultivators in his heart were all begging for mercy and kneeling down. That was like a dream. Yi Xiao, remember. How people treat you, how you treat them. That is my principle. Lin Ling looked at Yi Xiao and said blandly. He was also teaching Yi Xiao how to be a man. As a master, he should not only teach martial arts, but also teach them how to live their lives. That was the most important thing. Yi Xiao had the same experience as Lin Ling. However, Lin Ling had survived all by himself, so he didn't want Yi Xiao to walk on the wrong path. At least he wanted Yi Xiao to understand how ruthless the world was. How people treat me, how I treat them. Yi Xiao murmured. He repeated it in his heart and kept it in his heart. Lin Ling nodded with a smile. He walked to north and south legs, looking down at He Yun. Your disciple lost to my disciple. You didn't want to admit it. I don't dare. North and south legs, He Yun didn't dare to raise his head. I don't like to hear hypocrisy. You better tell me the truth. Lin Ling blandly said. Yes, I did. But that was before. Now I do. North and south legs, He Yun hurriedly said. Now you do. But there is one thing you don't want to admit. Good. Let me tell you why your disciple is not as good as mine. Lin Ling nodded. His eyes suddenly turned cold. He reached out his left hand and made a heavy palm hit. Boom. He didn't even need to use his full power. 30 million power had already smashed He Yun into pieces. He died with one palm hit. The earth shook violently. Now you understand. Because I am stronger than you, my disciple is stronger than yours. Lin Ling's eyes were cold. In his eyes, there was a strong killing intent. When he used the ancient flame demon last time, because he had to fight against the two kings, his killing intent was boiling up again. Today, these ants enraged him, so his killing intent burst out. It is your turn. Lin Ling looked at the master of Pan Clan. The master of Pan Clan trembled and sat down on the floor. His forehead was covered with cold sweat. Chapter 998. Tang Yicheng, wait. If you let me go, I will give you anything you want. I am sorry for what I did to you. Life was more precious than anything else, so the chief of Pan Clan still had hope. However, if apologizing worked, why would he need the police? You can die now. Enough. Lin Ling didn't even bother to talk. He just made a palm hit and slowly walked to the prime master of Tianyuan sect. At the moment, the entire Tianyuan sect was in silence. Everybody was shaking in the heart. Is this Yi Zhao's master? Facing the most powerful cultivators in the Mountain Demon Sea, he killed them with one strike. Those powerful cultivators in the Mountain Demon Sea were like mountains that they had to look up to, but now, the mountains had collapsed. It was such a shock to the disciples who respected those powerful cultivators. You wanted Yi Zhao's master to come out, and then I came out. You wanted to cripple my disciple, and now you want to cripple me? The cold voice came out from Lin Ling's mouth. The Prime Master was shaking. He regretted it. He shouldn't have let Yi Zhao's master come out. He shouldn't have stopped Yi Zhao. I am sorry. When Yi Zhao won, I said I would kowtow 3 times. I will kowtow now. The sect leader's heart pounded violently, and he quickly knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. At the same time, he kept apologizing. Although he felt that this kind of last-minute begging was not very effective, he could not think of a better way to deal with Lin Ling other than apologizing and begging. The disciples of Tianyuan sect couldn't believe that Yi Zhao was like a stray dog. Before, when Yi Zhao rose up like a dark horse and defeated all the other geniuses, they didn't want to accept it. They wanted to see Yi Zhao's performance, because they knew that their prime master wouldn't let Yi Zhao have an easy time. However, Yi Zhao's master came. His master was as young as them, yet he was so horrible that all their masters had to kneel down and kowtow to him. The prime master was still kowtowing. His forehead was bleeding, but Lin Ling was indifferent. He didn't move at all. I gave you a chance. Finally, Lin Ling spoke softly. A wisp of flames rippled out from his left hand and scattered down slowly. Boom! The head of the Tianyuan sect was burned in an instant. He still had a lot of words to beg for mercy. Unfortunately, Lin Ling didn't have time to listen. No matter how much he begged for mercy, it was useless. Lin Ling had given him a chance, but he was the one who was tempted by the treasure. He was just courting death. Let's go. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Ling slowly walked to Yi Zhao. Yi Zhao was still trembling. Is this my master? How amazing! One person decided everything. After that, Yi Zhao glanced over the crowd. He saw that his senior brothers and elders were all frightened. Everybody showed respect in their eyes. That made him feel proud. His master killed the prime master, and nobody dared to say anything. He and his master just left casually. That was the shock of power. Who is this person? Staring at that slender figure, everyone had the same thought, but no one dared to ask. Ha, ha. Lin Ling, I didn't expect you to come to the Mountain Demon Sea. At this moment, a giant beast flew over from the sky. It was a one-legged beast with the body of an ox. On the beast, there was a young man in white clothes. His long hair was flying in the air, and his face was as smooth as jade. He looked indescribably powerful. That is the king of the Mountain Demon Sea, Kuei. Many people took in a cold breath. They knew that beast. It was the most horrible thing in the Mountain Demon Sea. It was said that it had the bloodline of the ancient wild beast, Kuei. Now that the beast was under control, it meant that the young man was extremely powerful. Besides, he seemed to know Yi Zhao's master. Who are you? Lin Ling stopped and blandly looked at the young man in white clothes. I am the new superstar of the Sparrow clan, Tang Yicheng. Lin Ling, I have heard about you. The young man stopped the bull-bodied demonic beast in the sky and looked down at Lin Ling with a smile. Sparrow clan? Is it the ancient clan? Some of them had read some books about the Sparrow clan. It was said that the Sparrow clan was one of the 4 ancient wild clans. Is Yi Zhao's master Lin Ling? After that, the crowd was shocked again. The Mountain Demon Sea was isolated from the rest of the world. It was like a small village, but many people knew Lin Ling's name. Lin Ling was the most talented cultivator in the martial arts hall. He was a legend from the middle three regions. Because he was born in an ordinary family, he was famous in the lower three regions and the middle three regions. I am so jealous. Wow! Many disciples were surprised. Yi Xiao has found himself a great master. Sparrow clan? Tangicheng? Tangicheng? Lin Ling didn't know what they were thinking. He was still looking at the sky. Is he from Yuyu's clan? Ha, ha. Yuyu often talked about you in front of me. You were in the Rain clan, so I know you too. The young man in white smiled politely. He was very polite to Lin Ling. Lin Ling nodded with a smile, but he was curious about why the young man was here. I heard some rumors about something happening here, so I came to try my luck. It seems I am late. Tangicheng seemed to know what Lin Ling was thinking. He shrugged and said, "It must be the gathering of the Holy Sons." Yes. Lin Ling guessed why the young man was here. Tangicheng was shocked. In the rainforest, the Holy Sons were a secret. Only a few people knew about them. Tangicheng was the most talented cultivator in the Sparrow clan, so he knew a thing or two about the Holy Sons. Besides, he wanted to be a Holy Son and enter the Bodhi Saint Palace. This time, he had heard about the gathering of the Holy Sons, so he wanted to try his luck and defeat the Holy Sons. He wanted to be recognized by the Bodhi Saint Palace and become a Holy Son. However, he was too late. However, Lin Ling was only the number one genius of the martial arts hall. He could not compare to the number one supernovas of the four desolate clans, but Lin Ling knew about the Holy Sons. It seems that Sir Lin Ling also came with the same intention, but we're all too late. Tangicheng smiled again. His expression was calm, hiding the shock in his heart. Yes. Yes. Lin Ling replied indifferently. He was not only a Holy Son, but also the star of the Holy Sons. How was he late? Alright, since I missed it, I will not stay any longer. Let's meet again at the rainforest sacred land. Yes. Tangicheng's feet moved, and the demonic beast galloped into the distance. In his heart, Lin Ling had the same idea as him. They both wanted to become the Holy Son of the Bodhi Saint Palace. Unfortunately, he was the number one supernova of the Sparrow clan, while Lin Ling was not. He still had Mo Zilong above him. So, was Lin Ling qualified to be mentioned in the same breath as him? If he was not qualified to be the Holy Son, Lin Ling was even less qualified. This man is quite shrewd. Yes. Lin Ling looked at Tangicheng's back and spoke blandly. Master, I think he is quite polite. Yi Xiao asked confusedly. Just on the surface. There are a lot of cunning people in this world. They will do anything to become stronger. That Tangicheng looks polite, but the ambition in his eyes can't be hidden. He disdains me, and he is even a bit jealous. Lin Ling smiled blandly. He was not a newbie. He had met a lot of people, so he naturally had an intuition. He is quite powerful. Master, how do you compare to him? Yi Xiao asked expectantly. Within 3 attacks, we are evenly matched. Within 5 attacks, he will be defeated. Yes. Lin Ling patted Yi Xiao's shoulder and strode forward. Yi Xiao trembled. His master was so powerful. Chapter 999. Protect everything, master, wait. After leaving Tianyuan sect, Yi Xiao took Lin Ling to his ancestral home. He took a lot of things and left. Lin Ling nodded. Yi Xiao didn't know how long it would take for him to come back, so it was normal for him to take some things from his hometown. Some of these things were left to me by my father, and some by my mother. Yi Xiao said sadly. Lin Ling nodded and took it for him. However, one of the bamboo slips made Lin Ling's eyes narrow. What was recorded on the bamboo slips was not martial arts, but a mysterious and complex symbol. There were many symbols, but Lin Ling could see that it was a matrix. It seems your father has left the 6 saint realms. Lin Ling was shocked. It was a human formation. There were formations made by human beings, such as the Black Gold Bull Formation and the ancient Cloud Tengu Formation. They were mysterious and powerful. Prime Master took this bamboo slip to me, but he said it was useless, so he gave it back to me. Yi Xiao was confused. Was this bamboo slip valuable? He couldn't see how valuable this bamboo slip was. Yi Xiao, you have found something good for your master. Lin Ling smiled disdainfully. At the same time, he had an idea to make his fire army stronger. One day later, several people showed up at the edge of the ocean. The sky was blue, the white clouds drifted, and the wind blew gently, making people feel relaxed and happy. Looking at the vast sea of rain, in the hazy sky, the towering tree was vaguely reflected in one's eyes. It was still so ancient and mysterious. The sacred land of the rainforest was in their sight. It is raining over there. An Yuer stood beside Lin Ling, looking at the sacred land of the rainforest and blandly said. That's right. A storm is coming. Lin Ling looked into the distance and shook his head. After that, he told her what happened in the Tianyun era. The 6 saint realms are only 8-star saint realms? And there were experts from the Heavenly Fall era who wanted to cleanse this place? Yu Mun Yun's pupils constricted. She had no idea about these things. Heaven and earth are heartless and treat all living things as dogs. The 6 saint domains are just playthings of the ancient emperors, or even just a game. Perhaps, in order to pass the time, those ancient experts gambled with each other and eventually lost the 6 saint domains to another expert. And that expert wanted the 6 saint domains to start anew, so he purged this place. In short, this world is in the hands of the ancient emperors, and we are just ants in their eyes. Lin Ling said indifferently. There was a trace of determination in the depths of his eyes. The strong had the power to dominate everything. If they wanted to live, then they would live. If they wanted to destroy the world, then they would destroy the world. Everything was just a thought of the strong. Then are we all going to die? An Yuer and Yu Mun Yun's eyes dimmed. Xiao Yan and Yi Xiao were playing far away. They seemed to have heard what Lin Ling said, so they both stayed silent. No. The heavens want me to die. I will go against the heavens. Lin Ling looked into the distance, and the determination in his eyes grew stronger. Ever since he came to this world, he had always been going against the will of the heavens, making all the impossible possible. He had gone beyond life and death, and had defied common sense. This time, he would definitely be able to go against the will of the heavens and earth. In his dictionary of life, there was no such thing as admitting defeat. The only difference was whether he had the courage to face it or not. At the moment, the Tianyun era is the most important thing. Before the calamity, I will make all my friends and family become stronger. Everyone, follow me. We will definitely get through this calamity. Lin Ling's hair fluttered in the air. The aura of supremacy on his body became stronger. He clenched his fists. He wanted to protect everything. We believe in you. An Yuer and Yu Mun Yun took a step forward and held Lin Ling's hand. Lin Ling nodded. In fact, when the calamity arrived, he had 2 great guardians. Although they couldn't stop the merciless world wheel, protecting himself shouldn't be a problem. However, his goal wasn't to protect himself. He wanted an Yuer and Yu Yu to live. He wanted them to accompany him to the ends of the earth. Therefore, if the heavens wanted to destroy them, he would go against them. Increasing everyone's strength is one thing. Secondly, it is time to end those grudges. Lin Ling lightly said. There were many things that he needed to solve. First, he had to avenge Old Man Xiao. He had vowed to avenge this grudge. Second, he had to rescue his mother. At the same time, he had to openly marry Yu. Third, he had to fulfill senior limitless belief and seize the position of the 7 profound martial house master. There were too many things. But now, Lin Ling already had the strength to do all of this. Therefore, he had to plan ahead and set his sights on the Heavenly Fall era. Then, what should we do now? Annuaire asked. I don't know when the Heavenly Fall era will arrive. My agreement with the Rain clan is half a year. There are still 2 months left. Therefore, first we have to go back and see how the Flame Legion's strength has increased. Lin Ling thought for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. We have to bring that girl, the Heavenly Concubine, back. Before, he had obtained the array formation bamboo slip that Yi Zhao's father had left behind. The Heavenly Concubine was an expert in array formations. In addition, the Heavenly Fall era was about to arrive. For safety reasons, it was time to bring the Heavenly Concubine back. I heard you say that the Heavenly Concubine is at the ancient Dao Martial Palace. How do we go and bring her back? Thinking of the Heavenly Concubine, Annuaire and Yu Yun were excited. They were filled with nostalgia. Just take her by force. Lin Ling faintly smiled. His smile was domineering and frivolous. In the Rainforest Holy Land, he didn't need to give anyone face, nor did he need to keep a low profile. In the world of martial arts, the strong were respected. In the past, he had plundered the Xianhu building of the Duan family, and Duan Zun Wang had brought powerhouses to the 7 profound martial house to kill him. At that moment, the sacred martial hall was like a piece of paper. This explained everything. Today, when he returned, Lin Ling would not only welcome the Heavenly Fall era, but he would also tell the people of the Rainforest Holy Land that he was not the number 1 genius, but the number 1 king. Only in this way could he protect the tranquil place in his heart. I feel that the Rainforest Holy Land is about to go berserk. Yu Yun smiled. She felt that her man was about to spread his wings and soar high. I hope so. Lin Ling held the 2 women's hands and took Yi Zhao and Little Flame to the Sea of Rain. They rowed the dragon boat and went straight to the Rainforest Holy Land. At this moment, the Rainforest Holy Land was still hazy with rain. However, no one knew that a storm was coming. The ancient Dao Martial Palace was one of the 7 martial halls of the Rainforest Holy Land. It was bustling with noise as usual, but today, it welcomed the geniuses of the other martial halls to exchange martial arts. Long Aoxiang has come. It's an honor to meet you. Is that young man riding the golden-winged roc Jin Pengzi? I've heard of him for a long time. Seeing him today, he is truly extraordinary. In front of the gate of the ancient Dao Martial Palace, many geniuses politely greeted the people who had come from afar. Those who had come were all top geniuses of the ancient Dao Martial Palace. Even the number 1 genius of the ancient Dao Martial Palace, Lu Fei, had appeared. This showed that they attached great importance to this exchange. Tang Tianshu is here too. So handsome. Chapter 1000. Frivolous and unrestrained Tang Tianshu was one of the top 5 geniuses in the semifinals. He was quite famous in the 7 major martial arts halls and was the target of countless girls' unrequited love. Greetings, everyone. Tang Tianshu smiled faintly when he saw the admiring gazes around him. He then looked at Lu Fei and said, Senior brother Lu Fei, I've heard a lot about you. Young Master Tang, you flatter me. Today, my ancient Dao Martial Palace welcomes the top geniuses of the Rainforest Holy Land. Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling, especially young Master Tang. You are one of the 18 young masters and the youngest genius of the Rainforest Holy Land. Lu Fei said politely. He was a little proud of himself. As the saying went, dragons did not cohabit with snakes. He disdained to participate in ordinary gatherings of geniuses, but today was different. This was a true gathering of top geniuses. Everyone here was strong and famous in the sacred ground of the rainforest, especially Tang Tianshu, who had participated in the semi-finals. The youngest number 1 genius? Many people's eyes flickered. The number 1 genius should be that guy in the rumors. Although Tang Tianshu was powerful, he could not be compared to that guy. It's just a false reputation. However, to everyone's surprise, Tang Tianshu actually admitted his identity as the number 1 genius. So boring. A bunch of people flattering each other. What's the point? At this moment, another person arrived at the ancient gate of the ancient Dao martial palace. However, his words were calm and he ignored the crowd. This caused many people's eyes to narrow. That person was saying that they were flattering each other. Who are you, sire? You're being too rude. A sky pride from the ancient Dao martial palace shouted coldly. In the distance, 4 figures stepped on the cobblestones and slowly walked over. They were not affected by the angry expressions of the crowd. Everything was very natural and beautiful, especially the young man in the lead. At this moment, he was wearing a black cloak and black clothes. His footsteps were steady, as if he was a king who had arrived. Beside him were 2 devastatingly beautiful women. One wore a robe as white as snow, and the other was as noble as a princess. Countless young men were envious of them. That person looks like Lin Ling. Everyone's gaze landed on the young man in the lead. Although the young man was wearing a black cloak and a black robe, his cold and handsome face was not unfamiliar. He was the champion of the semi-finals, Lin Ling. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They never thought that Lin Ling would come. Moreover, he had also changed his signature robe that resembled the blue sky and white clouds into a mysterious black robe. It gave people a feeling that Lin Ling was no longer young and inexperienced. Instead, he had spread his wings and soared into the 9 heavens. Moreover, he was even more free and unrestrained. So that's Lin Ling sure enough. Hearing about him is not as good as meeting him in person. Many people secretly said. They suddenly felt that it was somewhat ironic. Today was the gathering of the number 1 geniuses of the martial arts hall. However, they had forgotten to invite the true number 1 genius. Instead, they were flattering each other. This was indeed, as Lin Ling said, very boring. Lin Ling, Long Aoxiang, Jin Pengzi, and the others narrowed their eyes. There was even a trace of lingering fear in their hearts because the shadow that Lin Ling had left in their hearts was too heavy. This caused them to be blocked in the middle of the road. They could neither walk nor retreat. But soon, Long Aoxiang coldly said, Lin Ling, this is not a place where you can come. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Get lost. Is it fun to block the road? Ignoring the gazes from the surroundings, Lin Ling had already arrived in front of them. His indifferent voice drifted out, causing Long Aoxiang and the others to narrow their eyes. Lin Ling actually told them to scram? Don't be so rude. Long Aoxiang said with an unsightly expression. You are from the Heavenly Dragon Empire and are my enemy. Do you want me to invite you? And you, the guy with the eagle, I remember that you were incomparably arrogant in the past. Do I have to bow to you today? Lin Ling's face was calm as he looked directly at the 2 great sky prides. On his shoulder, Little Flame had also woken up. It clenched its fist and waved it at the golden-winged eagle on Jin Pengzi's shoulder. It remembered that this feathered beast was very arrogant in the past. Boom! An invisible fierce beast aura bloomed. Now that Little Flame's strength had increased greatly, it was extremely easy for it to suppress the golden-winged eagle. Screech! The golden-winged eagle let out a terrified cry. It spread its wings and fled. At this moment, Jin Pengzi suddenly felt that he had lost all face. The mount that he was most proud of was actually scared away by Lin Ling's monkey. Still not going to get lost? Lin Ling's face was a little impatient. Now that the heavenly meteor era had arrived, he did not have much time to be polite. Moreover, these guys were not considered friends, so there was no need to give them face. If you don't get lost in 3 breaths, I will kill you. Lin Ling said softly as if it was the most normal thing in the world. Long Aoxiang and Jin Pengzi's faces were incomparably pale. Today was the day when the top skyprides of the martial arts hall gathered. Before this, they had also enjoyed countless respectful gazes. However, Lin Ling had come and asked them to get lost, to make way, or to kill them. This was a great humiliation to them. 1, 2, 3. Lin Ling indifferently counted, his killing intent was thick. Long Aoxiang was from the Heavenly Dragon Empire, so he naturally did not see eye to eye. Get lost. Finally, after the 3rd shout, Long Aoxiang and the others had no choice but to step aside in shame. The hearts of the crowd trembled fiercely. The top geniuses of the martial arts palace were like trash in front of Lin Ling. They would only be arrogant when Lin Ling was not around. Lin Ling did not pay attention to them and continued forward. In front of him was Tang Tianshu. At this moment, Tang Tianshu's face was green and red. In the past, he had lost to Lin Ling. Now that he saw Lin Ling again, he did not have the qualifications to be arrogant. It's just a gathering of losers. I don't understand where you guys get the time to do this. Sigh. Lin Ling helplessly shook his head. These people did not know that the heavenly meteor era was coming, yet they still had the time to gather. You said that I was a loser, but that was in the past. Now, I may not be weaker than you. Sigh. Tang Tianshu did not want to lose face, so he braced himself and said. You're not a loser, you're trash. Sigh. However, Lin Ling indifferently replied. His tone was full of disdain, directly calling him trash. Tang Tianshu gave him a very bad impression. If he was stronger than him today, that guy would definitely not give him any face. Get lost, or I don't mind embarrassing you here. Lin Ling led Yue and the others forward again. His disdainful voice caused everyone to suck in a breath of cold air. He defeated Tang Tianshu in a single move. Was the disparity really that great? Tang Tianshu's face was incomparably ugly, but he finally stepped aside. In the past, Lin Ling had fought with the Justice Duan family at the 7 Profound Martial House, and his name had shaken the entire rainforest Holy Land. Everyone knew that this terrifying genius had already reached the early Saint Spirit realm. So, how could he be his match? Before, he had only said those words because he did not want to lose face. But in reality, facing Lin Ling, even if he did not want to lose face, he would still lose face. Lin Ling, you are truly worthy of being called the #1 proud son of heaven of the martial hall. Many proud sons of heaven looked at that frivolous figure, their hearts beating wildly. However, in the world of martial arts, strength was everything. So Lin Ling's frivolous and domineering attitude did not disgust them. Instead, they admired him even more. Chapter 1001. You may go in. Lin Ling, for you to come to the ancient Dao martial palace in such a tyrannical manner, it seems you don't place us in your eyes. Scram. Tang Tianshu and the others were forced to concede, but Lu Fei could not. After all, he was a proud son of heaven of the ancient Dao martial palace. If he were to concede, then he would lose even more face. Scram. I am a student of the 7 Profound Martial House. If you don't respect me when you see me, then it seems you don't place me in your eyes. Scram. Lin Ling continued to move forward. He lightly said, however, I do not have time to talk nonsense with you. I came here today to take away the heavenly concubine. If I act recklessly, I hope you can forgive me. Arrogant. Do you think the ancient Dao martial palace is your home? Do you think that the #1 ranked prodigy Lu Fei doesn't exist? Lin Ling's words had clearly angered Lu Fei. Lin Ling smiled and didn't say anything. He took away an yuer and continued to move forward. But as he passed by Lu Fei, he coldly glared at him and released a terrifying aura. The pressure of an early Saint Spirit Realm Master caused Lu Fei's entire body to tremble. Although Lu Fei was the #1 prodigy of heaven, he was still hovering at the peak of the Royal Spirit Realm. How could he resist the aura of a Saint Spirit Realm Master? It had to be known that the further a martial artist cultivated, the more difficult it became. A realm was a world unto itself. In the Rainforest Holy Land, there were many ancient powerhouses that had been stuck at the early Saint Spirit Realm their entire lives, unable to make a breakthrough even after death. For instance, Duan Zun Wang and the others had spent 100 years just to make a single step in their cultivation, but they still hadn't made a breakthrough. Although Lin Ling had made rapid breakthroughs, that was only because he had been lucky enough to obtain a massive amount of heavenly materials. Of course, in everyone's eyes, Lin Ling was still at the early Saint Spirit Realm. This was because Lin Ling's 3 realms cloak had another function besides concealing his body. That was to conceal his cultivation, locking his aura within the 3 realms cloak so that it wouldn't leak out. Others would think that he was still at the early Saint Spirit Realm. Lin Ling guessed that besides a top transcendent powerhouse, no one else would be able to see through his cultivation. After all, the 3 realms cloak was something that even Yen couldn't do anything to him. The reason why he did this was because the heavenly meteor era was about to arrive. He wanted to hide a trump card so that he could take the enemy by surprise and turn the tide of battle in a life and death situation. Facts have proven that you don't exist. Lin Ling walked past Lu Fei and spoke softly. Lu Fei was so angry that his whole body was trembling. Previously, he had said that Lin Ling was too arrogant and treated him as if he didn't exist. But now, Lin Ling was telling him that he didn't exist. He was speechless and didn't even dare to face Lin Ling. Lin Ling martial sect martial is of, no have a martial of the sect. Of course. Suddenly, an old man walked out from the door. He had white hair, and his cultivation had returned to its original state. He was an apprentice at the initial stage of the Saint Spirit Realm. Senior Yu. Many people were pleasantly surprised. None of the proud sons of heaven could stop Lin Ling. But now that the Senior Yu had appeared, he would strike down Lin Ling's arrogant momentum. After all, Lin Ling had entered the ancient Dao martial palace without greeting them. Although this was admirable, it was also a loss of face for the ancient Dao martial palace. Senior, I said before that I was in a hurry. If I was reckless in any way, I hope you can forgive me. Lin Ling stopped and said lightly. Indeed, he did not have the time to pay a visit. That was why he had come to bring people here directly. Are you apologizing? The Senior Yu lightly said, with the demeanor of a Senior Yu. Yes. Lin Ling sincerely said, giving the other party face. Then I won't bother about your previous recklessness. But if you want to enter the ancient Dao martial palace, you must pay a visit and send out an invitation. The Senior Yu was still dignified. Lin Ling frowned. He gave the other party face, but that didn't mean he wanted to waste time here. Then I'll offend you. Bang! Lin Ling took a step forward, and a vigorous force erupted. His fist pounced toward the Senior Yu. It seemed ordinary, but it carried the strength of a giant. How arrogant! He actually attacked a Senior Yu. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Ling was too arrogant. The Senior Yu frowned. He also thought that Lin Ling was too arrogant. However, when the fist was close to his eyes, he felt an ancient force rushing toward him, causing his heart to tremble. A thought arose in his mind. He couldn't take this punch. In fact, although he was an expert in the initial stage of the Holy Spirit Realm, Lin Ling could even defeat a saint in the initial stage of the Holy Spirit Realm. So, why would he put him in his eyes? I've given you face, but you still want to stop me? Let's talk with strength. You can go in now. Just as the fist was about to reach his eyes, the old man anxiously shouted. The fist stopped right in front of his face, but the terrifying astral wind still forced him to take several steps back. "Thank you." Lin Ling took back his fist and waved to Yuer and the others. After that, he kept moving forward. Yi Xiao kept following him. He was excited. When Lin Ling brought him to this place, he realized how powerful the outside world was. Those young men who were at the same age as the Tianyuan sect disciples were all immeasurably powerful. It made him feel like he was in a world of giants. However, his master was so arrogant that he actually brought him into the world of giants. Those geniuses who were like heavenly soldiers and generals all made way for his master. Even the senior Yu who looked like an immortal was frightened by his master and stepped back. This was a shocking scene. That was Yi Xiao's master, who could command the wind and the clouds. How terrifying. Lin Ling actually made the senior Yu afraid to face him. Sigh. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. They were all geniuses, but it was clear what a monster among geniuses was. Lin Ling was the same age as them, and he was even a few years younger than many of them. However, his strength could crush everything, and no one could stop him. Lin Ling, Sister Yuer, Sister Mengyun. Come. Inside the gate, a white figure showed up. She had a slim waist like a snake, which made people's hearts beat faster. Her delicate face showed a happy and nostalgic smile. It was the heavenly concubine. Apparently, she had heard about what happened in this place. She didn't expect that Lin Ling would actually suppress all the geniuses just to find her. Senior Yu, I am sorry. He is in a hurry. That is why he is so rude. Come. The heavenly concubine bowed to the old man politely. The old man bitterly smiled and said, "He is not good enough. Don't blame him. Heavenly concubine, your friend is awesome. Hee hee. Hee hee. Of course. Hee hee." The heavenly concubine bowed and then rushed to Lin Ling like a girl. And Yuer and Yuman Yun were also excited. They hadn't seen each other for a long time. All right. Let's go. Hee hee. Lin Ling looked at the three ladies and couldn't help laughing. One of his family members in the Heaven Mystics Kingdom was back. Senior, please forgive me. Senior. After that, Lin Ling took the three ladies and left. At the same time, he spoke to the old man. The old man bitterly smiled. Forgive me? He came to the ancient Dao martial palace in such a domineering way. If he wasn't so powerful, it would be useless to forgive him. On a mountain somewhere in the ancient Dao martial palace, Elder Xian and the palace master were standing far away in silence. Palace master, this man is too rude. Senior. Chapter 1002. The joy of reunion. This boy gives me an unfathomable feeling. In addition, a storm is brewing in the rainforest Holy Land, so let him be. Perhaps in the future, we will have to rely on him. The martial house master lightly said. He had an intuition that with this youth's return, the rainforest Holy Land would undergo an earth-shaking change. The other Xian elders were silent. They looked at the ancient Dao martial palace and shook their heads. These geniuses had lost face, but their skills were inferior. Could they blame Lin Ling? Heavenly concubine, long time no see. Look at you, you've gotten fat. Dream clouds, don't touch my waist, it's ticklish. Hee hee, I miss you, and Yu, Xiaolan. After leaving the ancient Dao martial palace, Lin Ling brought the three women to the Seven Profound martial house. On the way, the three women were still in high spirits, touching each other. They even went to the main city to buy clothes, leaving Lin Ling speechless. Yi Xiao was also speechless, but he didn't dare to look at the three women. In his heart, he thought, Master's wives are so beautiful. Only they are worthy of Master. With Lin Ling's return, he wasn't low-key. With his current strength, he didn't fear any assassination, so he brought the 3 women to the main city to buy clothes. As the 3 women talked, they would occasionally look at the helpless youth behind them. They were excited. This fellow was still as frivolous as ever. Only he dared to openly go to the ancient Dao martial palace. This made them look forward to the reunion. With Lin Ling here, the others would also be reunited. After a long time, they finally returned to the 7 Profound Martial House. The news of Lin Ling's return instantly spread throughout the 7 Profound Martial House, shocking everyone. During this time, Lin Ling had disappeared. No one knew where he went, and some even thought that Lin Ling had died. However, today, Lin Ling had returned. This boy's strength has increased. In every corner, powerhouses were asking each other. They were spies that the Heavenly Dragon Empire and the Justice Duan family had placed in the 7 Profound Martial House. He's still in the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm. If he were to fight Duan Zun Wang one-on-one, Duan Zun Wang could easily kill Lin Ling. What was gratifying was that Lin Ling had returned. Not much had changed. At this moment, in the valley, everyone was looking at Lin Ling, and all of them were extremely excited. Grandfather. Anuer and the others obediently stuck to Ancestor Extreme Flame. In the past, they had always lived in the Fire Ancient clan, so when they saw Ancestor Extreme Flame, it was like seeing their own family. Ha ha ha, everyone is back. Ancestor Extreme Flame was ecstatic. In this chaotic world, it was extremely fortunate for his family to be reunited. He then looked at the smiling Lin Ling and knew that all of this was brought about by his grandson. His grandson had blocked all the storms in this chaotic world. Ling, you've worked hard. Patriarch Extreme Flame looked at Lin Ling excitedly. This is what I should do. Lin Ling gently smiled, and his smile became even more brilliant. No matter how arrogant and overbearing he was outside, in the Fire Ancient clan, in front of Ancestor Extreme Flame, he was a very ordinary youth. He was everyone's family. The Fire Ancient clan and everyone else looked at Lin Ling and smiled. Among them, Elder Sword smiled as he looked at Lin Ling. He discovered that Lin Ling seemed to have changed, but as he looked carefully, he discovered that there wasn't much of a change. He was still at the early stage of the Holy Spirit realm. This made him feel very strange. But thinking about it, this was also normal. Lin Ling had only been gone for 3 months. How could his strength have increased so much? If this was the case, then how could these old ghosts that had cultivated for so many years endure? Tian Xiaoman. Lin Ling withdrew his smile, and his handsome face became dignified. In the distance, Tian Xiaoman walked over. There's a change in the plan. Gather everyone back. Lin Ling shouted again, and Tian Xiaoman's pupils shrunk. In the past, Lin Ling had said that the Fire Legion would break up and go out to gain experience for half a year. But now, it had been brought forward. However, she didn't think too much about it. Lin Ling's orders were her sky. Yin Sha, Heaven Fiend Ming Wang, next, both of you need to increase your strength. It's best if you reach the middle stage of the Holy Spirit realm. Lin Ling looked at Yin Sha and Yin Sha. He needed more Holy Spirit realm experts on his side because there were a few arrays set up by Holy Spirit realm experts that could kill stronger enemies. Master, the Holy Spirit realm isn't something that can be broken through in a short period of time. I've been in this realm for 10 years. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang said helplessly. Lin Ling sighed softly. Ordinary Holy Spirit realm experts couldn't be compared to holy princes. Not only were holy princes powerful, but their cultivation speed was also faster. However, Lin Ling quickly smiled and said, what about Mortal Origin Fruit, Jade Paste, 100 Herb 9 Transformation Fruit, and Immortal Spring? What are these? Heaven Fiend Ming Wang asked curiously. He had never heard of these things before. They didn't even exist in the Rainforest Holy Land. Jade paste, turns the Dantian saint altar into a jade paste. Mortal origin fruit is said to be the fruit of the earth's essence. It's even more precious than the Bodhi liquid. Legend has it that this fruit is half human and half fruit. Lin Ling, how do you know these things? Elder Sword was indeed knowledgeable, and he couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. Elder Sword, you're right about the jade paste, but the mortal origin fruit isn't half human and half fruit, but the entire fruit is like a human. Lin Ling shrugged and waved his right hand. A fruit the size of a baby appeared in front of everyone's eyes, and the rich spiritual energy it exuded made everyone suck in a breath of cold air. Such a precious treasure, the rainforest Holy Land doesn't have it. Lin Ling, you actually have it. Elder Sword's eyes narrowed. Elder Sword, this is for you. Lin Ling casually threw the fruit to Elder Sword. Elder Sword's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly caught the fruit. This brat actually threw away such a precious treasure? Didn't he know that a mortal origin fruit could nurture an Emperor Spirit Realm cultivator? This fruit contains the essence of the earth. It seems like I'll have to ask Long Dan Long to refine pills for me. Elder Sword looked at the mortal origin fruit lovingly. It's not that precious, this little guy eats it every day like it's his meal. Lin Ling pointed at Little Flame who was on his shoulder and helplessly shook his head. When the Sword Elder looked over, his eyes widened. He saw that Little Flame was holding a mortal fruit in his hand and was happily eating it. That bastard monkey. Elder Sword couldn't help but curse. What a waste. The others were also shocked. Although it was their first time seeing such a precious treasure, they could tell from Elder Sword's expression how precious those spiritual herbs were. Master, I want one too. Heaven Fiend Ming Wang rubbed his hands and said. He realized that after becoming Lin Ling's disciple, the benefits were beyond his imagination. Everyone will have one. You only have one goal, and that is to increase your strength. Lin Ling nodded lightly, then waved his hand and said, "Follow me." He led the group to the valley where the spiritual roots were. Lin Ling's heart shook, and a raging flame gushed out from his body. It was as if there was nothing it couldn't burn, and it even melted the earth. What a powerful flame. Has his ultimacy reached level 2? Elder Sword and the other experts sucked in a breath of cold air, and they felt that they couldn't see through Lin Ling. Chapter 1003. Master's Test. From now on, you have to stay here and cultivate until the era of Heavenly Fall arrives. Lin Ling looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. He then told them the secret of the era of Heavenly Fall, which made them look serious. They now knew what Lin Ling wanted. Lin Ling wanted them to become a secret army. When the era of Heavenly Fall arrived, they would control the sacred land of the rainforest. Everybody was excited. They were looking forward to that day. Lin Ling smiled faintly and told Anu, and the others to get ready as well. After a few days, a large number of people from the Flame Corps returned. Their strength had greatly increased. Clearly, they had undergone a transformation after experiencing the trials of blood and slaughter. Many of them had reached the Emperor Spirit Realm. They weren't geniuses, but they had reached such a high level within 3 months. It meant they had been through a lot. Of course, the Dan beads and treasures that Lin Ling gave them were also a great help. When everybody came back, Lin Ling sealed the valley and returned everything to normal. This was his secret army. The fewer people who knew about it, the better. Lin Ling, the 12 Floating Dreams Array needs a few Saint Spirit stage cultivators to set it up. If it succeeds, it will be terrifyingly powerful. The Golden Sky Water Array for the Royal Spirit stage cultivators needs a lot of black refined stones to make it. The Heavenly Concubine was indeed talented in formations. After reading the bamboo slips that Lin Ling gave her, she immediately gave her opinion. Is that all? I will find a way to get it. Lin Ling frowned, but he was already thinking of a solution. In order to make the Flame Legion stronger, he had to do more. Where is Lin Ling? That day, a shout sounded outside the valley. After that, a middle-aged man in a master's robe walked in. Wait. The valley belongs to my master, Lin Ling. You can't just go in. At this moment, Yi Shao was outside the valley, leading the Fire Ancient clan to stop the middle-aged man. They knew that the valley hid Lin Ling's secret, so they naturally couldn't let anyone enter. Bastard, the valley belongs to the Seven Profound Martial House. When did it become Lin Ling's territory? The middle-aged man coldly shouted. A huge aura bloomed, causing Yi Shao and the others to turn pale. This person was too rude. However, the middle-aged man was obviously afraid of Lin Ling, so he didn't dare to hurt him. Instead, he swaggered into the valley. Lin Ling was a master of the Seven Profound Martial House. So, although he was afraid of Lin Ling, he didn't need to be so humble. He didn't dare to enter the valley. Your Excellency, you are too bold. Just as he stepped into the mountain valley, a black-robed figure appeared. It was Lin Ling. Lin Ling. The middle-aged man's pupils constricted. He had heard that Lin Ling was a young hero, but he didn't believe it at first. But after seeing him today, he finally believed the rumors. When Lin Ling looked at him, he felt his heart tremble. Lin Ling, I have been ordered by the Great Sun Elder to allow you to participate in the Master Assessment. This is the rule of the Seven Profound Martial House. The middle-aged man forced himself not to fall behind. In the Seven Profound Martial House, the disciples had their own assessment, and the masters also had their own assessment. The only difference was that the assessment was once a year, and if one failed, they would be stripped of their status as a master. Wasn't the Great Sun Elder punished to face the wall for a year? Why did he come out so soon? Lin Ling looked at the middle-aged man indifferently, which made the middle-aged man's heart tremble. He said nervously, I don't know, I'm just here to deliver a message. I've already delivered the message, it's up to you whether you want to go or not. Goodbye. Wait. He had just started to move when Lin Ling's cold voice sounded out. What do you want to do? You must know that I am a master, not a disciple. You cannot offend me as you please. The middle-aged man stopped. Inexplicably, he felt some regret in his heart. He shouldn't have been so arrogant in the mountain valley. Fortunately, he hadn't hurt anyone before, so Lin Ling shouldn't dare to touch him. I never said I would touch you. Lin Ling faintly smiled, I naturally won't miss the master assessment. After all, my status as a master is still very important to me. If one wanted to challenge the martial house master, then they had to become a master, and then old Xian. Otherwise, their status wouldn't be legitimate. After all, challenging the martial house master was Senior Di Wuji's belief. This was to wash away the shame of the Di family bloodline, and was not as simple as defeating the martial house master. It's good that you know. Goodbye. The middle-aged man said again. Why are you leaving so quickly? If you want to leave, let's leave together. Lin Ling took a step forward, and the coldness on his face disappeared. He smiled as if he had seen a friend. He patted the middle-aged man's shoulder, and the middle-aged man felt relieved. Lin Ling was still a little afraid of old Xian, so he didn't dare to touch him. However, he didn't know that Lin Ling's secret was hidden in the mountain valley. He had barged in without saying anything, so how could Lin Ling not dare to touch him? Crack! 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 His arm seemed to have patted the middle-aged man's shoulder, but a vigorous force came out, causing the middle-aged man's pupils to dilate. So heavy. It was as if he was carrying an ancient mountain on his back. Why are you so nervous? Do you think that I, Lin Ling, am not easy to talk to, so you have a problem with me? Lin Ling said with a smile, as if he was talking to a good friend. How can I have a problem with you? But, Lin Ling, can you let go of your hand? The middle-aged man's bones cracked and it was really difficult for him to speak. However, he didn't dare to do anything because Lin Ling was smiling and talking to him like they were friends. If he turned hostile, then Lin Ling would use this as an excuse to attack him. So, he could only swallow this loss. I feel like old friends at first sight, so I want to be friends with you. You don't seem to like me. Am I so disgusting? Lin Ling smiled regretfully. How is that possible? I really want to be friends with Sir Lin Ling. The middle-aged man's face turned even paler. Lin Ling was so annoying. He was teaching him a lesson, but he looked like he regretted not meeting him earlier. He couldn't do anything at all. That's good. Let's walk slowly. Lin Ling faintly smiled. He still held the middle-aged man's shoulder and slowly walked forward. Every step they took, the middle-aged man had the urge to vomit blood. His shoulder bones were completely shattered. This made him regret even more. This task of passing on messages was not easy. Serves you right. Yi Xiao and the others looked at the middle-aged man's sullen appearance and laughed. At this moment, in the most sacred hall of the Seven Profound Martial House, the smell of sandalwood filled the air. A large number of students had gathered here. Some were middle-aged, and some were old. They were all sitting cross-legged with their eyes closed. They had gone through the student examination before. In fact, the student examination was just for show. As long as they didn't make any big mistakes, they wouldn't be deprived of their qualifications. So, many of them knew that today's student examination was actually aimed at Lin Ling. They're here. At this moment, someone shouted in a low voice. At the tall door, two figures stepped on the steps and slowly walked in. One of them was wearing a black robe, and his long hair was tied behind his head. He was so handsome that one would never forget him. This person was Lin Ling.